Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the reincarnated sage king who trained 3 Princess Knights: Naruto x Stella, Vermillion x Shizuku, Kurogane x Ayatsuji, Chivalry of a Failed Knight. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Echoes of Royalty. Time dilated strangely in the moments before dawn. Naruto Uzumaki stood motionless atop the stone monument overlooking Konoha, his white Hokage candidate cloak billowing gently around him. 6 years had passed since the Fourth Great Ninja War. 6 years of rebuilding, of diplomatic missions, of forging a new peace across the shinobi world. Yet something felt fundamentally wrong this morning, a dissonance he couldn't identify. The first rays of sunlight spilled over the horizon, painting the village in hues of amber and gold. Pain lanced through his temples without warning. Naruto staggered, dropping to one knee as foreign memories cascaded through his mind. A vast throne room hewn from living crystal. 3 women kneeling before him, each wearing distinctive armor, crimson, azure, and shadow black. His hand extending, bestowing power that bent reality itself. What the hell was that? Naruto muttered, rubbing his temples as the vision faded. This wasn't the first strange memory to surface in recent weeks, but it was certainly the most vivid. They felt simultaneously foreign and intimately familiar, like recalling something he'd always known but somehow forgotten. His reflection in a nearby puddle caught his attention. At 24, he had grown into his power. The scar marks on his cheeks seemed more pronounced lately, and his normally bright blue eyes occasionally shifted to a strange amber hue during these episodes. He still wore his hair short, though it had darkened slightly with age. And his jawline had strengthened into a more mature version of his father's. "You're up early." Kakashi's voice came from behind him, the former Hokage materializing silently as was his habit. Naruto straightened, composing himself quickly. "Just preparing for the diplomatic mission. The border regions beyond the Land of Fire have been unpredictable lately." Kakashi studied him with a penetrating gaze. Another episode. There was little point in hiding anything from his former sensei. "Yeah, more memories that aren't mine. Or at least, they don't feel like they should be mine." "Perhaps Kurama." "It's not him," Naruto interrupted, his hand unconsciously moving to his stomach where the nine-tails seal had once been most visible. "He's as confused as I am. Says it feels like old magic, whatever that means." Kakashi leaned against a nearby boulder, his posture casual despite the concern in his voice. "These incidents began after you examined those ruins in the borderlands. The ones with writing no one could translate. Except me," Naruto finished quietly. "I shouldn't have been able to read them. I've never studied ancient languages." The soft glow of sunrise illuminated the village below them, a Konoha rebuilt stronger after Pain's destruction years ago. New buildings rose alongside traditional structures, a physical manifestation of how the shinobi world balanced tradition with progress. Naruto's gaze drifted to the Hokage Tower where Kakashi's successor, Konohamaru, would already be reviewing reports. The young Sarutobi had proven himself an exceptional leader after Kakashi's retirement. "The council approved your request," Kakashi said, changing the subject. "You'll have 3 months to investigate these dimensional anomalies in the border territories. Officially, you're strengthening diplomatic ties with the emerging nations beyond our borders. And unofficially, find out why shinobi are reporting encounters with people wielding abilities that aren't chakra-based. Find out why ancient temples are suddenly appearing in places they weren't before. And," Kakashi hesitated, "find out what's happening to you, Naruto." The weight of responsibility settled familiarly on Naruto's shoulders. The strange visions, the inexplicable knowledge, the subtle changes in his chakra, all of it pointed to something monumental taking shape. Something he couldn't ignore. "I've already selected my team," Naruto said. "Hinata's Byakugan will be essential for examining these dimensional disturbances. Shikamaru for strategy, and Sasuke won't be joining you," Kakashi interrupted. "He sent a hawk this morning. He's tracking a separate lead, something about ancient weapons suddenly activating after centuries of dormancy." Frustration flickered across Naruto's face. "He's still doing the lone wolf thing. He believes your missions are connected. You'll rendezvous eventually. A comfortable silence settled between them as they watched the village come to life below. Shopkeepers opening their stores, academy students rushing to morning training, shinobi departing for missions. The rhythm of Konoha remained constant despite how much had changed. Be careful out there, Kakashi finally said. These border territories aren't just geographically distant from the 5 great nations, they operate under different principles entirely. The reports mention schools that train warriors using something they call blazer abilities, rather than chakra. Blazers. The term triggered another flash of memory. A tournament arena bathed in multicolored light, combatants wielding weapons manifested from their souls. Kakashi nodded. Warriors who materialize weapons directly from their spiritual energy. Rent from summoning techniques or chakra manifestation. The diplomatic envoy described it as the soul taking physical form. Sounds like something worth seeing, Naruto mused, his natural curiosity. Why peaked despite the mounting strangeness? Just remember why you're going, Kakashi cautioned. These dimensional rifts are expanding. If they continue at the current rate. I know, Naruto replied grimly. Reality itself could become unstable. The rising sun cast their shadows long across the monument as Naruto turned to leave. He paused, glancing back at his mentor. If I don't return when expected, I'll come looking for you myself, Kakashi promised. But you will come back, Naruto. You always do. With a grateful nod, Naruto leapt from the monument, chakra pulsing through his legs as he descended toward the village in a controlled free fall. The wind rushed past his ears, drowning out the whispers of memories that weren't his own. The journey to the borderlands took 7 days of hard travel. Forests gave way to rolling plains, which eventually transformed into a landscape Naruto had never encountered before, floating islands of earth suspended above crystalline lakes. Connected by bridges of what appeared to be solidified light. It was as though the very laws of nature operated differently here. This isn't natural, Hinata murmured, her Byakugan activated as she studied the phenomenon. These islands aren't maintained by chakra, but there's definitely energy flowing through them, just not any kind I've seen before. Shikamaru crouched at the edge of the landmass they stood upon, examining the glowing bridge extending to the next island. Troublesome. These structures appear recent, but the locals claim they've been here for generations. Both could be true, Naruto said quietly, earning surprised looks from his companions. Time doesn't always flow consistently between dimensions. How would you know that? Shikamaru asked, his keen analytical mind immediately picking up on the oddity of Naruto's statement. Naruto frowned, unable to explain the sudden certainty he felt. I don't know. It just feels true. Hinata studied him with concern in her pale eyes. Though they had briefly attempted a romantic relationship after the war, both had realized they functioned better as close friends. Her insightful nature made her one of the few people Naruto trusted completely with his recent changes. Your chakra fluctuates when you say things like that, she observed. It's almost as if 2 distinct energy signatures are trying to harmonize within you. Before Naruto could respond, a distant explosion shattered the tranquility of the floating islands. Smoke rose from a massive structure in the distance, a building that resembled a cross between a traditional castle and a modern academy. That's the diplomatic destination, Shikamaru noted, immediately alert. Hagen Academy. Where these blazers train. Naruto was already moving, his body responding with instinctive speed. We need to help. Now. They crossed 3 floating islands in quick succession, the bridges humming with energy beneath their feet. As they approached the academy, details became clearer. Ornate architecture blending classical design with futuristic elements, expansive training grounds, and what appeared to be an arena at its center. The explosion had originated from this arena, where a tournament seemed to be underway. Guards attempted to block their path at the academy entrance, but Naruto simply produced the diplomatic scroll bearing the seal of Konoha. We're here to assist. What's happening? Exhibition match gone wrong, one guard explained hastily, recognizing the official document. Princess Stella's opponent is using prohibited techniques. The barriers are failing. Naruto didn't wait for further explanation. He sprinted toward the arena, Hinata and Shikamaru close behind. They emerged onto a viewing balcony overlooking Ing an expansive combat field currently enclosed in a shimmering energy barrier. Inside, two figures clashed in a spectacular display of power. The first was a young woman with flowing crimson hair and armor that seemed to be made of living flame. She wielded a broadsword wreathed in fire, her movements precise and powerful despite being clearly on the defensive. Her opponent, a tall man in black armor, was breaking the rules somehow. Naruto could sense it instinctively. Dark energy pulsed from crystals embedded in his gauntlets, creating distortions in the air around him. "Those aren't Blazer abilities," a voice said beside them. An older man in formal academic robes had approached silently. "I'm Director Kurono. Those crystals are forbidden amplifiers that draw power from dimensional rifts. They're highly unstable." Naruto studied the battle with increasing concern. The young woman, Princess Stella, presumably, was fighting with remarkable skill, but her opponent's enhanced abilities were creating dangerous fluctuations in the barrier surrounding the arena. "If that barrier fails completely," Hinata began, "the dimensional energy will cascade outward," Naruto finished, again speaking with inexplicable certainty. "Everyone in this academy could be pulled into a rift." The director stared at him in shock. "How could you possibly know that? Even our researchers have only recently confirmed this theory." Instead of answering, Naruto stepped forward and placed his hand against the viewing glass. The foreign energy beyond felt strangely familiar to him, resonating with something deep within his being. Without conscious thought, chakra began flowing through his palm in patterns he'd never used before. "What are you doing?" Shikamaru asked sharply. "Stabilizing the barrier," Naruto replied, his eyes shifting to that strange amber hue. "Keep everyone back." Golden chakra emanated from his body, but it moved differently than his typical Sage Mode or Kurama's power. The energy flowed outward in geometric patterns, creating a secondary lattice that reinforced the failing barrier around the arena. Within moments, the fluctuations stabilized. Below, Princess Stella seized the opening, unleashing a spectacular fire technique that overwhelmed her opponent's defenses. Her sword cleaved through his armored gauntlet, shattering one of the forbidden crystals. The resulting energy discharge sent her flying backward, but she recovered with acrobatic grace, landing in a combat-ready stance. Her opponent wasn't as fortunate. The destruction of the crystal created a localized dimensional distortion around his arm. He screamed as his limbs seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously, stretching and distorting in ways that defied physical laws. "We need to contain that rift," Director Kurono said urgently. "If it expands..." "I've got it," Naruto interrupted, vaulting over the railing into the arena below. He landed with precision between Stella and her opponent. Immediately assessing the situation, the princess brandished her flaming sword toward him. "Who are you?" "This is my duel." Later, Naruto replied tersely, his focus on the expanding dimensional tear. The man's arm was now almost completely engulfed, the distortion spreading to his torso. "Unless you want to be fighting in multiple dimensions simultaneously, we need to close that rift." To demonstrate his point, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm, but unlike any version he'd created before. This sphere contained swirling layers of both his chakra and the strange energy permeating this region. The combination created a stabilizing effect when he carefully applied it to the edge of the distortion. Stella watched with widening eyes as the dimensional tear began to contract. "That's impossible. You're manipulating both chakra and blazer energy simultaneously." "Apparently not impossible," Naruto grunted, the effort of maintaining the unusual Rasengan taxing even his enormous reserves. "But definitely not easy. Can you help?" To her credit, the princess immediately set aside her questions. She extinguished her sword in a flourish of flame and pressed her palm against the ground. Inferno step. Cauterizing seal. A circle of precise fire symbols spread outward from her hand, surrounding the distortion with a secondary containment field. The combination of her technique and Naruto's stabilizing Rasengan gradually compressed the dimensional rift until it collapsed with a thunderous implosion, leaving only the unconscious form of her opponent. The arena fell a lent as the barrier dissolved around them. Naruto turned to face Princess Stella properly for the first time, and felt a jolt of recognition so powerful it nearly buckled his knees. She knelt before him in that crystal throne room, crimson armor gleaming, her fiery sword planted in the ground as she pledged herself to his service. "My flame is yours to command, Sage King." Are you all right? Her voice, sharp with concern rather than deference, snapped him back to the present. Naruto steadied himself, meeting her suspicious gaze. She was younger than in his vision, perhaps 22. With piercing red eyes that matched her hair and armor. Pride and fierce intelligence radiated from her stance, along with well-earned confidence in her abilities. Fine, he managed, forcing a casual smile. Just not used to combining energies like that. Her eyes narrowed, clearly not believing him. You're from the shinobi territories. The diplomatic envoy. Part of it, Naruto confirmed. As medical personnel rushed forward to attend to the fallen competitor. Naruto Uzumaki, special envoy from Konoha. Recognition flickered in her eyes. The war hero. The one they call the Orange Hokage. Just Naruto is fine, he said, suppressing a wince at the nickname that had spread despite his protests. And your Princess Stella Vermillion, I presume. She straightened proudly. Second, Princess of the Vermillion Empire and A-rank blazer of Hagen Academy. Director Kurono approached with Hinata and Shikamaru in tow, his expression a mixture of concern and intrigue. That was exceptional work, both of you. Though I must say, Mr. Uzumaki, your abilities are unexpected. You have no idea, Naruto muttered. We should discuss this further, the director continued, particularly. Why in light of the increasing dimensional disturbances we've been experiencing? Perhaps after Princess Stella has had time to recover from her match. Stella bristled. I don't need recovery time. The chi wasn't even a proper challenge until he started cheating. Naruto couldn't help but smile at her fierce pride. Something about her demeanor resonated with his own younger self, the determination to prove her worth. The refusal to acknowledge limitations. In that case, the director said diplomatically, perhaps you would be willing to show our guests to the historical archives. I believe the why contain information relevant to these dimensional phenomena, and as our top student, you're well versed in the Academy's resources. The request was clearly calculated to appeal to Stella's pride while giving her something productive to do with her excess energy. She recognized the ploy but nodded regardless, her curiosity about the newcomers evidently outweighing her irritation. Fine. Follow me, Shinobi. She turned sharply and strode toward the arena exit, her armored boots clicking against the stone floor. As they followed, Shikamaru moved closer to Naruto, speaking in a low voice. That technique you used, I've never seen anything like it. Neither have I, Naruto admitted. It just happened. Your eyes changed color again, Hinata added quietly. And your chakra pattern, shifted into configurations of never observed before. Before Naruto could respond, they emerged from the arena into a grand courtyard. The academy spread out around them in a breathtaking display. Of architectural harmony. Ancient stone foundations supporting elegant modern structures, all arranged in perfect geometric balance. Students in various styles of uniforms moved between buildings. Many carrying weapons are engaged in training exercises that employed the strange blazer abilities. Stella led them along a tree-lined path toward a circular building of blue-veined marble. The historical archives, she explained, built over the original foundation stones of the academy, which legend says were placed by the Sage King himself. Naruto stumbled mid-step. The what? The Sage King, Stella repeated, giving him an odd look. Surely even in the shinobi territories you've heard the legend. The divine ruler who established the first academies and taught the original blazer techniques 10,000 years ago. Another memory fragment surfaced. Standing on this very spot, though the buildings were different, directing the placement of foundation stones inscribed with power-binding sigils. You look pale, Stella observed, studying him with increasing suspicion. Is something wrong? Just fascinated by the history, Naruto managed, forcing himself to continue walking. We have legends of a sage of 6 paths in our world, but I've never heard him called a king. Different figures entirely, Stella said with casual certainty. The Sage King was said to rule multiple realms simultaneously, maintaining balance between dimensions. The archives contain the most complete historical records of his reign. They approached the archive entrance, a set of massive RS inscribed with intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly as they drew near. Naruto felt a strange resonance as he studied the symbols, their meaning clarifying in his mind despite their alien complexity. Dimensional harmonics, planar stabilization, royal domain demarcation, These inscriptions, he murmured, reaching toward them without thinking, they're boundary markers. Designed to prevent dimensional bleed-through while allowing regulated energy transfer. Stella froze, staring at him with genuine shock. How could you possibly know that? Those inscriptions have never been fully translated. Our best scholars have spent decades deciphering just portions of them. Naruto pulled his hand back, alarmed by his own knowledge. I don't know. He's been experiencing unusual episodes, Hinata explained carefully. Watching Stella's reaction. Knowledge he shouldn't possess. Memories that don't seem to be his own. Since when? Stella demanded, her imperious tone failing to mask her sudden intense interest. The episodes began about 3 months ago, Shikamaru supplied, his analytical mind making connections. Around the same time your academy started reporting dimensional disturbances. Something unreadable flickered across Stella's face. Recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a suspicion. You need to see something, she said abruptly, pushing open the archive doors with unexpected force. The interior of the archive took Naruto's breath away. Circular levels rose toward a domed ceiling of stained glass, each tier lined with bookshelves and display cases. The central column housed a spiral staircase winding upward around what appeared to be a massive crystal, similar to the one from his visions, though smaller in scale. This way, Stella directed, leading them past scholars and students to a restricted section cordoned off with glowing boundary lines. She pressed her palm against a verification panel, which pulsed with recognition. Princess Authentication Accepted, announced a disembodied voice. Beyond the boundary lay a chamber containing a single pedestal. Upon it rested an ancient scroll encased in protective energy. The Prophecy of Return, Stella explained, her voice uncharacteristically solemn. One of the last authentic documents from the Sage King's era. It was sealed until 3 months ago, when it suddenly opened on its own. Naruto approached the pedestal cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion. The scroll's casing dissipated as he neared, as though recognizing his presence. That's never happened before, Stella whispered, watching in astonishment as the scroll unfurled itself. The text was written in the same strange symbols as the door inscriptions, yet Naruto could read them as easily as his native language. The words sent chills through his body. When the barriers between realms grow thin and the void threatens to consume all, the Sage King shall return in new flesh. 3 Princess Nai. Ts shall recognize his soul, she of flame who burns with pride, she of water who flows with wisdom, and she of shadow who dances with secrets. Together they shall either restore the balance or destroy all worlds in the attempt. Accompanying the text was an illustration depicting a throne room exactly like the one from Naruto's visions. A central figure sat upon a crystal throne, while 3 orbed women knelt before him, one in crimson armor, one in azure, and one in shadow black. This is impossible, Stella breathed, staring at Naruto with widening eyes. The figure on the throne, he has markings on his face identical to yours. The illustration indeed showed a ruler with 3 distinctive marks on each cheek, reminiscent of Naruto's whisker markings. But more shocking was the ruler's appearance. While not identical to Naruto, the resemblance was unmistakable, like looking at a distant ancestor with familiar features. There's more, Hinata said, activating her Byakugan to study the scroll more closely. Hidden text visible only through chakra enhancement. Shikamaru immediately began forming hand signs to reveal the concealed writing. The characters shimmered into visibility beneath the primary text. Adding a crucial detail, the Sage King's power shall awaken fully in the Temple of Echoes, where past and present converge. There he must choose to embrace or reject his ancient burden. The Temple of Echoes, Stella repeated, her expression clearing with sudden recognition. It appeared in the Borderlands 3 months ago, an ancient structure that scholars claim materialized out of nowhere. The Vermillion Empire has placed it under guard while researchers attempt to understand its origins. Naruto stared at the scroll, pieces falling into place with dreadful clarity. The timing of his episodes, the appearance of the temple, the dimensional disturbances, all connected to this prophecy of return. I need to see this temple, he said quietly. Ella studied him with new eyes, no longer merely evaluating a foreign diplomat but attempting to reconcile the man before her with the legendary figure from ancient texts. If you truly are, she began, then paused. recalibrating her approach. If this prophecy concerns you, then visiting the temple could be dangerous. The researchers report strange effects on those who enter, temporal distortions, memory alterations. Which is precisely why I need to go, Naruto countered firmly. These episodes won't stop on their own. If there's even a chance the temple contains answers, then we'll accompany you, Stella interrupted, her tone making it clear this wasn't a request. As a princess of the Vermillion Empire, I have the authority to grant access. And as the prophecy potentially names me as one of these, Princess Knights, I have a personal stake in this investigation. Her directness reminded Naruto forcefully of his younger self, the brash determination, the refusal to be sidelined. He found himself smiling despite the gravity of the situation. Fair enough. When can we leave? After you've been properly introduced to the academy, came a new voice from the archive entrance. Director Kurono approached with another figure, a regal woman in formal diplomatic attire bearing the insignia of the Vermillion Empire. The Empress has requested your presence at tonight's formal reception. Apparently, news of your unusual abilities has already reached the capital. The diplomat bowed respectfully. Her Imperial Majesty extends her personal invitation to Naruto Uzumaki and his companions to attend tonight's reception in honor of the Inter-Realm Diplomatic Initiative. She is particularly interested in discussing the increasing dimensional phenomena affecting both our worlds. Naruto exchanged glances with Shikamaru and Hinata, reading their thoughts easily after years of working together. The reception would provide valuable intelligence and establish necessary political connections in this realm. We would be honored to attend, Naruto replied formally. Excellent, the diplomat said with a practiced smile. Princess Stella, the Empress requests that you serve as personal escort to Mr. Uzumaki during the reception. Stella's expression suggested she found this assignment both irritating and intriguing. Of course, it would be my pleasure. The light emphasis on the word pleasure carried enough sarcasm to make Naruto suppress a grin. Clearly, Stella Vermillion was not someone who enjoyed ceremonial duties or being volunteered for diplomatic niceties. As the diplomat and director departed to finalize arrangements, Stella turned to Naruto with a calculating look. The reception will be full of political figures interested in exploiting these dimensional disturbances for their own gain. They'll have questions about your abilities and intentions. I'm familiar with political maneuvering, Naruto assured her, thinking of his years navigating Konoha's council and inter-village diplomacy. Perhaps, Stella conceded, but our politics involve blazer abilities as demonstrations of power and legitimacy. You should be prepared to showcase your unique talents. The warning was clear. This reception would be as much combat arena as diplomatic function, with power displays serving as political currency. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto replied. Meeting her gaze steadily, something shifted in Stella's expression. A flicker of respect, perhaps, a recognition of a kindred spirit who understood the burden of expectations that came with power and position. The reception begins at sunset, she said, turning to leave. I'll send someone to escort you from your quarters. Try not to have any more mysterious episodes before then. As she departed, Shikamaru moved to Naruto's side. She's troublesome. Yeah, Naruto agreed with a slight smile. Reminds me of someone. You, Hinata supplied helpfully. She reminds him of you, Shikamaru. The way you were always so intimidated by strong-willed women. Shikamaru's indignant expression drew genuine laughter from Naruto, a welcome relief from the mounting tension of prophecies and mysterious temples. Come on, Naruto said, glancing once more at the ancient scroll before leading his friends from the archive. We have a reception to prepare for, and I have a feeling it's going to be anything but boring. The reception hall of Hagen Academy epitomized the realm's blending of ancient tradition and advanced innovation. Crystal chandeliers illuminated by me form of contained energy rather than flame hung from vaulted ceilings. The walls featured both historical tapestries and interactive displays showing the Academy's accomplishments. Nobles, military officers, Academy officials, and distinguished students mingled in formal attire that ranged from traditional ceremonial robes to modernized formal wear. Naruto stood near a columned archway, observing the gathering with practiced diplomatic awareness. He'd chosen to wear a formal variation of his white cloak, a nod to his status as a potential Hokage candidate while respecting the ceremonial nature of the event. Shikamaru and Hinata had positioned themselves strategically around the room, gathering intelligence while maintaining communication through subtle hand signals developed during their years working together. Analyzing the crowd, Stella's voice came from behind him. She had exchanged her combat armor for a formal gown of deep crimson that seemed to capture and reflect light like living flame. A delicate circlet set with rubies marked her royal status without ostentation. Old habit, Naruto admitted, turning to face her. You look impressive. A diplomatic choice of words. She replied with a hint of amusement. I despise these functions, but they serve their purpose. Half the people here are more interested in your display at the arena than any actual diplomatic initiatives. Naruto nodded, having already noticed the speculative glances and whispered conversations directed his way. The unusual always attracts attention. I'm used to it, because of the 9 tails. Stella asked directly, surprising him with her knowledge. At his raised eyebrow, she added, I studied the briefing materials on the shinobi territories thoroughly. The Jinchuriki system is particularly fascinating, though ethically questionable. That's one way of putting it, Naruto replied, impressed by her bluntness. But yes, being different has been a constant in my life. I suspect you understand something about that yourself. A flash of genuine emotion crossed her face, recognition of a shared experience, before her diplomatic mask returned. The second princess of the Vermillion Empire with an affinity for fire so strong it intimidates potential suitors. I can't imagine why you'd think that. Before Naruto could respond, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere alerted him to a new arrival. The crowd parted respectfully as a woman in elaborate royal regalia approached, flanked by attendants. Though perhaps in her 50s, she carried herself with commanding presence. Her features bearing a striking resemblance to Stella's, though tempered by age and experience. The Empress, Stella murmured, straightening her posture almost imperceptibly. Naruto followed proper protocol, bowing at precisely the correct angle for a foreign diplomat of his status, neither too deep, which would suggest subservience, nor too shallow, which would indicate disrespect. Naruto Uzumaki. The Empress addressed him directly, dispensing with intermediaries. Your reputation precedes you, hero of the 4th grade ninja war, candidate for Hokage, and now, if rapport TS are accurate, manipulator of both chakra and blazer energy simultaneously. Your Majesty honors me with her knowledge of my background, Naruto replied diplomatically. Though I'm still understanding these new abilities myself. The Empress studied him with penetrating intelligence. Modesty is commendable, but unnecessary. We face unprecedented circumstances with these dimensional disturbances. Traditional diplomatic niceties may prove luxuries we cannot afford. Her directness was refreshing after years of navigating the often circuitous paths of inter-village politics. In that case, Your Majesty, I'll be equally direct. I believe these dimensional disturbances are connected to ancient powers reawakening, powers that somehow involve both your realm and mine. And yourself personally? The Empress inquired, confirming she'd already been briefed on the prophecy scroll. Evidence suggests that possibility, Naruto acknowledged carefully. The Empress nodded thoughtfully. He Temple of Echoes appeared within our territory 3 months ago. Researchers who approach it report experiencing memories that aren't their own, glimpses of lives never lived, knowledge never learned. Several have suffered mental breakdowns from the experience. Yet you continue to study it, Naruto observed. Of course, the Empress replied pragmatically. Knowledge is power, Mr. Uzumaki, particularly in uncertain times. Which is why I've approved Princess Stella's request to escort you to the temple tomorrow. Stella's slight start of surprise suggested this approval had come more quickly than she'd anticipated. However, the Empress continued, protocol requires a formal demonstration of abilities before granting access to Imperial historical sites. I understand your schedule, Ed, for an exhibition match tomorrow morning. The question was directed at Stella, who nodded with composed confidence. Yes, Mother. A standard demonstration for visiting dignitaries. Excellent. Mr. Uzumaki will participate as well, a chance to officially document these unusual combined abilities. Though phrased as a suggestion, the Imperial tone made it clear this was a requirement. Naruto recognized the political maneuvering. A public demonstration would establish his capabilities on record while giving the Vermillion Empire first claim to any diplomatic advantages that might result. I would be honored to participate. Naruto replied with a diplomatic smile. The Empress seemed satisfied. Splendid. I look forward to observing personally. With a regal nod, she moved on to greet other guests, leaving Naruto and Stella in a momentary pocket of relative privacy. That was direct, Naruto commented once the Empress was beyond earshot. Mother doesn't waste time when she's genuinely interested in something, Stella explained, and she rarely attends demonstrations personally. No pressure, then, Naruto remarked dryly. Stella's lips quirked into a near smile. You don't strike me as someone who buckles under pressure, Naruto Uzumaki. Neither do you, princess. Their momentary connection was interrupted as a new group approached, Academy officials eager to discuss the diplomatic implications of inter-realm cooperation. For the next hour, Naruto navigated the expected questions about shinobi territories, chakra techniques, and potential exchange programs between the realms. Throughout the conversations, he maintained awareness of the room's dynamics, noting particularly a dark-haired young woman in formal blue attire who seemed to be studying him with a analytical intensity from across the hall. During a brief lull, he gestured subtly toward her. Another princess. Stella followed his gaze and nodded. Shizuku Kurogane, first princess of the Kurogane Duchy. Water specialist, strategic genius, and perpetual top student. She's been watching you all evening. Should I be concerned? Depends on whether you prefer direct confrontation like mine or calculated analysis like hers. Stella replied with surprising candor. Shizuku doesn't waste attention on anything she doesn't consider significant. As if sensing their discussion, Princess Shizuku approached with measured grace. Her formal attire, midnight blue accented with silver, complemented her dark hair and pale complexion. Unlike Stella's fiery presence, Shizuku projected cool composure and disciplined intelligence. Princess Stella, she greeted with formal correctness before turning to Naruto. Mr. Uzumaki, I've been hoping for an introduction. Your demonstration earlier taught, I presents fascinating theoretical implications for our understanding of interdimensional energy manipulation. Her directness was refreshing, if academically framed. Naruto inclined his head respectfully. Princess Shizuku, I'm still understanding these implications myself. Yet you instinctively stabilized a dimensional rift using techniques that our most advanced researchers have been attempting to develop for years. She observed, such instinctive capability suggests either exceptional intuitive genius or prior knowledge. The assessment was uncomfortably perceptive. Before Naruto could formulate a diplomatic response, another wave of pain lanced through his temples, bringing with it a flash of memory. She knelt beside the crimson-armored princess, her azure armor flowing like water around her form. My wisdom and waters are yours to command, Sage King. Mr. Uzumaki. Shizuku's voice pulled him back to the present, her keen eyes noting his momentary disorientation. Apologies, Naruto managed, fighting to regain his composure. Brief headache. Stella was watching him with sharp concern, having witnessed his previous episode. Perhaps some air would help. The wreck, Epsion Terrace overlooks the academy grounds. The suggestion provided a graceful exit, and Naruto gratefully followed Stella toward glass doors leading to an expansive terrace. Shizuku accompanied them, her analytical gaze never leaving Naruto's face. The night air was cool and refreshing, scented with unfamiliar blossoms that glowed faintly in the moonlight. The terrace offered a spectacular view of the academy grounds and the floating islands beyond, now illuminated by what appeared to be bioluminescent vegetation and architectural lighting. Another memory, Stella asked quietly once were alone on a secluded portion of the terrace. Naruto nodded, seeing little point in denial. Similar to the others, a throne room, kneeling figures. Except this time, Shizuku prompted, her interest evident despite her composed demeanor. This time Princess Shizuku was there as well, Naruto admitted, watching her reaction carefully. Or someone who looked remarkably like you, wearing blue armor. Shizuku's expression remained controlled, but her eyes widened slightly. Interesting. The ancient texts describe the Sage King's three primary guardians, warriors who channeled elemental forces of fire, water, and shadow. You've studied these texts? Naruto asked. The Kurogane Duchy maintains the most extensive historical libraries outside the imperial capital, she explained. My family has preserved accounts of the Sage King's era for generations. And what do these accounts say about his return? Naruto pressed, sensing she knew more than she was revealing. Shizuku hesitated, exchanging a glance with Stella before answering. They say that his return would herald either a new golden age or the collapse of all dimensional barriers, depending on whether he successfully reunites with his 3 guardian princesses and reclaims his full power. 3 guardians, Naruto repeated. Fire, water, and shadow. The prophecy mentioned 3 princess knights with the same elements. Princess Stella obviously corresponds to fire, Shizuku noted with clinical detachment. My affinity is water, which leaves shadow, Stella finished. Ayatsuji, though she hasn't attended tonight's reception. She rarely participates in formal functions. Is she another princess? Naruto asked. Yes and no, Shizuku replied. Her family ruled the Shadow territories for generations before a political upheaval forced them into exile. She retains her title but has no kingdom to return to. The information settled heavily in Naruto's mind, pieces of a vast puzzle gradually connecting. 3 princesses representing fire, water, and shadow, exactly as described in his visions and the ancient prophecy. Tomorrow's demonstration, he said thoughtfully. It's not just about documenting my abilities, is it? The Empress wants to see if there's any reaction between my chakra and Stella's blazer abilities. My mother rarely does anything for only one reason, Stella confirmed. And she's been intensely interested in these dimensional disturbances since they began. As has my father, Shizuku added. The Kurogane Duchy has experienced several significant rifts in recent months. Our researchers have documented increasing instability in the boundaries between realms. A sudden commotion from inside the reception hall interrupted their conversation. Raised voices and the distinctive sound of energy discharges suggested conflict. Naruto was moving before conscious thought, Stella and Shizuku immediately following. They re-entered to find the reception in chaos. Several guests lay unconscious on the floor while security personnel surrounded a lone figure in the center of the hall, a man wearing armor similar to Stella's opponent from earlier, with the same forbidden crystals embedded in his gauntlets. Imperial guards, stand down, he shouted, dimensional energy crackling around him dangerously. I seek only the false king. His gaze locked onto Naruto, recognition and hatred blazing in his eyes. There you are, pretender. My master sends his regards. The man raised his gauntleted hands, the embedded crystals pulsing with ominous energy. The air around him began to distort, reality itself seeming to bend and warp. Everyone back, Naruto commanded, stepping forward as chakra flared around him. Without conscious decision, he found himself forming unfamiliar hand signs, movements his body somehow remembered though his mind had never learned them. Royal Domain. Stabilization Field. Golden energy erupted from his palms, spreading outward in geometric patterns that countered the dimensional distortions. The technique felt both foreign and intimately familiar, drawing on chakra reserves and pathways he'd never consciously accessed before. The assassin snarled in frustration as his dimensional attack was contained. So you have remembered some of your old tricks, Sage King. But you are still incomplete, vulnerable. He shifted tactics, drawing a weapon that appeared to be a fusion of traditional blade and advanced technology. Energy coursed along its edge as he lunged toward Naruto with inhuman speed. Naruto parried the strike with a kunai enhanced with his unusual golden chakra. The clash of energies sent concussive waves through the reception hall, shattering glassware and toppling decorative displays. Who sent you? Naruto demanded, maintaining his defensive stance while assessing the opponent's capabilities. The true heir to dimensional power, the assassin replied cryptically. The one you betrayed 10,000 years ago. Another strike came with blistering speed, but this time Stella intercepted it, her formal gown transforming in a flash of light into her combat armor. Her flaming sword materialized in her hand, clashing against the assassin's blade in a shower of sparks. Attacking during an Imperial reception is high treason, she stated coldly, her combat stance perfect. Despite the unexpected nature of the fight, the assassin laughed. Imperial law means nothing compared to the will of Moros. The name triggered another cascade of memories in Naruto's mind, a trusted advisor, a betrayal. Worlds torn asunder by conflicting powers. The momentary distraction nearly cost him as the assassin disengaged from Stella and lunged toward him with deadly intent. Water coalesced from the air itself, forming a barrier between Naruto and the attacker. Shizuku stood with arm extended, her formal attire similarly transformed into combat gear of flowing blue. "Your attack is illogical," she stated with cool precision. "If he is truly the Sage King reborn, you cannot hope to defeat him even in his incomplete state." "I don't need to defeat him," the assassin replied with a terrible smile. "Only to mark him." Quote, he slammed his gauntleted fist into the floor, creating a shockwave of dimensional energy that momentarily disrupted both Stella's and Shizuku's defenses. In that instant of vulnerability, he hurled a crystal shard directly at Naruto's heart. Naruto could have dodged. His reflexes were more than sufficient, but doing so would have placed civilians in the path of the projectile. Instead, he channeled chakra to intercept it, preparing for the impact. The shard never reached him. A shadow detached itself from the wall beside him, solidifying into the form of a young woman with midnight black hair and armor that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. She caught the crystal bare-handed, wincing as it burned her palm with corrosive energy. "Cutting it rather close, aren't I?" she remarked with surprising casualness given the circumstances. Her eyes, when they met Naruto's, held a mixture of pain and mischievous humor. "Ayatsuji, at your service. I believe you've been asking about me." Before Naruto could respond, the assassin howled in rage. "All three guardians together? Impossible. The alignment wasn't supposed to happen yet." He slammed both gauntlets together, creating a cascading reaction between the embedded crystals. Dimensional energy surged around him in chaotic waves, threatening to tear apart the fabric of reality within the reception hall. "He's creating a forced rift," Shizuku called out, raising water barriers to protect nearby civilians. "If it fully forms, it could swallow the entire academy," Stella added, her flame techniques attempting to contain the expanding distortion. Ayase grimaced, still clutching her injured hand. "Shadow binding won't hold something that exists partially in another dimension." Naruto assessed the situation with battle-honed clarity. The assassin was sacrificing himself to create a catastrophic dimensional collapse. Whether to eliminate Naruto or simply cause chaos remained unclear. Conventional techniques wouldn't be sufficient against this level of dimensional distortion. Without fully understanding how he knew what to do, Naruto stepped forward and extended his hands toward the three princesses. "I need your elemental energies. Now." To their credit, none of them hesitated. Stella sent a controlled stream of fire energy toward his right hand, Shizuku directed water energy to his left, and Ayase channeled shadow energy directly into his core. The combination of energies should have been catastrophically incompatible, yet Naruto somehow knew how to harmonize them, weaving fire, water, shadow, and his own chakra into a stabilizing matrix. Royal Domain. Dimensional Anchor. The combined energies exploded outward from Naruto in a perfectly controlled sphere, encapsulating the assassin and his unraveling dimensional rift. Within the sphere, reality stabilized forcibly, dimensional laws reasserting themselves under Naruto's command. "The assassin screamed as his gauntlets shattered, the forbidden crystals crumbling to dust. The dimensional rift collapsed in upon itself, leaving him sprawled unconscious on the floor, smoking from residual energy discharge but otherwise intact. A profound silence fell over the reception hall as the golden sphere dissipated. Every eye was fixed on Naruto and the three princesses, who stood in unconscio. As perfect formation around him, Stella to his right, Shizuku to his left, and Ayase slightly behind. The Empress stepped forward from where Imperial guards had protected her during the attack. Her expression revealed nothing of her thoughts as she surveyed the scene. "It seems tomorrow's demonstration may be unnecessary after all," she observed with remarkable composure given the circumstances. "You have my gratitude for protecting my guests, Mr. Uzumaki." Naruto inclined his head respectfully, though his attention was on the three women who had instinctively channeled their energies in perfect harmony with his own. The sensation had been like remembering something long forgotten, a pattern of power that their bodies recognized even if their minds did not. "The assassin mentioned someone named Moros," Naruto said, returning his focus to the Empress. "That name holds significance in your historical records." A shadow passed over the Empress's face. "Moros is mentioned in the Dar-Kest legends of the Sage King's era. his most trusted advisor who ultimately betrayed him, leading to the sundering of realms and the Sage King's fall. If these legends are now walking among us, Shizuku observed quietly, then the dimensional disturbances are likely to worsen. All the more reason to investigate the Temple of Echoes immediately, Stella insisted, her gaze challenging her mother to disagree. The Empress studied the four of them, Naruto and the three princesses, with calculating intensity. Whatever she saw appeared to confirm a decision already forming in her mind. Arrangements will be made for your departure at first light, she declared. Imperial guards will escort you to the temple and maintain a security perimeter. What happens inside, however, will be entirely your responsibility. She turned to address the shaken dignitaries and guests. This reception is concluded. Security personnel will escort everyone to their quarters. The academy is now under Imperial lockdown until further notice. As the reception hall emptied, Naruto found himself alone with the three princesses who, according to ancient prophecy, were somehow bound to his destiny. Ayase was wrapping her injured hand with a cloth provided by Shizuku, while Stella stood with arms crossed, her expression thoughtful rather than combative for once. So, Ayase broke the silence with forced lightness. Anyone want to explain why I was compelled to attend this tremendously boring reception at the last minute, only to find myself instinctively channeling shadow energy into a man I've never met before? Prophecy. Dimensional rifts, possible apocalypse, Stella summarized bluntly. The usual. And you, Ayase continued, turning her full attention to Naruto, are supposedly the reincarnation of the legendary Sage King who once ruled multiple dimensions and trained three princess knights as his guardians. Naruto met her gaze steadily. I don't know what I am anymore. But I intend to find out tomorrow at the Temple of Echoes. We intend to find out, Shizuku corrected precisely. The prophecy is quite clear about our involvement. And if I don't want any part of ancient prophecies are dimensional responsibilities? Naruto questioned, testing their reactions. Stella snorted inelegantly. Based on how you just handled that assassin, I'd say you already are part of it, whether you want to be or not. Same goes for all of us. Her assessment was frustratingly accurate. The way they had instinctively worked together, the familiar yet foreign techniques that had flowed through him. The recognition he felt when looking at each of them, all pointed to connections beyond conscious choice. Then I suggest we all get some rest, Naruto said pragmatically. Tomorrow promises to be illuminating. As they parted ways for the evening, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking a path laid out millennia ago, a destiny encoded in his very being that was only now awakening. Whether that path led to salvation or destruction remained to be seen, but one thing was certain. After tomorrow, nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Academy of Blades and Shadows. Dawn broke over Hagen Academy with deceptive serenity. Pale golden light filtered through the crystalline windows of Naruto's guest quarters, casting geometric patterns across the polished stone floor. He had barely slept, his mind replaying fragments of ancient memories that didn't belong to him, or rather, hadn't belonged to him in this lifetime. The diplomatic court, RS assigned to him blended functionality with elegance, traditional furnishings alongside technological conveniences unfamiliar to the shinobi world. A communication panel near the door displayed academy announcements and security alerts, while environmental controls adjusted temperature and lighting according to preference. Despite these comforts, Naruto had spent most of the night at the window, watching dimensional energy shimmer faintly in the sky above the floating islands. A soft knock interrupted his contemplation. He opened the door to find Hinata, already fully equipped for their expedition to the Temple of Echoes. You didn't sleep, she observed immediately, her Byakugan-trained perception needing no activation to read his condition. Naruto shrugged, attempting nonchalance. Too much to process. Has Shikamaru finished his analysis of last night's attack? Yes, he's meeting with Academy security now. Hinata entered the room, closing the door for privacy. Naruto, your chakra patterns have continued to change overnight. There are formations I've never seen before, even with my Byakugan. Her concern was warranted. The changes weren't just superficial, they represented fundamental shifts in how energy moved through his system. Yet strangely, these new patterns felt more natural than foreign, as if his chakra network was remembering its original design. It's accelerating, Naruto admitted. rolling up his sleeve to reveal faint golden markings appearing along his forearm, intricate symbols resembling those from the archive doors. These appeared around midnight. They're not seals or tattoos. More like my skin remembering something. Hinata examined the markings without touching them. They're channeling chakra in completely novel configurations. Almost like they're preparing my body for something, Naruto finished. The question is, am I becoming someone else, or remembering who I truly am? The philosophical question hung unanswered as another knock came at the door. This time it was Shikamaru, his expression grave despite his customary slouch. "Troublesome doesn't begin to cover our situation," he announced without preamble. "The assassin from last night. He's gone. Completely vanished from a locked cell surrounded by guards." Naruto frowned. Dimensional manipulation. That's the working theory. The security recordings show a brief distortion in the air around his cell before he simply disappeared. Shikamaru handed Naruto a small data crystal. "I had them extract everything they could from his equipment before he vanished. The technology is unlike anything I've seen. Not chakra-based, not standard blazer equipment either." "Could it be from another realm entirely?" Hinata suggested. "Possibly," Shikamaru conceded, "which opens up worrying possibilities about how many realms might be involved in whatever's happening." Naruto pocketed the data crystal, his decision crystallizing. "We're still going to the temple today. But I want you two to stay here." Both began to protest immediately, but Naruto raised his hand. "Not because I don't want your help, but because we need to understand what's happening from multiple angles. Shikamaru, your analytical skills are needed here to coordinate with Academy researchers. Hinata, your Byakugan might detect patterns in the dimensional disturbances if you monitor them from the Academy's observation tower." His reasoning was sound, though not his complete motivation. The truth was more complicated, a growing certainty that whatever awaited him at the temple was specifically tied to him and the three princesses. Bringing others into that equation felt increasingly dangerous. Shikamaru studied him with shrewd assessment. "You're not telling us everything." "No," Naruto admitted frankly. "Because I don't understand everything myself yet. But I promise once I do, you'll be the first to know." The tension in the room dissipated somewhat at his honesty. After years of working together, they had developed the trust necessary for such moments, knowing when to press and when to give space. "Fine," Shikamaru conceded. "But take this." He handed Naruto a small communication device. "Academy tech. Works better than our radio units. Keep it active." "And this," Hinata added, presenting a small vial of specialized medicinal ointment she had prepared for emergencies. Naruto accepted both with gratitude. The weight of their concern and support a familiar comfort amid so much uncertainty. "The Imperial escort should be arriving soon." "I should." A chime from the communication panel interrupted him. A formal message scrolled across its surface. "Her Imperial Majesty requests Envoy Uzumaki's presence in the central courtyard. Transport to the Temple of Echoes departs in 30 minutes. So much for first light," Naruto noted wryly, gesturing to the barely risen sun. "The Empress doesn't waste time." "Be careful," Hinata said quietly as they prepared to part ways. "Whatever you discover about your past life, remember who you are now." Her concern touched him deeply. "I will." Some things don't change, no matter how many lifetimes pass. With final arrangements made, they separated, Shikamaru to the research division, Hinata to the observation tower, and Naruto toward whatever destiny awaited him at the temple. The central courtyard buzzed with activity despite the early hour. Imperial guards in formal regalia maintained a perimeter around several transport vehicles, elegant craft that appeared to hover above the ground without visible propulsion systems. Academy officials consulted data panels while loading equipment, and a small group of senior researchers argued intensely over what appeared to be expedition priorities. Standing apart from this controlled chaos were the three princesses, each prepared for the journey in their own distinctive way. Stella wore practical combat armor beneath a forma crimson travel cloak bearing the Vermillion Empire's insignia. Shizuku had opted for a streamlined uniform of Kurogane blue, functional yet elegant, with numerous hidden pockets likely containing specialized equipment. Ayase's attire was the most unconventional, primarily black with silver accents, designed for both stealth and freedom of movement, with a hood that could be drawn to obscure her features completely. Their conversation halted abruptly as Naruto approached, suggesting he had been their topic of discussion. "Morning," he greeted simply. "I see the Empress believes in efficiency." "Mother doesn't believe in wasting opportunities," Stella replied. "Especially after last night's attack confirmed several of her theories." "Such as?" Naruto prompted. Shizuku answered with clinical precision. "The theorized connection between you and the Sage King legend, the apparent resonance between your abilities and ours, and the existence of hostile forces aware of both. Plus whole, instinctively creating perfect battle harmony without any practice. Thing," Ayase added, flexing her bandaged hand. The Shadow Princess seemed remarkably cheerful given the circumstances, though. Naruto detected an undercurrent of tension beneath her casual demeanor. Not exactly something that happens every day, even at Hagen. Before Naruto could respond, the crowd parted to admit the Empress herself. Accompanied by a distinguished older man in formal academic robes and a younger woman whose attire marked her as a senior researcher. "Mr. Uzumaki," the Empress acknowledged with regal efficiency. "I trust you've been briefed on today's expedition." "Only that we're traveling to the Temple of Echoes, Your Majesty," Naruto replied. "Details have been somewhat scarce." The Empress gestured to her companions. "Professor Eldrith is our foremost historical scholar specializing in pre-Blazer civilizations. Dr. Morisaki leads our Dimensional Research Division. They will accompany YOU to the temple perimeter but will not enter the structure itself." "And why is that?" Naruto asked directly. Professor Eldrith cleared his throat nervously. "Previous attempts to enter the temple have resulted in adverse effects on anyone not possessing specific energy signatures. Put simply, those without royal bloodlines or exceptional dimensional affinity experience severe disorientation, hallucinations, and in some cases, complete psychological breakdown. The temple appears to recognize certain individuals and reject others." Drive. Morisaki elaborated, her scientific curiosity evident despite the ominous subject. "Our monitoring equipment has detected energy patterns consistent with extremely advanced identification systems, almost like a spiritual security protocol." The Empress continued smoothly. "Based on last night's events, we have reason to believe you and the three princesses will be granted access. A security perimeter will be maintained around the temple, but at you discover inside must be your responsibility alone." Her emphasis on responsibility carried clear subtext. Whatever power they might discover came with accountability for its use. Naruto appreciated the directness. It reminded him of Tsunade's leadership style. "Understood, Your Majesty. When do we depart?" "Immediately," the Empress replied. "The transport vehicles are prepared. Prof. Eldrith will provide historical context during the journey, and Dr. Morisaki will brief you on the dimensional anomalies surrounding the temple." As she turned to leave, the Empress paused, essing all four of them with unexpected gravity. "Legends speak of the Sage King's wisdom in choosing his guardians. If those legends now walk among us, I trust that wisdom remains intact." The statement carried both blessing and warning, acknowledgement of their potential importance coupled with clear expectations for responsible action. With a final regal nod, she departed, leaving them to their historic undertaking. "Well," Ayase remarked after a moment, "no pressure or anything." Despite the tension, Naruto found himself smiling at her irreverence. "Let's not keep history waiting." The transport glided silently over the landscape, its advanced propulsion system creating only the faintest vibration as they traveled. Through the viewing panels, Naruto observed the gradual transformation of the terrain below, from the cultivated grounds of Hagen Academy to the wild borderlands where reality itself seemed less certain. "These regions have always been prone to unusual phenomena," Professor Eldrith explained, gesturing to the shifting geography below. "Ancient texts refer to them as threshold lands, places where the boundaries between realms naturally thin." Shizuku Street. You died the data displayed on the transport's monitoring screens. The dimensional energy readings are significantly higher than normal background levels. Almost as if the land remembers something. Drive. Morisaki finished, her scientific detachment temporarily giving way to wonder. "We've documented increasing resonance patterns between specific locations. It's almost like watching a UIT gradually reactivate after being dormant. Naruto listened intently, correlating their observations with his own experiences. The strange memories, the awakening abilities, the connection to the three princesses, all part of some vast pattern only now becoming visible. There, Stella said suddenly, pointing toward the horizon where a structure had appeared amid the morning mist. The Temple of Echoes. Even at a distance, the temple commanded attention. Unlike the practical blending of tradition and innovation that characterized Hagen Academy, this structure defied conventional architectural principles entirely. Multiple geometries existed simultaneously within its form, towers that seemed to bend inward toward impossible angles, courtyards visible from outside that couldn't logi. Cali fit within the structure's apparent dimensions, and materials that shifted color and texture as one's perspective changed. "It's beautiful," Ayase murmured, pressing closer to the viewing panel. "Like a dream made solid." "A dream or a memory?" Naruto responded quietly, struck by overwhelming familiarity. He had been here before, or rather, the Sage King had. The certainty resonated through his being with undeniable force. As they approached, the temple's true scale became apparent. What had appeared as a single structure revealed itself as a complex of buildings arranged in perfect mathematical harmony around a central dome. The entire complex rested within a shallow depression in the earth, as though the land itself had respectfully made space for its presence. The transport settled onto a landing platform where Imperial guards had established a base camp. Equipment shelters, monitoring stations, and security checkpoints formed a perimeter around the temple at a respectful distance. Scientists and researchers moved between stations, documenting readings and observations with methodical care. "We've maintained this exclusion zone since the temple's appearance, Drive," Murasaki explained as they disembarked. "No one approaches within 50 meters without specific authorization and protective equipment." "Has anyone successfully entered?" Naruto asked, his gaze fixed on the temple's main entrance, an archway inscribed with the same symbols that had appeared on his skin overnight. "3 expeditions attempted entry," Professor Eldrith replied grimly. "The first resulted in 2 researchers suffering complete memory loss. The second team experienced extreme temporal disorientation, believing they had spent years inside when only hours had passed externally. The third," he hesitated, exchanging glances with Dr. Murasaki before continuing reluctantly. "The third team reported encountering entities they described as memories given form. Only one researcher returned, babbling about conversations with people 10,000 years dead." "And what happened to the others?" Stella demanded. "Unknown, Drive," Murasaki admitted. "No physical remains were found. The survivor insisted they weren't dead but remembered elsewhere." The implications hung heavily in the air as they approached the monitoring station nearest the temple entrance. Technical displays showed real-time measurements of energy fluctuations, dimensional stability, and various other metrics Naruto didn't recognize. "The temple's activity increased significantly approximately 12 hours ago," a technician reported, bringing up comparison charts, "shortly after the incident at last night's reception. As if it was responding to your combined energy signature, Drive," Murasaki hypothesized, looking at Naruto and the princesses with renewed interest. "The resonance patterns spiked precisely when you 4 channeled energy together." Naruto exchanged glances with the 3 women. The connection between them and the temple was becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss as coincidence. "We'll need monitoring equipment," Shizuku stated practically. "Data collection should continue even inside the structure." Dr. Murasaki nodded, directing assistants to provide specialized devices. "These are designed to function in dimensionally unstable environments. They'll record energy patterns, spatial anomalies, and temporal fluctuations. They'll also allow us to maintain communication," Professor Eldrith added, "though we cannot guarantee reliability once you're inside." As the final preparations were made, Naruto found himself drawn to the temple entrance. The symbols inscribed on the massive archway seemed to pulse with subtle light, responding to his proximity. Unconsciously, he raised his arm, comparing the markings that had appeared on his skin to those on the ancient stone. "They're identical," Stella observed, having silently joined him. "The patterns on your arm match a specific sequence on the arch." Naruto nodded, unsurprised yet still unsettled by the confirmation. It's like my body is remembering something my mind doesn't yet understand. Are you afraid? She asked unexpectedly, her usual Imperial demeanor softening momentarily. The question deserved honest consideration. Not of what I might learn, Naruto replied after a moment. But of what it might make me become. Stella studied him with new appreciation. Most men would claim fearlessness. Most men haven't had experience with power that can change who they are, Naruto countered. Thinking of his long journey to partnership with Kurama, the nine tails within him. True strength includes acknowledging potential weaknesses. Something shifted in Stella's expression, respect, perhaps, or recognition of shared understanding. Before she could respond, Shizuku and Ayase joined them, equipment distributed and final preparations complete. The monitoring devices are activated, Shizuku confirmed. Though I maintain reasonable skepticism about their continued functionality once we cross the threshold. Always the optimist, Ayase teased, though her light tone couldn't fully mask her underlying tension. She turned to Naruto with forced casualness. So, reincarnated Sage King, any ancient memories telling you what we should expect in there? Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward on the fragmentary visions that had been increasingly overwhelming his consciousness. Nothing specific, just recognition, familiarity. Very helpful, Ayase muttered. We proceed with caution, Shizuku advised. Maintain physical contact if spatial distortions occur, and establish regular communication protocols. Stella straightened her shoulders, natural leadership asserting itself. I'll take point. Shizuku, monitor our devices. Ayase, watch our flanks for anomalies. Naruto. She hesitated, seemingly unsure how to categorize his role. I'll follow where I'm led, he said simply. Understanding her dilemma, this mission defied conventional tactical assignments. They were all navigating unknown territory, literally and figuratively. With final nods to the research team establishing the perimeter. They approached the temple entrance. The air seemed to thicken around them, creating resistance that was more metaphysical than physical. Sound dampened, light refracted strangely, and Naruto felt a subtle pressure against his consciousness, like standing at the threshold between waking and dreaming. As they reached the archway itself, the inscribed symbols flared with golden light. Responding to their presence, the markings on Naruto's arm burned in response, not painfully but with unmistakable recognition. It's scanning us, Shizuku observed clinically. Though her voice held a hint of awe, more like remembering, Naruto corrected instinctively. The light intensified, washing over each of them in turn. When it reached the princesses, something unexpected happened. Symbols appeared on their skin, similar to those on Naruto's arm but unique to each woman. On Stella's shoulder, a crimson sigil representing fire. On Shizuku's wrist, an azure mark suggesting flowing water. And on Ayase's collar, a shadow-black emblem reminiscent of shifting darkness. What the? Ayase began, touching her new marking with shocked fingers. Recognition protocols, Naruto said. The knowledge surfacing from somewhere deep within. The temple is acknowledging your bloodlines. Our royal lineages, Stella questioned, examining her own mark with wary fascination. Not exactly, Naruto replied, understanding flowing through him with increasing clarity. Something more fundamental. The temple isn't responding to your titles, it's recognizing specify. See spiritual signatures that transcend generations. Shizuku's analytical mind made the connection instantly. Reincarnation. It's identifying spiritual continuity across millennia. So we're not saint princesses who happen to fit a prophecy, Ayase concluded, her normally playful demeanor subdued by the implication. We're the reincarnations of the original guardians. The revelation settled heavily among them. They weren't merely being drawn into an ancient legacy, they were integral parts of that legacy, their souls as bound to this history as Naruto's own. We still have a choice, Naruto stated firmly. Feeling this truth with absolute certainty. Recognition doesn't equal destiny. Whatever awaits us inside, whatever we once were, we decide who we are now. His words seemed to strengthen their resolve. With renewed purpose, they stepped forward together, crossing the threshold into the Temple of Echoes. The transition was both subtle and profound. One moment they stood beneath the archway. The next they were inside a vast rotunda that defied the temple's exterior dimensions. Soaring columns of crystal supported a dome that seemed to contain the night sky itself. Stellations swirling in patterns unfamiliar to Naruto's modern knowledge yet intimately recognizable to some deeper part of his consciousness. Dimensional compression, Shizuku murmured, consulting the monitoring device which, surprisingly, still functioned. The interior space exists partially in a different dimensional fold than the exterior. It's beautiful, Stella acknowledged, her natural appreciation for aesthetics momentarily overcoming her practical focus. Ayase had already drifted toward one of the walls, where intricate murals depicted historical scenes in stunning detail. These tell a story, she called, her keen eyes tracing the narrative. The founding of the First Academy, the training of the original knights, the establishment of the royal bloodlines. Naruto approached slowly, each step bringing new fragments of memory into focus. The rotunda wasn't merely decorative, it was a historical record, preserved in architectural form. The floor beneath them formed an elaborate mosaic depicting a map unlike any in the modern world, continents in different configurations, realms overlapping in harmonious arrangement. The world as it was, he found himself saying, before the sundering. The what? Stella asked sharply, but Naruto was already moving toward the center of the rotunda, drawn by inexorable compulsion. There, a raised dais of white stone contained 4 precisely positioned alcoves, one facing each cardinal direction. Within each alcove stood a plinth sized perfectly to hold a human hand. It's an activation mechanism, Shizuku observed, scanning the arrangement with her monitoring device. Energy channels run from these points throughout the entire structure. Naruto nodded, ancient knowledge surfacing. The convergence circle. It requires 4 specific energy signatures to activate. Let me guess, Ayase said dryly. Fire, water, shadow, and whatever your golden energy thing is. Essentially, yes, Naruto confirmed, stepping onto the dais. The stone responded immediately, subtle light pulsing outward from beneath his feet. The princesses exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before they joined him on the platform. As each woman took position before an alcove, the symbols on their skin brightened in response, resonating with the temple's energy. Now what? Stella asked, poised before the eastern alcove. We place our hands on the plinths simultaneously, Naruto instructed, the knowledge flowing through him with increasing fluency. The temple will recognize our combined signature and respond. That's deliberately vague, Shizuku noted with raised eyebrow. Naruto met her skepticism honestly. Because I don't fully remember what happens next. Just that it's important. Well, Ayase said with forced lightness. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. On 3. At Naruto's nod, they counted down together. As their hands made contact with the stone plinths, energy surged through the dais, golden from Naruto, crimson from Stella, azure from Shizuku, and shadow black from Ayase. The energies intertwined in complex geometric patterns, flowing outward along channels embedded in the floor and climbing the crystal columns toward the dome above. The star-filled dome began to rotate, constellations shifting into new configurations. The mosaic floor beneath them responded in kind, the map transforming to show different arrangements of continents and realms. It was as though they were watching the world's history unfold in accelerated sequence. Time progression, Shizuku breathed, her scientific curiosity overriding caution. We're seeing the evolution of dimensional arrangements across millennia. The rotation accelerated, centuries passing in moments, until suddenly it stopped, fixing on a specific configuration that Naruto recognized with bone-deep certainty. The world as it existed at the height of the Sage King's reign, all realms in perfect balance. Light coalesced in the center of the dais. Between the 4 of them, forming a translucent pillar that gradually resolved into a humanoid figure. Not fully material, yet more than mere hologram, the figure wore elaborate robes and bore a striking resemblance to Naruto himself, though older, with the gravity of centuries evident in his bearing. Memory echo activated, the figure announced, its voice resonating strangely as though coming from both everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Recognition protocols confirmed. Welcome, inheritors. Stella recovered first from the shock of the apparition. What are you? I am an echo, an imprint of consciousness preserved within this temple's systems, the figure explained. A partial record of the one you knew as the Sage King, created to guide His eventual successor and the new guardians. So you're not actually him, Naruto clarified. Just his memories. Correct. I contain knowledge, not soul. I am record, not rebirth. The echo turned its gaze fully to Naruto, studying him with disconcerting intensity. But you carry more than memory. You bear his essence, fragmented but authentic. The confirmation sent a chill through Naruto despite its alignment with his growing suspicions. Theoretical reincarnation was one thing. Direct confirmation was another entirely. Why are we here? Shizuku asked practically. What purpose does this temple serve? The echo's attention shifted to her. Always the questioner, water guardian. Some aspects of soul persist across lifetimes. A hint of something almost like fondness. Kolo read the observation before the echo resumed its formal demeanor. This temple serves multiple functions: historical repository, training facility, and most crucially, restoration mechanism. Restoration of what? Ayase prompted when the echo paused. Of balance, it replied simply. When the Sage King fell and the realms were sundered, essential knowledge was preserved here for the time when dimensional harmony would again be threatened. That time has come. The echo gestured, and the dome above them transformed into a visualization of current dimensional reality, multiple realms separate by barriers that were visibly thinning, energy bleeding between worlds that should remain distinct. The barriers weaken, the echo continued. What was divided by necessity now threatens to collapse into chaos. The entity you know as Moros accelerates this process deliberately, seeking to control the resulting convergence. The assassin mentioned that name, Stella recalled. He called Moros the true heir to dimensional power. A profound misconception, the echo stated, something like anger briefly animating its features. Moros was once the Sage King's most trusted advisor, keeper of boundaries and guardian of dimensional law. His betrayal resulted in catastrophic consequences, the forced separation of realms that were meant to exist in harmonious proximity. Why would he do that? Naruto asked, seeking understanding of the being apparently orchestrating current events. The echo's expression grew solemn. Because of you, or rather, because of what the Sage King discovered about the true nature of dimensional energy, knowledge Moros believed too dangerous to implement. What knowledge? Shizuku pressed. That the strict hierarchies separating those with power from those without were unnecessary. The echo replied. That the royal bloodlines could share their abilities more broadly without diminishing themselves. That dimensional energy could be made accessible to all with proper training. Not merely those of specific lineage. The implications were profound, suggesting the Sage King had been attempting to democratize power structures that benefited elites like Moros. No wonder he had faced opposition. So Moros betrayed the Sage King to maintain the status quo, Stella concluded, her own royal perspective perhaps giving her particular insight into such power dynamics. Precisely. The echo confirmed. He led a coalition of those who would lose privilege under the new system. Their attack came during a critical harmonization ritual, causing catastrophic dimensional fracturing instead of the intended unification. And now history repeats itself, Ayase observed grimly. With us as the players. Not repetition, the echo corrected. Continuation. The conflict never ended. It merely paused for millennia while the principal energies reincarnated and dimensions slowly realigned. The enormity of this revelation settled heavily among them. They weren't merely investigating historical curiosities or recent dimensional anomalies. They were participants in the continuation of an ancient conflict with cosmos-spanning implications. What exactly does Moros want now? Naruto asked, focusing on the immediate threat. Control, the echo replied simply. As the barriers naturally thin, he seeks to direct the reintegration process according to his vision, maintaining strict hierarchies of power with himself at the apex. To achieve this, he requires the elimination of the four counterbalancing forces. Us, Stella stated flatly. The echo nodded. You represent the fundamental energies that, when properly aligned, can ensure harmonious reintegration rather than catastrophic collapse or tyrannical restructuring. So how do we stop him? Ayase asked, her casual demeanor now completely replaced by focused intensity. First, you must reclaim your full abilities, the echo instructed. 10,000 years of reincarnation have fragmented your powers. This temple contains training protocols designed to reawaken your inherent capabilities. Training protocols, Naruto questioned. In response, the echo gestured toward doorways that had appeared in the rotunda walls, one aligned with each of their positions on the dais. Each doorway glowed with energy matching their respective signatures: golden, crimson, azure, and shadow black. Individual trials await each of you, the echo explained. Challenges designed to resonate with your specific abilities and awaken dormant memories. Success will accelerate the reintegration of your fragmented powers. And if we fail? Shizuku asked practically. Failure carries risk, the echo acknowledged. Mental disorientation, spiritual fragmentation, in extreme cases even death. These trials are not simulations, they are fundamental reorganizations of your energy patterns. The warning was sobering, but Naruto sensed no deception from the echo. Whatever these trials entailed, they represented necessary steps if they were to confront the threat Moros posed. How long will these trials take? Stella inquired, ever mindful of tactical considerations. Time FLOWS differently within the trial chambers, the echo replied. What may feel like days internally could be mere hours externally. However, synchronization is important. Ideally, all 4 trials should complete within similar timeframes. Naruto studied his companions, recognizing the weight of the choice before them. This has to be voluntary, he stated firmly. None of us is bound by past lives to follow this path. Stella snorted inelegantly. A bit late for that, isn't it? The moment we stepped into this temple, we accepted this responsibility. Not necessarily, Naruto countered. Recognition doesn't equal obligation. If any of you wants to walk away and let dimensional catastrophe unfold, Shizuku interrupted with uncharacteristic emotion. That would be illogical as well as irresponsible. Besides, Ayase added with a hint of her usual levity, where else would I get the chance to reclaim mystical shadow powers from a past life? That's not an opportunity that comes along every day. Their determination was clear, and Naruto felt simultaneous pride and concern. They were embracing this challenge with courage, but the dangers were very real. Before we begin, he said, turning to the echo, what can you tell us about our original relationships? How did the Sage King and the 3 guardians work together? The echo's expression softened slightly. The relationships were complex, evolving over centuries of cooperation. The Sage King was not merely ruler but teacher, partner, and ultimately friend to the guardians. Their bond transcended formal hierarchy to become true partnership. This description resonated with Naruto's own leadership philosophy, his preference for cooperative teamwork over rigid command structures. The Fire Guardian, the echo continued, gesturing toward Stella, served as primary defender and combat specialist. The Water Guardian, with a nod to Shizuku, functioned as strategic advisor and diplomatic liaison. The Shadow Guardian, acknowledging Ayase, operated as intelligence gatherer and dimensional navigator. And together, Naruto prompted, together, you formed the quaternary balance, 4 fundamental energies, whose harmonious alignment maintained dimensional stability across all realms. With that explanation complete, the echo gestured again toward the doorways. The trials await your initiation. Be warned, once begun, they cannot be halted until completion or failure. Naruto exchanged glances with each princess in turn, receiving determined nods from all 3. Then we begin, he declared, stepping toward his designated doorway. As each approached their respective threshold, the echo offered a final instruction: trust not only what you know, but what you remember. The trials will challenge both mind and soul. With these cryptic words echoing in their minds, they stepped through their individual doorways, immediately separated by dimensional barriers that transcended physical space. Naruto found himself standing in absolute nothingness, a void without reference points or sensory input. For a disconcerting moment, he feared some malfunction had occurred. Then, gradually, golden light began to form around him, coalescing into recognizable shapes, a simplified version of the throne room from his visions. The trial of integration begins, announced a voice similar to the echo's but more formal. Less personalized. To reclaim your full potential, you must reconcile past and present identities. Before Naruto could question this instruction, the void rippled in a fig. Yor appeared before him, an exact duplicate of himself, yet subtly different. This doppelganger stood with the perfect posture of royalty, his features bearing the weight of millennia rather than decades. His eyes the pure amber hue that Naruto's occasionally flashed during episodes. So, his duplicate spoke, voice resonating with ancient authority, "You are what I have become in this lifetime." Interesting. Naruto maintained his composure despite the surreality of the situation. "And you're the Sage King, I presume. Or part of him, at least. A manifestation of his consciousness, drawn from your own fragmented memories." The duplicate confirmed, "I am what you once were, what you might become again, if you choose acceptance. That's what this trial is about. Accepting you." The Sage King manifestation circled Naruto slowly, evaluating him with critical assessment. Integration, not mere acceptance. "I am not separate from you, I am you, from another time." The challenge is harmonizing two lifetimes of experience, knowledge, and purpose. "And if I reject this integration?" Naruto asked, needing to understand his options. "Then you remain incomplete," the manifestation replied simply. "Capable of accessing fragments of your former power, but never achieving full potential or understanding. The choice, as always, remains yours." Naruto considered this carefully. The fear of losing himself to an ancient identity had haunted him since the episodes began. Yet standing before this manifestation, he realized something important: the Sage King didn't feel like a stranger. There was recognition, resonance between them despite the obvious differences in bearing and experience. "Before I decide," Naruto said, "I need to understand who you truly were. Not legends or historical records, the truth." The manifestation smiled slightly, approval in his expression. "A wise request. Very well, witness." The throne room dissolved around them, replaced by a rapid succession of memories spanning centuries. Naruto experienced the Sage King's life from within, his discovery of dimensional harmonics as a young scholar, his development of techniques to bridge realms peacefully, his foundation of the first academies to train others in these arts. He felt the Sage King's genuine desire to share knowledge rather than hoard it, to establish systems of cooperation rather than domination. Most significantly, he witnessed the Sage King's relationships with the three guardians, relationships that evolved from formal teacher-student dynamics into profound partnerships based on mutual respect and complementary abilities. He experienced the deep trust that developed over centuries of working together, the genuine care that transcended hierarchical positions. When the memories subsided, Naruto found himself back in the simplified throne room, processing the immense download of experience with greater understanding. "You weren't what I expected," he admitted finally. "Legends rarely capture truth completely," the manifestation replied. "History remembers titles and achievements more easily than motivations and relationships." Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Quote, "The three princesses, they don't remember their past lives as guardians. Not consciously, though their souls recognize the connection. Their trials will help restore those memories, as yours is doing now. And once we remember everything, once we're integrated, what then?" The manifestation's expression grew solemn. "Then you face a choice that even I cannot predict. The future is not predetermined, Naruto. Even with all my memories restored to you, your decisions remain your own." This assurance eased Naruto's greatest fear, that integration would mean surrendering his identity, hard oneself to some ancient override. Instead, it seemed more like incorporating additional experience and knowledge, expanding rather than replacing. "How do we proceed with integration?" he asked. Decision made. The manifestation approached, standing directly before him. "We merge consciousness. The process is neither painless nor risk-free, but it is necessary for what comes next." "And the others? Will they undergo something similar?" Each guardian faces a unique trial based on their elemental affinity and personal barriers. For the Fire Guardian, confronting pride without surrendering strength. For the Water Guardian, balancing analysis with intuition. For the Shadow Guardian, embracing darkness without being consumed by it. Naruto thought of each princess, their distinct personalities, strengths, and struggles. The trials seemed perfectly calibrated to their individual journeys. "I'm ready," he declared, straightening to his full height. The manifestation raised both hands, placing them on either side of Naruto's face. "Remember who you were. Become who you are meant to be." Golden energy flowed between them, memories cascading through Naruto's consciousness at overwhelming speed, languages, technologies, dimensional mathematics, combat techniques, diplomatic protocols, private moments with the Guardians, the betrayal, the final battle, the desperate mayas. Yours taken to preserve knowledge for future incarnations. Naruto gasped as integration accelerated, his physical form glowing with intensifying golden light. The manifestation began to dissolve, merging into Naruto's being, their separate consciousnesses becoming increasingly unified. The cycle continues, the manifestation's voice echoed, now coming from within Naruto himself. But this time, the ending may be different. With these final words, the integration completed. Naruto stood alone in the void, yet profoundly changed. His mind contained millennia of experience alongside his current lifetime's memories. The two perspectives existing in surprising harmony rather than conflict. He understood now that the Sage King had never sought to dominate this reincarnation, merely to restore what had been temporarily forgotten. Most importantly, he remembered his connection to the Guardians with perfect clarity, their shared history, their complementary abilities, the profound trusts they had developed across centuries of partnership. These weren't merely allies or subordinates from a past life, they were essential counterparts to his own energy, necessary for maintaining dimensional balance. Trial completed, announced the formal voice. Integration achieved. Preparing return sequence. The golden void began to dissolve around Naruto as he felt himself being drawn back toward physical reality. His last thought before transition completed was concern for the princesses, wondering how their own trials were progressing and what revelations they might be experiencing. Naruto emerged from the golden doorway to find the rotunda transformed. The floor mosaic now glowed with activated power, energy flowing through previously dormant channels. The domed ceiling displayed real-time visualizations of dimensional currents connecting various realms, including recognizable representations of both the shinobi world and the Blazer territories. Most significantly, he was not the first to return. Stella stood near her doorway, her expression thoughtful rather than imperious, her entire bearing subtly altered. The crimson mark on her shoulder now extended in elegant patterns down her arm, suggesting successful completion of her trial. She looked up as he approached, recognition flashing in her eyes, recognition deeper than their brief modern acquaintance could explain. Naruto, she acknowledged, then with slight hesitation added, or should I say, Sage King. Just Naruto is fine, he replied with a gentle smile. Though I remember being called other names by you, once upon a time. A hint of color touched her cheeks. I remember too, not everything, but enough. Centuries of memories, returning in fragments. The integration is still processing, Naruto explained, drawing on his newly restored knowledge. It will continue for several days as your consciousness organizes the information. Before they could continue this conversation, the Azure doorway shimmered and Shizuku emerged. Like Stella, she bore expanded markings along her arm, and her typically perfect posture seemed somehow more natural, less rigidly maintained. Her eyes met Naruto's with immediate recognition. The probability calculations were correct, she stated with quiet certainty. Reincarnation with memory retention was always the most efficient solution for long-term dimensional stabilization. Some things never change, Stella commented with unexpected warmth. Always analyzing, even after 10,000 years. Shizuku's lips curved in a small smile. Lysis served us well through many crises, as I recall. Though I admit, I'm still processing the emotional components of these restored memories. That was always the challenging part for you, Naruto observed. Memories of countless discussions with the original Water Guardian surfacing easily now. Their reunion was completed moments later when the shadow-black doorway rippled and Ayase stepped through. Unlike the others, she emerged laughing, a sound of genuine joy rather than her usual defensive humor. That was absolutely wild, she declared, examining the intricate shadow patterns now extending from her collar across her shoulder. I remember everything. Well, not everything, but so much. The dimensional transits, the shadow walking between realms, the time we infiltrate Ed Moros's sanctum disguised as boundary specters. Her enthusiasm was infectious, though Naruto noted a new depth beneath her lighthearted exterior, a self-acceptance that her modern incarnation had been struggling to achieve. All 4 trials completed successfully, announced the Echo, manifesting once more in the center of the rotunda. Initial power restoration at 63% and increasing. Dimensional harmonization protocols activating. As the echo spoke, the temple hummed with awakening energy. The crystal columns began to pulse with light, and the floor beneath them vibrated with subtle power. The Temple of Echoes now recognizes you as its legitimate operators, the echo continued. All historical records, training facilities, and harmonic equipment are accessible to your combined authentication. What exactly does that mean in practical terms? Stella asked. It means, Naruto answered, drawing on restored knowledge, that we can now actively counter Moro's attempts to manipulate dimensional boundaries. This temple was designed as both repository and instrument, a tool for maintaining balance between realms. The primary harmonic chamber awaits your initialization. The echo informed them, gesturing toward a previously hidden doorway that had appeared in the north wall. From there, you can monitor dimensional disturbances and begin stabilization procedures. They followed the echo's guidance through the new doorway, entering a circular chamber dominated by a massive crystalline apparatus at its center. The device resembled a complex astronomical model, with concentric rings orbiting a central sphere. Each ring represented a different dimensional realm, their positions showing current alignment and stability metrics. The harmonic resonator, Shizuku identified immediately. Her restored memories providing the term. Designed to visualize and influence dimensional boundaries through precise energy application. Its currently show significant instability between the shinobi and blazer realms, Stella observed, studying the apparatus with practiced eye. The barriers are dangerously thin in multiple locations. Ayase moved to a control panel adjacent to the resonator. Shadow detection active, she reported, hands moving across the interface with remembered expertise. I'm picking up unauthorized boundary manipulations in 7 locations. Signature analysis confirms Moro's energy pattern. He's accelerating his timeline, Naruto concluded grimly. Likely in response to our activation of the temple. Can we counter his manipulations from here? Stella asked. Partially, Naruto replied, approaching the resonator's main control dais. The temple can stabilize existing boundaries and repair minor breaches, major incursions require on-site intervention. As he spoke, he placed his hands on the control surfaces. The resonator responded immediately, golden energy flowing from his palms into the system. The visualization adjusted, highlighting specific boundary weaknesses in red while marking stabilized sections in green. That's Hagen Academy, Shizuku noted with concern, indicating a particularly unstable boundary point on the display. The dimensional thinning there has increased by 37% since we departed. Could be coincidence, Ayase suggested without much conviction. Or deliberate targeting, Stella countered. If Moro's identified our connection to the Academy, the implication was clear. Their absence might have created a vulnerability that their enemy was exploiting. Naruto studied the resonator data with growing concern, recognizing patterns that suggested coordinated attack rather than natural deterioration. We need to return to the Academy immediately, he decided. The temple's stabilization protocols will continue automatically now that we've initialized them, but Hagen requires direct intervention. Agreed, Stella said immediately. If Moro is targeting the Academy because of us, we have a responsibility to protect it. Shizuku was already calculating logistics. The Imperial transport can return us within 3 hours. I recommend establishing a communication link between the temple systems and Academy security before departure. Already on it, Ayase confirmed, fingers flying across the ancient interface with restored competence. Setting up quantum entangled relay through the boundary layer, there. We'll maintain real-time monitoring capabilities during transit. Naruto observed their seamless coordination with appreciation. The trials had done more than restore memories and abilities. They had reawakened the teamwork developed across centuries of partnership in their previous incarnations. They moved together with the efficiency of a unit that had operated in harmony for lifetimes. Echo. Naruto addressed the temple's consciousness, establish perimeter protocols and prepare defensive measures. If Moro's detects our departure, he may target the temple directly. Acknowledged, the Echo responded. Dimensional camouflage activated. External access restricted to authenticated signatures only. With these preparations complete, they made their way back through the rotunda toward the temple entrance. As they approached the threshold, Naruto felt a strange reluctance. not fear of what awaited outside, but a sense of leaving something profoundly important behind. Stella noticed his hesitation. "We'll return," she said quietly. "This is just the beginning." Her understanding comforted him, evidence of the deep connection they had once shared, and perhaps might share again. With renewed resolve, Naruto led them across the threshold, back into the world where ancient conflicts were once again manifesting in potentially catastrophic form. The Imperial camp was in controlled chaos when they emerged. Researchers rushed between monitoring stations, security personnel maintained heightened alert postures, and communication officers coordinated urgent transmissions. Dr. Murasaki intercepted them immediately, her typically composed demeanor showing clear strain. "Thank the realms you've returned," she exclaimed. "We've been attempting to contact you for the past hour. The dimensional disturbances have intensified dramatically across all monitored sites." "How long were we inside?" Naruto asked, realizing the sun's position had changed significantly. "Almost 6 hours," Professor Eldrith supplied, joining them with a data tablet displaying chronological readings. Though our instruments detected temporal anomalies suggesting subjective time within the temple flowed differently. "It felt like days," Ayase confirmed, exchanging knowing glances with the others. Dr. Murasaki studied them with scientific curiosity momentarily overriding her concern. "You've all changed. The energy signatures we recorded before your entry have evolved significantly." "A successful outcome," Shizuku stated simply, not elaborating on the nature of their trials or restored memories. "Some knowledge was better kept confidential until they better understood the current situation. We need to return to Hagen Academy immediately," Stella declared with natural authority, as the transport prepared for immediate departure. The researcher nodded. "Yes, Princess. The Empress sent instructions to prioritize your return when dimensional readings began spiking at the Academy. She's mobilized the Imperial Guard as well." This news heightened their concern. If the Empress had activated elite forces, the situation must be deteriorating rapidly. "What exactly is happening at Hagen?" Naruto pressed as they moved swiftly toward the waiting transport. Dr. Murasaki consulted her data panel, displaying real-time feeds from Academy monitoring systems. Multiple dimensional anomalies appearing throughout the campus. Strange energy signatures manifesting in the historical archives, the central arena, and the founding stones beneath the administration building. And reports of unauthorized individuals materializing within secured areas. Incursion points, Ayase identified immediately. Moros is sending agents through weakened boundaries, targeting specific locations with historical significance, Shizuku added, her analytical mind recognizing the pattern. Locations connected to the original founding of the Academy. Naruto processed this information against his newly restored knowledge of dimensional mechanics. He's not just exploiting existing weaknesses, he's attempting to unravel the original boundary stabilization measures the Sage King established when founding the Academy. Hagen was built on a dimensional nexus point, Stella recalled, her own restored memories providing context. One of 7 major anchors in the boundary network. If he compromises enough anchor points, Naruto began, complete boundary collapse becomes possible, Shizuku finished grimly. Uncontrolled dimensional convergence rather than harmonized reintegration. They reached the transport and boarded swiftly, precious minutes lost in necessary pre-flight protocols despite the urgency of their situation. As the craft lifted off, Naruto established communication with Hinata and Shikamaru using the Academy tech they had provided. "Naruto." Hinata's voice came through immediately. Background noise suggesting she was in motion. "The Academy is under attack from unknown entities. They appeared approximately 2 hours ago through what appear to be dimensional rifts." "Casualties?" he asked tersely. "Minimal so far. They seem more interested in accessing specific locations than harming people. Shikamaru has coordinated with Academy security to evacuate non-essential personnel." "Where is he now?" "Historical archives," Hinata replied. "The intruders were attempting to remove artifacts from the restricted sections. He's leading a defense team with some of the senior students." "And you?" "Observation tower initially, but I've relocated to the central arena. My Byakugan can track the dimensional distortions, so I'm trying to predict where new rifts might appear." "Good thinking," Naruto approved. "We're inbound, estimated arrival in just under 3 hours." Can you hold that long? A brief pause suggested Hinata was making a tactical assessment. Yes, but the situation is deteriorating. The intruders are becoming more aggressive as they encounter resistance. Understood. Maintain defensive posture, prioritize civilian safety, and avoid direct confrontation with the rifts themselves. We're bringing specialized knowledge that should help counter these incursions. After confirming these instructions, Naruto ended the communication and turned to the three princesses, who had been monitoring their own data feeds during the exchange. This is coordinated, Stella stated flatly. The timing, the targeted locations, Moros knew exactly when to strike. He's had millennia to plan, Naruto reminded them, and he likely has agents already embedded in both our worlds. The assassin from the reception, Shizuku recalled. His escape from a secured cell suggests significant support infrastructure. Ayase was reviewing Academy schematics on her data panel. If I were targeting dimensional anchor points at Hagen, I'd focus on these three locations. She highlighted the founding stones, the historical archives, and a previously unmentioned underground chamber beneath the central arena. The harmonic confluence, Naruto identified, restored memory providing the term. A specialized chamber created to regulate energy flow throughout the Academy grounds. Exactly, Ayase confirmed. Compromise those 3 points simultaneously, and the entire dimensional stability matrix collapses. We'll need to split up, Stella concluded, tactical assessment immediate and precise. Each location requires specialized countermeasures. Risky but necessary, Shizuku agreed. I suggest Stella takes the founding stones. Fire energy is most effective against structural manipulation. Ayase should secure the archives, where shadow techniques can counter dimensional theft. Naruto's harmonization abilities are essential for the confluence chamber. And you? Naruto asked, already knowing her answer. Coordination and strategic oversight, Shizuku replied without hesitation. From the control center, I can monitor all operations and direct resources as needed. The plan made perfect tactical sense, leveraging their unique abilities, while addressing all critical vulnerabilities. Yet Naruto felt uncomfortable with the separation so soon after their reconnection. Our strength is greatest together, he reminded them. The quadrant, airy balance functions optimally when all four energies align. True, Stella acknowledged, but the Academy's too large for us to effectively defend as a single unit. We need to trust our individual abilities. Besides, Ayase added with a ghost of her usual humor, we've had 10,000 years of practice at this. Or at least, our souls have. Naruto conceded the point with a nod. Agreed. But maintain constant communication, and if any location faces overwhelming force, the priority becomes consolidation rather than holding separate positions. The remainder of the journey was spent refining tactical plans, reviewing Academy schematics, and quietly adjusting to their newly expanded consciousness. None spoke openly about the profound personal implications of their restored memories. The relationships they had once shared, the centuries of partnership that transcended conventional bonds. Such discussions would need to wait until the immediate crisis was resolved. As they approached Hagen Academy, the evidence of dimensional disturbance became visible even from altitude. Shimmering rifts dotted the landscape around the floating islands, distorting light and occasionally discharging pulses of unstable energy. The Academy itself was partially obscured by what appeared to be localized weather anomalies, storm clouds forming and dissipating in unnatural patterns. Dimensional bleed effects, Shizuku identified. Studying sensor readings, weather patterns from adjacent realms manifesting through weakened boundaries. The shields are holding for now, Stella noted, indicating the Academy's protective barriers, visible as a faint dome of energy surrounding the main structures. But they weren't designed for this kind of stress. Naruto focused his attention on the central arena, where sensor readings showed the most intense dimensional activity. That's our primary target. Whatever Moros is attempting, the confluence chamber is key to his strategy. The transport pilot's voice came through the cabin speakers, approaching final descent. Be advised, Academy landing zones are compromised. Closest secure landing point is the Imperial docking platform at the administrative complex. That works, Stella confirmed. It positions us centrally for deployment to our assigned locations. As they made final approach, Naruto activated the communication device. to update Hinata and Shikamaru on their imminent arrival and strategic plans. The response was fragmented by interference, but the essential message came through. Both Konoha ninja had established defensive positions and were coordinating with Academy forces to contain the incursions. The transport settled onto the Imperial platform with practiced precision despite the challenging conditions. Before the boarding ramp had fully extended, they were moving, each focused on their assigned objectives with the clarity of purpose that came from restored knowledge and abilities. "Remember," Naruto said as they prepared to separate, "we're not just defending physical locations. We're preserving the dimensional balance that maintains separation between realms. If Moros succeeds in collapsing the boundaries completely, chaos consumes everything," Stella finished grimly. "We remember the stakes." With final nods of acknowledgement, they separated, Stella toward the founding stones, Ayase to the historical archives, Shizuku to the control center, and Naruto toward the central arena and the confluence chamber hidden beneath. As he moved through the academy grounds, Naruto was struck by the eerie quiet that had replaced the usual bustling activity. Emergency protocols had cleared non-essential personnel, leaving only security forces and those with specific defensive responsibilities. Occasional flashes of combat drew his attention, Academy defenders engaging intruders near dimensionally weak points, but he maintained his focus on the primary objective. The central arena loomed ahead, its normally pristine architectural lines now distorted by waves of dimensional instability. The air around the structure rippled like heat haze, and occasional flashes of lightning-like energy discharged between the arena and the storm clouds gathering above. Naruto spotted Hinata on an observation platform, her Byakugan activated as she tracked movement within the structure. He joined her with a swift leap, landing silently beside her. "Naruto." Relief colored her voice despite her professional composure. "You've changed." Her Byakugan-enhanced perception had immediately detected the transformation in his chakra patterns, the integration of ancient energy signatures with his modern abilities. "Long story," he replied with a brief smile. "What's the situation?" 12 intruders inside the arena, she reported efficiently. "They've deployed some kind of equipment at strategic points around the perimeter. Energy readings suggest they're attempting to create a synchronized dimensional breach. The access point to the confluence chamber. Sealed, but they're making progress breaking through the security measures. I estimate 30 minutes before they gain entry." Naruto assessed the situation quickly. "Any sign of Moros himself?" Hinata shook her head. "No, but the intruders appear to be following precise instructions from someone with intimate knowledge of the Academy's structure. They're targeting specific architectural junction points that aren't marked on any modern blueprints." This confirmed their theory that Moros had planned this operation meticulously, leveraging his ancient knowledge of the Academy's construction. The precision targeting suggested he understood exactly how to compromise the dimensional anchor points. "I need to reach the confluence chamber before they do," Naruto decided. "There's an alternative access point known only to those with specific authorization." Hinata raised an eyebrow at this statement, clearly wondering how he had acquired such knowledge, but maintained her professional focus. "I'll provide cover and continue monitoring the dimensional fluctuations. Shikamaru has positioned shadow clones throughout the upper levels to create the impression of greater defensive numbers." "Perfect. Once I've secured the chamber, I'll send a signal through the Academy systems. When you receive it, initiate a full withdrawal of all personnel from the arena structure." She nodded understanding, though concern flickered in her eyes. "Naruto, your chakra isn't just changed. It's almost as if part of me is someone else," he supplied gently. "Not exactly. More like I've remembered something I forgot a very long time ago. I promise I'll explain everything once this crisis is contained." Accepting this reassurance, Hinata activated her communication device to coordinate with the defensive teams while Naruto mapped his route to the hidden access point. According to his restored memories, a maintenance corridor behind the arena's western seating section concealed a vertical shaft that led directly to the confluence chamber's secondary entrance. Moving with practiced stealth, Naruto navigated through the arena's upper levels, avoiding detection by the intruders focused on their equipment deployment. The dimensional distortions made progress challenging, occasional ripples in space-time created momentary disorientation, and some corridors seemed to extend beyond their architectural specifications. He reached the maintenance access and quickly located the concealed panel that hid the entrance to the vertical shaft. Ancient authentication protocols recognized his energy signature immediately, the panel sliding aside without resistance. The shaft descended deep beneath the arena, beyond the foundation level into bedrock that had been part of the original floating island. As Naruto descended using chakra to adhere to the vertical surface, he noted activation runes illuminating along the walls, ancient security measures responding to his presence. At the bottom of the shaft, a simple archway opened into a circular chamber of breathtaking complexity. The Confluence Chamber presented the pinnacle of the Sage King's dimensional engineering, a perfect synthesis of architectural precision, mathematical harmony, and energy manipulation. Concentric circles of crystalline material formed the chamber's floor, each ring inscribed with symbols similar to those in the Temple of Echoes. The ceiling mirrored this arrangement, creating a three-dimensional matrix of energy channels. At the center stood a crystalline column that pulsed with gentle light, its internal structure shifting in patterns too complex for the untrained eye to follow. The dimensional confluence, Naruto murmured, ancient memories providing the proper terminology. Primary anchor point for the Academy's boundary stabilization system. He approached the central column reverently, recognizing the masterpiece of engineering it represented. This single structure regulated energy flow throughout the entire Academy, maintaining the delicate balance that allowed the floating islands to exist in dimensional harmony. Placing his hand against the crystal surface, Naruto established connection with the system's consciousness, not a fully independent entity like the Echo, but a specialized intelligence designed to manage boundary stability. Authentication recognized, vibrated through the crystal. Sage King energy pattern confirmed. Awaiting instructions. Defensive protocols, Naruto commanded. Full lockdown against unauthorized access. Boundary reinforcement at maximum capacity. The crystal pulsed acknowledgement, power flowing outward through the concentric rings as the chamber implemented his instructions. Throughout the Academy, boundary stabilization measures would be activating, reinforcing dimensional integrity against the coordinated attack. A warning pulse vibrated through the system almost immediately. Unauthorized breach attempt in progress. Primary entrance under sustained attack. Estimated penetration in 27 minutes. That aligned with Hinata's assessment. The intruders were making progress breaking through the main access point, unaware that Naruto had already secured the chamber through the secondary entrance. Initiate harmonic reconfiguration, Naruto instructed, drawing on restored knowledge of the system's capabilities. Prepare for manual override and direct energy channeling. This command activated the chamber's most sophisticated functions, the ability to accept direct input from an authorized user for precise manipulation of dimensional boundaries. As the system reconfigured, Naruto established communication with his three counterparts. Confluence chamber secured, he reported. Initiating defensive measures. Status reports. Founding stones under heavy assault. Came Stella's immediate response, the sound of combat audible in the background. 6 intruders with specialized equipment attempting to disrupt the anchor points. I've neutralized 3 but the others have established some kind of dimensional shield. Historical archives partially compromised, Ayase reported next. They've already removed 2 artifacts and are attempting to access the sealed vault. Shadow disruption techniques slowing them down. But they have countermeasures specifically designed against shadow manipulation. Control center secure, Shizuku concluded. Academy defensive systems at 83% capacity. I'm coordinating with Imperial forces for reinforcement deployment. Estimated arrival in 42 minutes. The situation was precarious but not yet critical. If they could maintain their positions until Imperial reinforcements arrived, they could potentially repel the attack entirely. However, Naruto sensed that Moros would have anticipated such resistance and planned accordingly. His suspicion was confirmed moments later when a new alert pulsed through the confluence system, dimensional anomaly detected. Unknown energy signature attempting system penetration through quantum entanglement. This was a sophisticated attack, not targeting physical access points but attempting to compromise the system through dimensional backdoors. Only someone intimately familiar with the confluence's design could attempt such an approach. Moros, Naruto identified with certainty. He's trying to override the system remotely. Can he succeed? Stella demanded through the communication link. Not without Physical access to at least one anchor point, Naruto replied, rapidly assessing defensive options. He needs a direct connection to the network. Which explains the coordinated attacks on all 3 locations, Shizuku concluded. They only need to succeed at one point to establish the connection he needs. Then we hold all 3 at all costs, Stella declared with characteristic determination. Naruto turned his attention back to the confluence column, placing both hands against its surface to establish deeper connection. Golden energy flowed from his palms into the crystal, strengthening its resistance against the remote intrusion attempt. I can counter his override efforts, Naruto informed the others, but it requires my complete focus. You'll need to maintain your positions without my direct support. Understood, came 3 voices in near-perfect unison, a momentary echo of their ancient synchronicity. Immersing himself fully in the connection, Naruto engaged in direct energy combat with Moroz's remote presence. It was unlike any battle he had fought before, not physical combat or even conventional chakra conflict, but a complex dance of dimensional mathematics and energy manipulation at quantum levels. Through this connection, he sensed Moroz's essence for the first time since his memories had been restored, the familiar yet corrupted energy signature of his former advisor. There was recognition on both sides, acknowledgement of ancient adversaries reunited across millennia. So, you have remembered, Moroz's consciousness communicated directly through the dimensional connection. How fascinating to encounter you again after so long, old friend. We were never friends, Naruto countered, maintaining defensive protocols while engaging in this unexpected communication. Colleagues perhaps, before your betrayal. A sensation like dark amusement rippled through the connection. Betrayal, is that how you remember it? I preserved the natural order you sought to destroy. The hierarchies that maintain dimensional stability. You preserved your own power at the cost of countless lives, Naruto responded, memories of the catastrophic Undering flowing through him with painful clarity. The forced separation of realms caused suffering on scales you claimed to prevent. Necessary sacrifice for long-term stability, Moroz dismissed. And now history repeats itself. You with your 3 precious guardians, attempting once again to implement your misguided vision of dimensional harmony. The conversation was more than philosophical debate. It served as distraction while both entities maneuvered for advantage within the system. Naruto maintained primary defensive protocols while simultaneously strengthening connections to the other anchor points, creating redundancies that would preserve stability even if one location was compromised. Why now? Naruto questioned, seeking information while continuing his defensive work. After 10,000 years, why force convergence at this particular moment? Because the natural cycle approaches completion, Moroz replied, surprising Naruto with his candor. The dimensional barriers thin regardless of our intervention. The question is not whether reunification occurs, but who controls the process. This confirmed what the Echo had explained, the separation of realms had never been intended as permanent, merely as temporary measure following the catastrophic disruption of the original harmonization attempt. The boundaries were naturally degrading toward eventual reconnection. Controlled collapse serves no one, Naruto argued, sensing genuine conviction in Moroz's position despite its flaws. Harmonious reintegration preserves the unique aspects of each realm while allowing beneficial exchange. Naive as ever, came the dismissive response. Power requires structure, hierarchy, control. Your democratic vision would result in chaos. Our philosophical impasse mirrored their energetic stalemate within the system, neither gaining decisive advantage despite considerable effort. Meanwhile, Naruto maintained awareness of the physical TTLE continuing throughout the academy through updates from his companions. Founding stones secure, Stella reported, her voice reflecting exertion but satisfaction. Intruders neutralized, reinforcing anchor points now. Archives situation critical, Ayase countered moments later. They've breached the vault seals. Requesting immediate support, diverting security teams to your location, Shizuku responded swiftly. Maintain defensive position 7 minutes until arrival. The coordinated attack was being gradually contained, but not without cost. Academy defenses were strained to breaking point. and the dimensional disturbances continued to intensify despite their efforts to stabilize the anchor points. Within the confluence chamber, Naruto sensed a shift in Moroz's tactics, a.s. sudden withdrawal from direct confrontation in favor of a more insidious approach. The remote presence seemed to dissolve, energy signatures becoming diffuse rather than concentrated. Warning: pulsed the confluence system. Dimensional fragmentation detected. Multiple minor incursions replacing central override attempt. Moroz had shifted from direct assault to distributed infiltration, critiquing numerous small breaches rather than a single major penetration. This approach was far more difficult to counter, requiring division of defensive resources across multiple vulnerability points. He's changing tactics, Naruto alerted his companions, switching from concentrated attack to distributed infiltration. Be alert for multiple smaller breaches rather than major incursions. Confirmed, Shizuku acknowledged immediately. Sensors already detecting fragmentation pattern. Recalibrating defense distribution accordingly. As Naruto adjusted the confluence systems to counter this new approach, he became aware of physical intrusion warnings at the chamber's main entrance. The attacks there had continued despite the tactical shift elsewhere, suggesting a two-pronged strategy: digital infiltration combined with physical breach attempt. The crystal column pulsed urgent warning. Primary entrance integrity at 17%. Breach imminent. Naruto made a swift tactical decision, redirecting a portion of his energy from system defense to physical preparation. If intruders breached the chamber, he would need to defend the confluence directly while maintaining connection to counter Moroz's digital infiltration. Possible physical breach at my location, he informed the others. Maintaining system defense while preparing for direct confrontation. Need reinforcement? Stella asked immediately. Not yet. Focus on securing your areas first. I can handle defense here temporarily. The timing proved fortunate, just as Ayase reported successful repulsion of the Archive. Attackers with security team assistance, the confluence chamber's main entrance exploded inward in a shower of fragmented stone and crystal. Through the dust and debris stepped three figures in NCED combat gear similar to the assassin from the reception, each bearing the same forbidden crystals embedded in their equipment. Dimensional anchor point located, announced the lead figure, seemingly reporting to remote observers. Primary target acquired. Proceeding with extraction protocol. Their focus on Naruto rather than the confluence column itself suggested Moroz had identified him as the critical component rather than the physical system, a sophisticated strategic assessment that acknowledged the Sage King's intrinsic connection to the dimensional network. You're too late, Naruto informed them calmly, maintaining his connection to the confluence while preparing for physical combat. The anchor points are already secured. Your dimensional infiltration has been contained. The lead intruder showed no reaction to this statement, raising a specialized weapon that pulsed with unstable dimensional energy. Target resistance irrelevant. Extraction parameters absolute. He intended to capture rather than kill him, likely to exploit his connection to the dimensional network for Moroz's purposes. This actually simplified Naruto's tactical approach, as they would employ restraint while he had no such limitation. As the intruders advanced in coordinated formation, Naruto maintained his position at the confluence column, one hand still connected to its surface while the other formed a modified hand sign. Golden chakra flowed around him in geometric patterns reminiscent of his newly restored abilities. Royal Domain. Localized stabilization. The technique created a field of absolute dimensional stability around the confluence column, preventing any possibility of disruption to the critical system regardless of what occurred in the physical battle. With this protection established, Naruto could focus fully on neutralizing the intruders. The lead attacker fired his weapon, discharging a pulse of energy designed to temporarily phase the target into a dimensional pocket, essentially a sophisticated capture technique rather than lethal force. Naruto countered by manipulating the dimensional properties of the space immediately surrounding him, causing the energy pulse to curve harmlessly away. Dimensional manipulation detected, the intruder reported to unseen observers. Target capabilities exceed predicted parameters. Adjusting extraction protocol. All three attackers activated secondary systems in their equipment, creating a triangular formation that began generating a containment field between them. This was more sophisticated technology than Naruto had anticipated. drawing on principles similar to the Temple of Echo's trial chambers to create a space of altered dimensional properties. Recognizing the danger of being caught in such a field, Naruto initiated immediate counterattack. Combining his shinobi training with restored Sage King abilities, he created 3 shadow clones that immediately engaged each intruder individually, disrupting their triangular formation before the containment field could fully manifest. The intruders demonstrated exceptional combat training, adapting quickly to the shadow clone technique. Despite apparent unfamiliarity with shinobi methods, their equipment provided significant advantages. Partial dimensional phasing that made attacks sometimes pass through them, enhanced strength and speed through localized time manipulation, and weapons capable of disrupting chakra flow. Despite these advantages, they faced a combatant with both modern ninja mastery and ancient dimensional knowledge. Naruto's shadow clones employed unpredictable combinations of Rasengan variants and taijutsu, while he personally executed more sophisticated dimensional techniques from his restored repertoire. Royal Domain. Gravitational inversion. The technique temporarily reversed gravitational orientation within a precisely defined area, sending 2 intruders crashing into the ceiling before they could adjust their equipment to compensate. The third, more adaptable, managed to stabilize his position using dimensional anchoring technology in his boots. Target utilizes authenticated royal domain techniques, this last intruder reported, a note of genuine concern entering his previously emotionless tone. Extraction probability reduced to 33%. Requesting protocol alteration. Hativer response he received through his communication system clearly changed the mission parameters. His stance shifted from capture-oriented to something more aggressive, and he reached for a differ-end weapon attached to his back, a device that hummed with ominous energy as it activated. Dimensional sundering authorized, he announced. Sacrificial protocol engaged. The implications were immediately clear. Unable to capture Naruto, they would instead attempt to destroy the confluence chamber entirely, even at the cost of their own lives. This represented a significant escalation, and Gested Moros valued the disruption of the anchor point above the lives of his agents. Before the intruder could deploy his weapon, the chamber entrance filled with crimson light as Stella arrived, fire techniques creating a barrier between the attacker and his intended target. Reinforcements no longer optional, she declared, stepping fully into the chamber with flame-wreathed sword manifested in her hand. The founding stones are secure, Imperial forces have contained the archive breach, and Shizuku has established academy-wide dimensional stabilization protocols. Her arrival shifted the tactical balance decisively. The remaining functional intruder, recognizing the changed circumstances, activated what appeared to be an emergency extraction protocol. Dimensional energy coalesced around him and his incapacitated companions, creating a rapidly forming transit field. Their attempting withdrawal, Naruto identified, maintaining his defensive position near the confluence column. "We need one alive for interrogation." Stella responded with characteristic efficiency, her sword slicing through the dimensional field surrounding the lead intruder, disrupting his extraction while allowing his companions to vanish into whatever transit system Moros had established. The isolated attacker collapsed as his equipment overloaded, dimensional energy discharging harmlessly into specialized containment patterns Stella created with remarkable precision. "One captive, as requested," she stated with grim satisfaction. "Though I doubt he knows much beyond his specific mission parameters." Naruto nodded agreement while returning his attention to the confluence system, confirming that Moros's digital infiltration had been fully contained. The distributed breach attempts had been neutralized throughout the Academy's network, and boundary stability was gradually being restored. "Status update," came Shizuku's voice through their communication system. "All intrusion points secured. Academy defenses restored to 91% capacity. Imperial reinforcements establishing security perimeter around all 3 anchor locations. The artifacts they stole from the archives," Naruto inquired, "recovered," Ayase reported, joining the conversation. "They abandoned them during extraction. Appears they prioritized withdrawal over completing that objective once the main infiltration failed." With immediate threats contained, Naruto disengaged from direct connection with the confluence column, though he maintained awareness of its status through the restored link that was part of his Sage King abilities. The golden stabilization field he had established remained active, protecting the system from potential secondary attacks. Secure the prisoner and arrange for specialized containment. He instructed Stella, who was already binding the unconscious intruder with both physical restraints and fire-based energy suppression techniques. His equipment contains dimensional technology that could become unstable if improperly handled. Already coordinating with Imperial security, she confirmed. Shizuku has prepared a containment chamber specifically designed for dimensional technology. As they completed securing both the prisoner and the confluence chamber, Naruto took a moment to assess the larger strategic situation. They had successfully defended all 3 anchor points, prevented significant data or artifact theft, and captured an enemy operative for potential intelligence gathering. By conventional metrics, the operation had been a success. Yet, something about the attack pattern troubled him. For an operation planned by someone with Moroz's tactical brilliance and extensive preparation time, the assault seemed almost perfunctory. As thou, its primary purpose hadn't been immediate success but something else entirely. He was testing us, Naruto realized aloud. This wasn't an all-out attempt to compromise the academy. It was a calibrated probe to assess our capabilities and response patterns. Stella considered this assessment with appropriate gravity. A reasonable analysis. The coordinated withdrawal once specific resistance thresholds were reached suggests predetermined extraction criteria rather than mission failure. Which means this was just the opening move, Naruto concluded grimly. Moroz now has data on our restored abilities, defensive priorities, and tactical coordination patterns. Then we must assume he's already adapting his strategy accordingly, Stella responded. This was merely the prelude to whatever he actually has planned. The confluence chamber, now secure but bearing battle damage from the recent confrontation, seemed to reflect their situation perfectly, functional but scarred, maintaining stability while clearly having weathered a significant attack. As Imperial security forces arrived to establish more permanent protective measures, Naruto and Stella departed to rejoin their companions and begin the complex process of understanding exactly what they had just experienced, and what it meant for the continuing dimensional crisis. The Academy had survived this assault, but Naruto knew with certainty that Moroz would not waste the intelligence gathered from this probing attack. Whatever came next would be calibrated precisely to exploit any weaknesses identified, targeting vulnerabilities with the ruthless efficiency that had made him such a formidable adversary 10,000 years ago. As they emerged into the central arena, now swarming with Imperial guards and Academy security, Naruto gazed upward at the still disturbed dimensional boundaries visible as shimmering distortions in the air above. The barriers between realms continued to thin despite their successful defense. A reminder that even victory in this battle represented merely a brief pause in a conflict spanning millennia. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Memories Unbound. Dawn painted Hagen Academy in shades of amber and gold, the early light filtering through dimensional distortions like stained glass. 3 days had passed since the coordinated attack. Though the Academy remained on high alert, a semblance of normalcy had returned. Students attended modified classes, researchers documented the dimensional anomalies, and repair crews worked to restore damaged infrastructure. In a secluded courtyard far from curious eyes, Naruto stood perfectly still, observing as Stella attempted to master a technique forgotten for 10 millennia. Focus on the pattern, not the power, he instructed, his voice steady despite the impressive display before him. Royal fire flows through channels, not explosions. Frustration flashed across Stella's face. The crimson energy surrounding her flared erratically, scorching the stone beneath her feet. I understand the theory, she insisted, sweat beading on her forehead, but translating blazer techniques into these ancient patterns is like trying to write with my non-dominant hand. Try again, Naruto suggested gently. Remember what you saw in the memory echo. Your hands moved like this, he demonstrated a precise geometric gesture. Stella took a deep breath, centering herself. The markings that had appeared on her shoulder during their temple visit had continued to spread in elegant patterns down her arm, now resembling intricate flame-like calligraphy. She raised her hands, mimicking Naruto's movement with determined precision. This time, the crimson energy responded differently, flowing in controlled rivulets rather than explosive bursts, forming concentric circles that expanded outward from her position. The pattern stabilized, holding for nearly 30 seconds before gradually dissolving. Better, Naruto acknowledged, genuine pride warming his voice. Much better. Stella permitted herself a small smile, not her usual expression of competitive triumph, but something more nuanced. It feels familiar, like remembering how to ride a bicycle after years without practice. An apt analogy, Shizuku commented from where she observed, meticulously documenting the training session in a specialized data journal. Muscle memory appears to function across reincarnation boundaries, albeit requiring significant reactivation stimulus. The water princess sat beneath a flowering tree, her azure markings equally expanded since their temple visit. Unlike Stella's flame patterns, Shizuku's resembled flowing currents that spiraled around her wrist and forearm in mathematical precision. Your turn, Naruto said, turning toward her. Water harmony technique. Shizuku closed her journal with characteristic care, rising gracefully. Her movements were economical as always, yet Naruto noticed subtle changes in her biri. A fluidity that hadn't been present before their memories began returning. She took position in the courtyard's center, precisely where Stella had stood moments before. Without preamble or hesitation, Shizuku executed a series of flowing gestures. Azure energy materialized around her hands, extending outward in spiraling tendrils that pulled moisture from the surrounding air. Perfect form, Naruto noted. Circling her as the technique developed. Now add the dimensional fold. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shizuku's typically composed features. This aspect of the technique, creating a pocket of altered dimensional properties within the water construct, represented the most challenging component for her modern incarnation. The mathematical constant is phi, not pi, he reminded her gently. Feel the difference. Shizuku nodded, eyes closing in concentration. The azure tendrils shimmered, their pattern shifting subtly as she adjusted the underlying dimensional mathematics. For a moment, the water appeared to exist in multiple states simultaneously, liquid, vapor, and something else entirely, a state possible only within altered dimensional parameters. Remarkable, breathed an observing Imperial researcher, hastily recording measurements from a specialized device. She's creating a localized dimension where water behaves according to completely different physical laws. The technique maintained stability for nearly a minute before Shizuku deliberately dissolved it, her analytical mind already cataloging observations and improvements for future attempts. The diamond's ional fold requires 37% less energy when approached through water harmony rather than standard blazer techniques, she reported clinically, though Naruto detected a hint of satisfaction beneath her professional tone. Efficiency improvements align with historical records. From her perch atop a nearby wall, Ayase slow clapped dramatically. Very impressive, Shizu. Now watch how a shadow artist does dimensional manipulation. The shadow princess leapt down with casual grace, her movements perpetually dancing on the edge between disciplined control and natural fluidity. Of the three, Ayase's markings had spread the most extensively, intricate shadow patterns now visible along her entire left side, occasionally seeming to shift position when viewed from different angles. No one said it was your turn, Stella pointed out, though without genuine irritation. I'm instituting a rotation system, Ayase replied with a wink. Besides, I've been practicing this one all night. Before anyone could object, she launched into a complex sequence of movements unlike either Stella's precision or Shizuku's fluidity. Ayase's technique incorporated unpredictable shifts and pauses, her shadow black energy materializing in fractals that defied conventional geometry. Shadow Walk, Naruto identified, recognizing the ancient technique that had been the Shadow Guardian's signature ability millennia ago. The fractals expanded around Ayase, creating what appeared to be tiers in reality itself. Through these openings, glimpses of other locations became visible, different parts of the academy. Seen from impossible angles, dimensional shortcuts, Shizuku observed with professional interest. She's creating transit points between non-adjacent spaces. Ayase's concentration was absolute despite her typically casual demeanor. The technique represented significantly greater complexity than either Stella's or Shizuku's attempts, not merely manipulating energy or creating dimensional folds, but establishing actual connections between separated locations. With a final gesture, Ayase stabilized the largest fractal into a doorway-sized opening. Through it, they could clearly see the Academy's central library. hundreds of meters away from their current position. Traversable? Naruto asked, though he already knew the answer from the quality of the dimensional boundary. In response, Ayase flashed a triumphant grin and stepped directly into the opening. She disappeared from the courtyard, reappearing instantly in the library view. After a theatrical bow to a startled student, she stepped back through the portal into the courtyard. Fully functional, she announced with justified pride. Though maintaining it drains energy rapidly. I could only hold it for about 3 minutes at current capacity. The original Shadow Guardian could maintain multiple transit points simultaneously for hours, Naruto noted, not as criticism but as encouragement regarding her potential. Your progress is extraordinary, considering we've only been training for 3 days. Ayase's expression softened momentarily. It helps having a good teacher. The vulnerability vanished behind her usual mischievous smile. Plus, I'm naturally gifted, obviously. Their training session continued for another hour, each princess practicing techniques specifically tailored to their elemental affinity and personal aptitudes. Naruto guided them with patience born from both his natural teaching ability and the ancient knowledge now integrated into his consciousness. Throughout these sessions, he found himself increasingly comfortable with the dual nature of his identity. Naruto Uzumaki and the reincarnated Sage King no longer felt like competing entities but complementary aspects of a single whole. The memories that had initially emerged as disorienting fragments now fitted together with growing coherence, providing context and depth to his understanding. As morning gave way to midday, Imperial messengers arrived with a formal communication that interrupted their training. Stella received the sealed document, her expression growing serious as she read its contents. The EMP. Res has called an emergency council session, she announced. Representatives from multiple realms have requested audience regarding the dimensional disturbances. Our presence is required immediately. Political complications, Shizuku noted with a slight frown. Inevitable, yet inconvenient timing. They're afraid, Naruto observed, recognizing the pattern from his diplomatic experience in the shinobi world. Unusual events followed by unexplained powers manifesting in individuals, it makes political leaders nervous. Especially when those individuals include 3 princesses and a foreign dignitary, Ayase added. Her light tone masking the seriousness of the situation. We've essentially become walking, talking diplomatic incidents. Stella refolded the Imperial summons with precise movements. The council convenes in 2 hours. We should prepare appropriately. The implications hung unspoken between them. Their private training and exploration of ancient abilities had temporarily existed in a protected bubble, separated from the complex political realities of multiple realms experiencing unprecedented dimensional phenomena. That separation was now ending. I'll inform Hinata and Shikamaru, Naruto decided, already considering how to navigate the complicated diplomatic territory ahead. Their perspectives will be valuable during these discussions. As they departed the training courtyard, Naruto cast a final glance at the scorch marks, water residue, and shadowy remnants of their practice session. Such physical evidence seemed trivial compared to the profound change occurring within each of them, changes that were increasingly visible to the world beyond their small circle. The Imperial Council Chamber exemplified the Vermillion Empire's approach to governance, traditional authority balanced with practical functionality. Ancient wood paneling carved with historical scenes lined walls equipped with modern communication and environmental systems. The circular table accommodating 36 council members combined ceremonial design with technological integration, each position featuring both ancestral family crests and contemporary data interfaces. Naruto, Stella, Shizuku, and Ayase entered together, their unified arrival making a deliberate statement to the assembled dignitaries. Hinata and Shikamaru followed closely, positioned as diplomatie, observers rather than direct participants. The Empress occupied the ceremonial position at the chamber's northern point, her formal regalia balancing traditional elements with subtle modern adaptations. To her right sat representatives from the Kurogane Duchy, the Vermillion Empire's provinces, and allied smaller nations. To her left, delegates from more distant realms, including, Naruto noted with interest, several observers from the shinobi territories. Representatives from the Hidden Leaf, Hinata whispered, identifying familiar faces among the shinobi delegation. Konohamaru sent Shino Aburame and Sai as official observers. Quote, Naruto nodded slightly, acknowledging this information while maintaining formal diplomatic posture. The presence of Konoha ninja suggested the dimensional discs. Turbances had gained significant attention in the shinobi world, unsurprising given the increasingly visible rifts appearing in multiple territories. The emergency council session is now in session, announced the Imperial Chancellor. His voice enhanced by subtle acoustics rather than obvious technology. Her Imperial Majesty has called this gathering to address the unprecedented dimensional phenomena affecting multiple realms, and to discuss recent events at Hagen Academy. The Empress rose, her presence commanding immediate attention without obvious effort. Distinguished representatives, we face circumstances without historical precedent in our lifetimes. The boundaries between realms weaken. Strange energies manifest in unexpected locations. Ancient prophecies appear to activate before our eyes. Her gaze moved deliberately to where Naruto and the three princesses stood. 4 individuals stand at the center of these events, not by choice or ambition, but by apparent cosmic design. Before we proceed with formal discussions, I have invited them to present their understanding of current circumstances. This was both opportunity and challenge, a chance to shape the narrative while simultaneously exposing themselves to political scrutiny from multiple realms. Naruto stepped forward first, having agreed with the princesses that his diplomatic experience made him the logical spokesperson for their initial presentation. Honored representatives, he began, his voice carrying the authority developed through years of high-level diplomatic engagement. What we face is not own dimensional deterioration but a coordinated assault on the fundamental barriers that maintain separation between our realms. A murmur ran through the assembled dignitaries at this direct assertion. Naruto continued, navigating carefully between necessary disclosure and prudent discretion. Historical records recently accessed at both Hagen Academy and the Temple of Echoes confirm that our rent dimensional arrangement, separate realms with limited interconnection, was not the original state of existence. 10,000 years ago, a catastrophic event known as the Sundering forcibly separated realms that had previously existed in harmonious proximity. Speculation and legend, objected a representative from the Northern Territories, his skepticism evident. There are dozens of creation myths involving separated worlds. Not myths, Stella interjected, stepping forward to stand beside Naruto. The royal markings on her arm were clearly visible, drawing murmured comments from council members. Documented history, preserved in multiple independent sources across different realms. The dimensional mathematics align precisely with current observations of boundary deterioration. Shizuku moved to Naruto's other side, bringing scientific precision to their presentation. The evidence supports a recurring cycle of dimensional convergence and separation spanning approximately 10 millennia. We have entered a natural phase of boundary thinning, a process being artificially accelerated by deliberate intervention. By whom? Demanded the Kurogane Duchy's senior representative, Shizuku's uncle. Naruto recalled from briefing materials. Who possesses both motive and capability for such interference? Ayase completed their quartet, her casual demeanor replaced by focused intents. Ity that surprised those who knew only her public persona. An entity known as Moros, once advisor to the ancient sage king, now self-proclaimed heir to dimensional authority. The attack on Hagen Academy, 3 days ago, was conducted by his agents, using technology specifically designed for boundary manipulation. The council chamber erupted in overlapping questions and exclamations. The Empress allowed this momentary disorder before raising her hand for silence, which immediately fell. Evidence supporting these claims, she inquired, her tone suggesting she already knew the answer but required public confirmation. In response, Naruto gestured to Shikamaru, who activated a specialized projection device. Above the council table materialized a 3-dimensional representation of the captured operative's equipment, with key components highlighted and analyzed. Technology recovered from the captured intruder, Shikamaru explained, his characteristic laziness entirely absent when presenting tactical analysis. Components designed specifically for dimensional manipulation, manufactured using materials and methods unknown in either the Shinobi territories or the Blazer realms. The prisoner himself remains incooperative, added the Imperial Security Director from his position near the Empress. However, physical evidence confirms these assessments. The attack was methodically planned, targeting specific dimensional anchor points within the Academy. The council absorbed this information with varying degrees of acceptance, their reactions split between those naturally resist anti-paradigm shifting revelations and those pragmatically focused on addressing immediate threats regardless of their origins. What do these intruders want? Asked a representative from the Eastern Alliance. Cutting to the practical core of the situation. Control. Destruction. Resources. Control. Naruto answered definitively. Moro seeks to direct the inevitable dimensional reintegratio. And according to his vision, maintaining strict hierarchies of power with himself at the apex. And you oppose this why, exactly? Questioned a skeptical counselor from the Merchant Federation. Because you have an alternative vision for controlling this reintegration. The question carried implied accusation, suggesting Naruto and the princesses merely represented a competing power faction rather than fundamental opposition to Moro's approach. It required careful response. We don't seek control, Stella answered before Naruto could speak, her voice carrying both royal authority and personal conviction. We seek balance, harmonious reintegration rather than dominance. Based on what authority? Pressed the same counselor. Recently discovered ancient memories, mysterious markings, convenient prophecies. The challenge was fair despite its confrontational delivery. They were, indeed, asking for trust based on extraordinary claims and recently manifested abilities. Before any of them could respond, an unexpected voice joined the conversation. I can perhaps provide contextual support, said Hinata, stepping forward with quiet confidence. The Empress nodded permission for her to address the council. The Hyuga clan of Konoha has maintained certain historical records predating the founding of the shinobi villages. These records describe an ancient connection between our blood line and interdimensional guardians serving under a ruler called the Sage of Transcendent Harmony. This revelation drew surprised reactions from both the shinobi observers and the council members. Hinata continued, her soft voice somehow commanding attention despite its gentleness. Our Byakugan's ability to perceive chakra networks and dimensional boundaries stems from this historical connection. My clan's elders dispatched me with sealed documents after learning of Naruto's experiences with dimensional memories. She produced an ornate scroll case bearing the Hyuga clan's symbol. These records describe the sundering from our realm's perspective, including specific references to 4 primary entities responsible for maintaining dimensional balance, entities with energy signatures match those now manifesting in Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 princesses. The Empress gestured, and an Imperial attendant retrieved the scroll case, delivering it to her with ceremonial respect. After a brief examination of its seals, she returned her attention to the council. This independent corroboration from a separate realm lends significant credibility to the accounts presented. However, questions of authority and legitimacy remain relevant. She turned her penetrating gaze to Naruto. Mr. Uzumaki, if you indeed carry the reincarnated consciousness of this sage king, what exactly do you propose regarding the dimensional situation? The directness of the question created perfect silence in the chamber. All attention focused on Naruto, awaiting his response to what amounted to a tase of both his intentions and his restored knowledge. I propose we accept the inevitable, he answered with calm certainty. The dimensional barriers are thinning naturally after 10 millennia of separation. Fighting this process would be both futile and potentially catastrophic. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. However, the manner of reintegration matters profoundly. Uncontrolled collapse would cause chaos and suffering across all realms. Dictated restructuring under a single authority, as Moro's intends, would sacrifice the unique developments and diversity that have flourished during separation. Naruto moved to the center of the chamber, golden energy subtly illuminating the markings now extending along both his arms. What I propose is guided harmonization, establishing regulated connection points between realms while maintaining sufficient boundaries to preserve cultural and developmental independence. A network rather than a merger. And how would such regulated connection points be governed? Asked the Northern Territory's representative, his skepticism now tempered with reluctant interest. Who determines access and restrictions? Representatives from all affected realms. Naruto replied without hesitation. No single authority, not even myself, should control something so fundamental to all worlds' futures. This answer appeared to surprise many council members, who had clearly anticipated a more self-serving response. The Empress studied Naruto with heightened interest, perhaps recognizing the political wisdom that transcended his age, wisdom potentially drawn from ancient experience. An admirable sentiment, she acknowledged, but practical implementation would require unprecedented cooperation between realms that have developed in isolation for millennia. Some might consider it idealistic to the point of naivety. Perhaps, Naruto conceded, but the alternative is allowing Moros to impose his vision of dimensional hierarchy, a vision that nearly destroyed all realms 10,000 years ago. The gravity of this statement settled heavily across the council chamber. Even the most skeptical representatives appeared to recognize the magnitude of the situation they faced, not merely unusual phenomena requiring scientific study, but potentially existential threats to their realm's autonomy and survival. This skunk ill requires time to consider these extraordinary claims and proposals, the Empress declared after a measured silence. However, immediate practical matters must be addressed. The dimensional disturbances continue to intensify. Reports indicate new rifts appearing daily across multiple territories. The Imperial Security Director activated the central display, showing a map of documented dimensional anomalies. Red markers indicating unstable rifts had multiplied dramatically since their previous briefing, now numbering in the hundreds across various regions. Most concerning are these larger breaches, he indicated, highlighting 7 locations where the dimensional disturbances had grown to concerning proportions. These appear to be expanding systematically rather than randomly, potent. ally indicating deliberate manipulation. Moros is establishing a network, Shizuku observed, studying the pattern with her analytical precision. These 7 locations correspond to major dimensio, null anchor points in the original boundary system. Like Hagen Academy, Stella added, making the connection immediately. He's targeting the foundational structure that maintains separation between realms. If he compromises enough anchor points simultaneously, Ayase concluded, he could potentially trigger cascading boundary collapse across all connected dimensions. The council absorbed this assessment with appropriate alarm. Even those who remained skeptical of the reincarnation claims could not dismiss the tangible evidence of coordinated attacks against dimensional stability. What do you recommend as immediate response? The Empress asked, directing the question to all 4 of them rather than Naruto alone, a subtle acknowledgement of their collective expertise. Secure the remaining anchor points. Stella answered promptly. Establish defensive perimeters with personnel trained to recognize and counter dimensional manipulation technology. Implement dimensional stabilization protocols at each location. Shizuku added. The Temple of Echoes contains specifications that can be adapted to modern security systems. Deploy shadow sensitivity detection networks, Ayase contributed. Moros' agents utilize dimensional phasing techniques that standard security measures won't detect, but shadow resonance scanners can identify their energy signatures. And begin prepa. Ring the public for increased interdimensional contact, Naruto concluded. As boundaries continue thinning, ordinary citizens will experience effects ranging from minor anomalies to direct encounters with other realms. Panic and misinformation could prove as dangerous as the phenomena themselves. The Empress nodded thoughtfully, considering these recommendations against the political realities of implementing them across multiple sovereign territories. These measures would require unprecedented cooperation between realms that have historically maintained separation. Authorization framework S alone represent significant diplomatic challenges. Then we must establish those frameworks immediately, came an unexpected voice from the shinobi delegation. Sai had risen from his observer position, his typically expressionless face showing unusual animation. Konoha has already documented 17 major dimensional rifts within Fire Country borders. Civilian witnesses report seeing floating islands and structures resembling this realm visible through the distortions. Similar phenomena appear throughout the Vermillion Empire, confirmed the Imperial Chancellor. Reports from IAL governors describe increasingly frequent sightings of ninja-like individuals and techniques unfamiliar to our realm. The reality of their situation crystallized through these reports, the Dimensi. Onal boundaries were thinning regardless of political considerations or skepticism about ancient prophecies. Practical response could not wait for complete consensus on historical interpretations or reincarnation legitimacy. This council will establish an emergency dimensional response directive, the Empress decided, her authoritative tone brooking no opposition. Each represented realm will AP. Point security and scientific liaisons to coordinate defensive measures and information sharing. She turned her gaze to Naruto and the princesses. You four will serve as technical advisors to this directive, providing historical context and specialized knowledge regarding dimensional stability. Whether one accepts or rejects the reincarnation hypothesis, your demonstrated abilities with Dimensi Onal manipulation represent critical expertise in current circumstances. This pragmatic approach satisfied even the more skeptical council members. It acknowledged the practical value of their capabilities without requiring immediate acceptance of the more extraordinary aspects of their situation. As the council began discussing implementation details, a subtle vibration from Naruto's communica Chion device alerted him to an incoming priority message. Stepping slightly away from the main discussion, he checked the secure channel, and found a communication from Sasuke Uchiha. Confirmed. Dimensional rifts being artificially widened. Tracked specialized equipment to source in northern mountains. Ancient weapons activating across multiple territories. Arriving Hagen tomorrow with critical intelligence. Prepare secure meeting location. S_. The message was characteristically terse, but its implications were profound. Sasuke had been investigating independently since before Naruto's diplomatic mission began, his unique abilities making him particularly suited for tracking dimensional anomalies. If he had discovered concrete evidence of artificial manipulation, it would provide valuable tactical advantage in their developing conflict with Moros. Naruto shared the message discreetly with the three princesses, their expressions remaining diplomatically neutral despite the significance of this development. Stella subtly signaled understanding, indicating she would arrange the secure meeting location Sasuke requested. The council session continued for another hour, establishing preliminary frameworks for the Emergency Dimensional Response Directive. Naruto participated actively in these discussions, drawing on both his diplomatic experience as a Konoha representative and his R.'s knowledge of dimensional mechanics from his past life. Throughout these proceedings, he noticed increasing acceptance of their expertise from even the initially skeptical council members. Whether they believed in reincarnated sage kings or not, the practical value of their insights regarding dimensional phenomena became increasingly apparent as discussions progressed. By session's end, revisional agreements had been reached on information sharing protocols, joint security measures for major rifts, and public communication strategies. The Empress concluded the council with characteristic efficiency, dispatching representatives to implement their assigned responsibilities while scheduling follow-up sessions to address longer-term considerations. A productive beginning, she noted privately to Naruto and the princesses as the chamber emptied. Though I suspect the political complications have only just begun. As dimensional effects become more pronounced, public pressure will intensify dramatically. The Vermillion Empire is better positioned than most realms to manage these transitions, Naruto observed. Your educational systems already incorporate interdimensional theory through blazer training. Perhaps, the Empress acknowledged, but theory differs significantly from unexplained phenomena appearing in village markets or family homes. Fear is a powerful political force, one that opportunists will inevitably attempt to harness. Her gaze traveled meaningfully to several departing council members who had demonstrated particular reluctance to accept their explanations. The implication was clear: not everyone would prioritize common welfare over potential political advantage during this crisis. We've received word from Sasuke Uchiha, Stella informed her mother directly. He's arriving tomorrow with intelligence regarding the artificial manipulation of rifts. The Uchiha survivor, the Empress noted with interest. His reputation precedes him even in our realm. Arrange whatever facilities he requires, his insights could prove invaluable. With formal proceedings concluded, they departed the council chamber, each processing the diplomatic developments from their own perspective. The political landscape had shifted significantly during this session, moving from treating the dimensional phenomena as curious scientific anomalies to recognizing them as potential existential threats requiring coordinated response. That went better than expected, Ayase commented as they walked through the Imperial corridors. I anticipated more resistance to the whole reincarnated ancient guardians narrative. Practical concerns outweigh metaphysical skepticism, Shizuku observed. The empirical evidence of dimensional deterioration proves more compelling than debates about reincarnation mechanics. Which is exactly as it should be, Naruto added. Whether they believe in past lives or not, the immediate threat requires the same response. Street. Ella remained uncharacteristically quiet, her expression suggesting deeper concerns than the immediate political situation. When they reached a private courtyard away from administrative activity, she finally voiced her thoughts. The Empress's concerns about political opportunism are well-founded, she said, her royal training evident in how precisely she assessed potential threats. Several NCIL members already show signs of positioning themselves as protectors against dimensional interference, rather than advocates for cooperative solutions. Fear-based politics, Naruto agreed grimly. I've seen similar reactions in the shinobi world during periods of uncertainty. Leaders promising simple solutions to complex problems by identifying convenient enemies. And we're the most convenient enemies available, Ayase concluded with unusual seriousness. 4 individuals manifesting strange powers and claiming ancient authority just as dimensional problems intensify. That's practically a textbook scapegoat scenario. Shizuku had been calculating probabilities while they spoke, her methodical mind quantifying political risks. I estimate a 47% likelihood that opposition to our involvement develops within 2 weeks, potentially higher if dramatic dimensional incidents occur in populated areas. This sobering assessment reinforced the complexity of their position. Beyond the direct conflict with Moros lay the equally challenging navigation of political currents across multiple realms, each with leaders primarily concerned with maintaining authority and public confidence during unprecedented circumstances. We need tangible results, Naruto decided after considering these factors. Theoretical explanations and historical context won't sustain political support indefinitely. We must demonstrate practical progress in stabilizing dimensional boundaries. Sasuke's intelligence might provide exactly that opportunity, Stella suggested. If he's identified specific mechanisms being used to artificially widen rifts, neutralizing those mechanisms would represent concrete action rather than abstract planning. A targeted operation, Ayase said, enthusiasm returning to her voice. Something flashy enough to demonstrate capabilities but precise enough to avoid escalating public concern. Contingent on operational parameters derived from Sasuke's intelligence. Shizuku cautioned, always the voice of methodical planning. Premature action without adequate information could prove counterproductive. Their discussion continued as they returned to their assigned quarters within the Imperial complex. The transition from council politics to tactical planning felt natural, each of them finding familiar comfort in addressing practical challenges rather than navigating diplomatic abstractions. Naruto found himself appreciating anew the complementary nature of their quartet, Stella's decisive leadership, Shizuku's analytical precision, Ayase's adaptive creativity, and his own integrative perspective. Whether from current compatibility or ancient partnership, they functioned together with remarkable effectiveness. As evening approached, they separated to prepare for the following day's meeting with Sasuke. Naruto remained in the private courtyard, seeking a moment of solitude to process the day's developments and the steadily integrating memories of his past life. The quiet was interrupted by Hinata's arrival, her steps deliberately audible to announce her presence respectfully. The Hyuga documents have been formally received by the Imperial archivists, she reported. They were quite impressed by the preservation techniques used by our clan elders. Thank you for bringing them, Naruto said sincerely. Your timing couldn't have been better. Independent verification from the shinobi realm added significant credibility to our explanations. Hinata nodded, then hesitated before continuing. There's something else, something not included in the formal documentation presented to the council. Her serious tone caught Naruto's full attention. Go on. The elders sent a private communication for you specifically, she explained. Producing a small scroll bearing the Hyuga clan's secondary seal, the one used for internal matters rather than official correspondence. They said it contains information about your previous incarnation's connection to our bloodline. Naruto accepted the scroll with appropriate respect, recognizing its likely significance. Did they explain anything about this connection? That the Byakugan's development was directly connected to the Sage King's work with dimensional boundaries, Hinata replied. Apparently, our visual abilities were specifically designed to monitor interdimensional stability. This aligned with fragmentary memories that had been gradually integrating into Naruto's consciousness, recollections of working with specific bloodlines to develop senso. Rai capabilities attuned to dimensional energies. The Hyuga clan had apparently maintained not only the genetic traits but also knowledge of their original purpose across millennia. There's something else, Hinata added. Unusual hesitation in her voice. The elders believe the dimensional disturbances may trigger evolutionary advancements in existing bloodline abilities. They've documented unusual developments in several clan members' Byakugan capabilities, extended perception ranges, new visual frequencies, even limited precognitive glimpses. The boundaries between realms affect more than just physical space, Naruto confirmed. Drawing on restored knowledge, bloodline abilities that originated during the pre-sundering era may respond to changing dimensional conditions by expressing dormant capacities. Hinata nodded thoughtfully. I've experienced something similar myself. Occasional visions of locations I've never visited, moments that haven't yet occurred. The elders believe it's my Byakugan adapting to thinning dimensional barriers. This development carried significant implications beyond the Hyuga clan. If one bloodline was experiencing evolutionary activation due to changing dimensional conditions, others likely would as well, potentially including dujutsu like the Sharingan, nature transformations, and other genetic specializations throughout the shinobi world. We should document these changes systematically, Naruto suggested. They may provide valuable indicators of dimensional stability in different regions. Already initiated, Hinata confirmed with a small smile. Shikamaru established communication protocols with Konoha to track unusual bloodline manifestations across all allied shinobi territories. Her efficiency reminded Naruto why he valued her partnership so highly, her quiet competence often anticipating needs before they were explicitly identified. Though their brief romantic relationship had evolved into deep friendship, their working dynamic remained seamlessly complementary. As twilight settled over the Imperial complex, Naruto thanked Hinata for her contributions and returned to his assigned quarters to review the Hyuga scroll privately. The elegant chamber combined traditional aesthetics with modern functionality, precisely the environment needed for focused concentration on potentially significant historical revelations. Breaking the seal, he unrolled the ancient document carefully. The parchment contained text in an archaic form of the shinobi writing system, alongside diagrams depicting eye structures and dimensional energy patterns. As he studied the contents, connections formed with his own fragmentary memories, creating a more complete understanding of the Hyuga clan's origins. In the time before separation, when realms existed in harmonic proximity, the Sage of Transcendent Harmony selected 16 bloodlines for specific perceptual adaptations. The Hyuga progenitors received the gift of boundary sight, eyes capable of perceiving the flows and structures of dimensional barriers. This gift came with sacred responsibility, to monitor the boundaries between realms and alert the sage to developing instabilities. When the Great Sundering occurred, our ancestors maintained vigilant watch, preserving knowledge of our original purpose while adapting to the new reality of separated realms. Now, as the ancient cycle approaches completion and boundaries thin once more, we recognize the signs foretold in our oldest texts. The sage returns in new flesh. The 16 bloodlines awaken to their original purposes. The choice between harmony and dominance arises again. Bearer of the sage's soul, know this, the Hyuga stand ready to fulfill our ancient covenant. As we served the Sage of Transcendent Harmony then, so shall we serve Naruto Uzumaki now, not in blind obedience, but in recognition of cosmic necessity. The remaining 15 bloodlines must also remember their purposes. Seek the Uchiha, whose eyes were granted to perceive potential futures across dimensional timelines. Seek the Senju, whose bodies were adapted to channel and balance interdimensional energies. Seek the Uzumaki, whose vitality and sealing arts were designed specifically to repair dimensional breaches. The document continued, listing additional bloodlines and their original purposes, some familiar to Naruto. Theirs extinct or transformed beyond recognition through the millennia. The implications were profound, suggesting the major shinobi bloodlines had not evolved randomly but been specifically designed as components in a complex system of dimensional maintenance. Most striking was the reference to the Uzumaki clan, his mother's bloodline, as specifically created for dimensional repair work. This exploit, and his natural affinity for the restoration techniques that had been returning to his consciousness, beyond merely carrying the Sage King's reincarnated soul. His very genetic structure had been optimized for the work now facing him. As he contemplated these revelations, a soft chime from his communication device alerted him to an update from Shizuku. Her message was characteristically precise. Secure meeting location established for Sasuke Uchiha's arrival. Imperial research facility repurposed with appropriate privacy protocols. Estimated arrival 0800 hours. Naruto acknowledged the message, setting aside the Hyuga scroll for later, more thorough examination. Tomorrow's meeting with Sasuke potentially represented a critical turning point in their developing strategy against Moros. Whatever intelligence his friend had gathered during his independent investigation could significantly impact their approach to the dimensional crisis. With typical pragmatism, Naruto prepared for rest, knowing the coming days would demand peak performance physically, mentally, and diplomatically. As he settled into meditative stillness before sleep, the golden markings along his arms pulsed Gen. TLY, a visible manifestation of the continuing integration between his current identity and ancient memories. The Imperial research facility had been transformed overnight into a secure briefing center. Its scientific equipment temporarily replaced with specialized communication systems, dimensional monitoring devices, and tactical display technology. Situated on the Academy's eastern periphery, the location offered both privacy and defensive advantages, including multiple evacuation routes and energy-dampening fields to prevent surveillance. Naruto arrived early, reviewing preparation details with Shikamaru while waiting for the others. His friend had coordinated the facility's conversion with characteristic efficiency despite minimal sleep, his strategic mind already anticipating various scenarios that might emerge from Sasuke's intelligence. The dimensional dampening field is active, Shikamaru confirmed, gesturing to subtle indicators on the facility's control panel. Any conversation within these walls will be effectively isolated from external monitoring, including dimensional scanning techniques. Good. Naruto nodded approval. Sasuke wouldn't request such specific security precautions without significant reason. Troublesome as always, Shikamaru commented, though without genuine complaint. Though I admit, his reconnaissance abilities remain unmatched. If Young could track dimensional manipulation to its source, it would be him. Their conversation paused as the three princesses arrived together, each dressed for potential field operations rather than formal proceedings. Stella wore streamlined combat armor in Imperial crimson, practical yet authoritative. Shizuku had selected a Kurogane tactical uniform optimized for both analytical work and potential combat. Ayase's attire blended shadow manipulation functionality with characteristic personalization, practical gear modified with subtle decorative elements. Perimeter security confirms incoming approach, Stella reported. Aerial transport matching Sasuke's described specifications, arriving from the northern quadrant. Any pursuit or surveillance? Naruto asked immediately, knowing his friend's tendency to attract adversaries. None detected, Shizuku answered, consulting her specialized monitoring device. Though dimensional distortion in the northern approach vector suggests possible recent activity. Minutes later, the facility's secure entrance signaled an arriving visitor. The doors opened to admit Sasuke Uchiha, his appearance reflecting weeks of intensive field operations, travel-worn clothing. The subtle vigilance of someone who had recently navigated hostile territory, and the focused intensity that characterized his approach to critical missions. Naruto, he acknowledged with typical economy, his gaze taking in the facility and assembled company with a single sweeping assessment. Princesses. Despite his customary reserve, Naruto detected genuine respect in Sasuke's brief greeting to the royal women, recognition of their capabilities rather than their titles. The Uchiha had always valued competence above status. Welcome to Hagen Academy, Stella responded formally, though with similar professional respect rather than ceremonial deference. Your intelligence arrives at a critical juncture. Without preamble, Sasuke moved to the central tactical display and activated a specialized data crystal, similar to but more advanced than standard shinobi storage devices. The display illuminated with detailed geographical renderings showing multiple auras across both the shinobi and blazer realms. I've confirmed systematic artificial manipulation of dimensional boundaries at 17 locations, he began, highlighting points on the display that pulsed with ominous red energy. Each site contains specialized equipment calibrated to specific dimensional frequencies, gradually widening natural rifts using harmonic resonance principles. The directness of his report was characteristic. No wasted words or unnecessary context, just critical intelligence delivered efficiently. Shizuku immediately began documenting the coordinates while Ayase studied the pattern distribution with narrowed eyes. They're creating a network, she observed. Each location connects to at least 2 others through dimensional currents. Correct, Sasuke confirmed. The pattern suggests deliberate establishment of transit corridors between realms, controlled pathways rather than random breaches. Naruto studied the display with growing concern, recognizing the strategic implications of such a network. Moro's isn't just weakening boundaries randomly, he's creating specific access points under his control. Infrastructure for whatever comes after the initial destabilization. Precisely, Sasuke agreed, manipulating the display to zoom in on one particular location. This site in the northern mountains contains the most sophisticated equipment, likely a control center for the entire network. I conducted close reconnaissance 3 days ago. The enhanced view showed a facility built into a mountainside, partially concealed by natural features and had appeared to be dimensional camouflage. Unlike the other locations, which contained relatively simple equipment arrays, this installation featured elaborate structures reminiscent of ancient architecture Naruto recognized from his restored memories. That's Moro's architectural style, he confirmed, ancient recognition surfacing immediately. He always preferred asymmetrical geometry with distinctive angular supports, believed they channeled dimensional energy more efficiently. The facility is heavily guarded, Sasuke continued, with both conventional security and dimensional countermeasures. Approaching undetected required extensive use of my Rinnegan abilities, and even then, I narrowly avoided detection on withdrawal. He activated another data component, displaying Cap2. Red images of the facility's interior glimpsed through dimensional rifts he had managed to briefly access. The images showed advanced equipment, armored personnel similar to those who had attacked Hagen Academy, and most significantly, artifacts of clearly ancient origin displayed in specialized containment fields. They're collecting artifacts, Stella observed, leaning closer to examine the images. Those containment designs are specifically configured for interdimensional objects, items that exist partially in multiple realms simultaneously. Like these, Sasuke confirmed, producing a small storage scroll from his cloak. With precise movements, he unsealed its contents, revealing 3 ancient objects carefully wrapped in protective material. The first was a small crystalline device resembling an astronomical instrument, with concentric rings that moved independently despite no obvious mechanism. The second appeared to be a fragment of metal inscribed with symbols similar to those at the Temple of Echoes. The third was a simple key of unusual composition, neither fully metal nor stone, but something that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. I recovered keys from a secondary facility before it was fully operational, Sasuke explained. Based on their energy signatures and construction, they predate the Sundering significantly. Naruto approached the artifacts carefully, ancient recognition surfacing as he studied them. Dimensional technologies from the pre-Sundering era, he confirmed, memories providing context his modern knowledge couldn't. This is a harmonic calibrator, used to measure boundary thickness. This fragment comes from a boundary anchor, one of the original stabilization devices. And this, he paused, examining the key with growing concern. This is a nexus key, one of 7 created to access the primary dimensional junction points. In the wrong hands, extremely dangerous. Moro's is collecting the components necessary for controlled dimensional manipulation, Shizuku concluded, her analytical mind immediately grasping the strategic implications. Not merely destabilizing boundaries, but preparing to reshape them according to specific parameters. Which aligns with everything we've learned about his objectives, Stella added grimly. Control rather than chaos, rewriting dimensional boundaries to establish his preferred hierarchy. Sasuke watched their exchange with keen interest, his Sharingan briefly activating to observe the energy patterns surrounding Naruto and the princesses as they interacted with the ancient artifacts. Whatever he observed appeared to confirm something, though his expression remained carefully neutral. There's more, he continued, returning to the tactical display. The diamonds. Ional manipulation has triggered activation of ancient weapons systems dormant since the Sundering. I've documented 7 such activations across different territories. The display shifted to show locations where unusual energy signatures had manifested, distinctive patterns that Naruto immediately recognized from his restored memories. Guardian Sentinels, he identified, ancient knowledge providing the term. Automated defense systems established during the pre-Sundering era to protect dimensional integrity. They activate automatically when boundaries are compromised beyond certain thresholds. Are they dangerous? Shikamaru asked practically, already calculating potential threats versus assets. Depends on who you ask, Naruto replied with grim humor. To ordinary civilians, extremely. To those manipulating dimensional boundaries without authorization, lethally so. To us, potentially valuable allies, if we can authenticate ourselves to their recognition systems. Their Octiva. Chion suggests boundary deterioration has reached critical levels in multiple locations, Shizuku observed, studying the energy readings with professional concern. Automated systems wouldn't initiate, without significant threshold violations. Timeline acceleration, Stella concluded, the tactical implications immediately clear. Moros is moving faster than we initially estimated. Which means we need to do the same, Ayase added. Her usual playfulness entirely absent. Reactive defense won't be sufficient if he's already activating this many sites simultaneously. Sasuke observed their rapid strategic assessment with approval, recognizing the effective team dynamic developing among them. There's one final piece of intelligence, he said, activating the last component of his data crystal. The display changed to show a familiar figure, the assassin from the Imperial reception, now in different attire and location. I tracked him to Moros's primary facility after his escape from Academy custody. He appears to hold senior operational authority within their hierarchy. You had visual confirmation of the assassin? Stella asked sharply, leaning forward to study the image. Brief but conclusive, Sasuke confirmed. He was overseeing transport of dimensional technology to secondary sites. More importantly, I overheard partial communication regarding their operational timeline. The room focused entirely on Sasuke as he delivered the most critical intelligence. They're preparing for something they call primary convergence, scheduled to occur in approximately 2 weeks. ASED on the equipment being deployed and resources allocated. This appears to be their main objective rather than the smaller boundary manipulations currently underway. 2 weeks, Naruto repeated. The urgency of their situation crystallizing with new clarity. That's significantly accelerated from historical patterns of dimensional thinning. Artificial acceleration using the network they're establishing, Shizuku hypothesized. Calculations practically visible behind her focused eyes. The individual boundary manipulations create harmonic resonance patterns that collectively amplify the natural thinning process. Like plucking specific strings on an instrument to create a harmonizing chord, Ayase elaborated, using her natural talent for metaphor. Each manipulation relatively minor, but the combined effect exponentially greater. Sasuke nodded confirmation. The energy patterns support that assessment. Each activation site shows evidence of calibrated frequency matching, say adjustments to create specific resonance patterns between locations. The tactical implications were immediately clear to everyone present. Moros wasn't merely experimenting with boundary manipula. Chion or creating isolated incursion points. He was implementing a comprehensive strategy to force premature dimensional convergence according to carefully calculated parameters. We need to disrupt the network, Stella stated. Military training translating analysis directly to action. Neutralize enough manipulation sites to break the harmonic resonance pattern. Targeting the control facility would be most efficient, Sasuke suggested, indicating the northern mountain installation. However, security there is exceptional, including dimensional countermeasures specifically designed against direct assault. A distributed approach then, Shikamaru proposed, already formulating strategy. Simultaneous operations against multiple secondary sites to disrupt the network's integrity while herring intelligence for eventual action against the primary facility. Naruto considered these options against his growing understanding of both Moros's methods and the dimensional mechanics involved. Both approaches have merit, but timing becomes critical. If we move too soon with insufficient preparation, we risk accelerating their timeline rather than disrupting it. And political complications remain significant. Shizuku reminded them. Operational authority across multiple sovereign territories requires diplomatic frameworks that don't yet exist, despite yesterday's council agreements. So we need precision strikes rather than broad operations, Ayase concluded. Targeted interventions requiring minimal personnel and maximum deniability. The strategic discussion continued, analyzing various approaches against their unique constraints, balancing urgency against preparation, effectiveness against political complications, direct action against longer-term objectives. Throughout this planning session, Naruto noted with appreciation how naturally their quartet functioned as a strategic unit, each contributing complementary perspectives that collectively generated more effective approaches than any individual could develop alone. Eventually, they settled on a preliminary strategy: 3 simultaneous operations targeting key secondary sites to disrupt the harmonic resonance pattern. Gather additional intelligence about Moroz's technology, and potentially capture personnel with operational knowledge. These missions would be conducted by small teams combining their specialized abilities with conventional security forces, maintaining official deniability while maximizing effectiveness. We should depart within 48 hours, Stella determined, calculating preparation requirements against their accelerating timeline. Further delay increases the risk of Moros achieving critical resonance thresholds before we can intervene. I'll coordinate with Imperial's security for equipment and transportation, she continued, natural leadership emerging without conscious effort. Shizuku, develop tactical approach parameters for each target location based on Sasuke's intelligence. Already formulating, Shizuku confirmed, her mind clearly processing multiple operational scenarios simultaneously. Preliminary analysis suggests team configurations should prioritize complementary skill distribution rather than conventional specialization groupings. I'll handle surveillance countermeasures and extraction protocols, Ayase added, shadow manipulation ability. Making her naturally suited for these aspects. If we're operating across territorial boundaries with limited official sanction, we'll need sophisticated approaches to both insertion and withdrawal. Naruto observed this self-organizing efficiency with deep satisfaction, not merely competent professionals coordinating effectively, but souls who had worked together across lifetimes finding natural harmony in their collaborative efforts. Whether attributed to restored past life memories or simply exceptional compatibility, the result was the same: a uniquely effective team precisely suited to the challenges they faced. I'll continue independent reconnaissance, Sasuke decided, his preference for solo operations unchanged despite their collective planning. My Rinnegan abilities provide unique advantages for monitoring dimensional fluctuations across multiple locations simultaneously. This approach aligned perfectly with their developing strategy. Sasuke's exceptional reconnaissance capabilities would provide ongoing intelligence while they implemented direct interventions against key targets. Maintain communication through secure channels only, Naruto instructed, drawing on both diplomatic experience and restored memories of security protocols. Moros has demonstrated sophisticated surveillance capabilities across dimensional boundaries. With preliminary strategy established, they began detailed operational planning, equipment requirements, team configurations, approach vectors, contingency protocols, and extraction methods. The process flowed with remarkable efficiency, each contributor naturally focusing on their areas of greatest expertise while maintaining holistic awareness of the overall operation. As midday approached, a communication alert interrupted their planning session. The message displayed on the facility's secure system carried the Imperial seal, highest priority, directly from the Empress herself. Urgent development, Stella read, her express scion growing increasingly concerned as she processed the information. Major dimensional breach reported at the Vermillion Empire's eastern border. Unidentified entities emerging from the rift. Imperial forces responding, but encountering unfamiliar resistance. She looked up from the communication, meeting Naruto's gaze directly. Mother requests our immediate assessment and potential intervention. Transportation standing by at the Imperial landing platform. This development forced immediate recalibration of their plans. A major breach requiring Imperial attention suggested significance beyond the routine dimensional anomalies that had been increasing throughout the realm. Could be coincidence, Shikamaru suggested, though his tone indicated he believed otherwise. Are deliberately timed to disrupt our planning. Or a test of response capabilities, Sasuke added grimly. Probing defensive measures before implementing their primary strategy. Whatever the motivation, the breach demanded immediate attention. Within minutes, they had transferred essential planning materials to secure storage, established communication protocols for continued coordination, and prepared for deployment to the reported incident. Sasuke, continue your planned reconnaissance, Naruto instructed as they prepared to depart. This may be deliberate misdirection to prevent exactly the intelligence gathering you've been conducting. The Uchiha nodded agreement. I'll maintain surveillance on the primary facility while you assess this new development. Dimensional fluctuations should provide indicators if there's connection between the events. As they moved toward the Imperial transport, Naruto felt the golden markings along his arms pulsing with increased energy, responding to his heightened alertness and the proximity of dimensional disturbance. The sensation had become familiar over recent days, a physical manifestation of his restored connection to boundary mechanics. The transport lifted off with military precision, banking eastward toward the reported breach site. Through the viewing panels, Naruto observed Hagen Academy receding below them, the floating islands now surrounded by visibly shimmering air as dimensional stability continued deteriorating throughout the region. Prepare for potential combat conditions, Stella advised as they gained altitude, her royal trainin' in crisis management evident in both tone and bearing. Imperial reports indicate unknown entities with combat capabilities emerging from the rift. Dimensional refugees are deliberate incursion. Shizuku questioned, already analyzing limited available data for pattern recognition. Unknown, Stella replied candidly. Initial reports lack sufficient detail for definitive classification. The BR. Each occurred in relatively unpopulated territory, limiting civilian observer accounts. Convenient location for testing boundary penetration techniques, Ayase observed. Minimal witnesses, reduced collateral consequences. Still within Imperial territory to guarantee response for assessment. This tactical analysis aligned with Naruto's own assessment. The location and timing suggested deliberate planning rather than random dimensional weakening. Whether directly connected to Morose's broader strategy or opportunistic exploitation of deteriorating conditions, the breach represented escalation requiring immediate response. The journey to the eastern border took approximately 40 minutes, during which they reviewed available intelligence and prepared equipment for potential intervention scenarios. As they approached the coordinates, evidence of dimensional disturbance became increasingly visible. Atmospheric anomalies, gravitational fluctuations affecting local vegetation, and ultimately the breach itself. Unlike smaller rifts they had previously encountered, this disturbance stretched nearly 100 meters across, its edges pulsing with unstable energy that distorted light and periodically discharged into surrounding terrain. Through the breach, another realm was clearly visible, not the shinobi territories but somewhere else entirely, with unfamiliar geography and atmospheric conditions. Imperial forces had established a defensive perimeter at appropriate distance, monitoring equipment deployed to track dimensional fluctuations while combat-ready units maintained vigilance toward the breach. As their transport landed at the command post, a senior Imperial officer approached to provide immediate briefing. The breach appeared approximately 3 hours ago, the commander reported crisply. Initially small but expanding rapidly to current dimensions. Approximately 40 minutes after formation, entities began emerging, humanoid but with physiological differences, suggesting non-standard dimensional origin. Casualties? Stella inquired immediately. 3 Imperial guards injured during initial contact, the commander answered. The entities employed energy-based attacks unfamiliar to our tactical specialists. Injured personnel have been evacuated for medical treatment and analysis. Current status of the entities? Naruto asked, studying the breach. Rough the command post's monitoring systems. Withdrawn to the breach perimeter, came the response. They emerged, engaged briefly with our forward observers, then retreated to defensive positions along the dimensional boundary. No further advancement attempts for the past 70 minutes. This behavior pattern struck Naruto as significant, suggesting assessment rather than invasion as primary motivation. The entities were testing response capabilities, gathering intelligence about defensive measures, rather than attempting territorial acquisition. We need closer observation, he decided. Turning to Hinata, who had accompanied them from the academy. Can your Byakugan provide detailed analysis of the entities without approaching the breach directly? Hinata nodded confidently. Yes, Huff dimensional distortion may affect accuracy at extreme ranges. Optimal observation would be from approximately 200 meters, within my enhanced perception range but outside reported engagement distance. I'll establish shadow observation points as well, Ayase added. My dimensional fractal technique can create remote viewing windows without physical approach. With observation strategies determined, they moved from the command post toward advanced monitoring positions, maintaining communication with Imperial forces while establishing their independent assessment capabilities. As they approached optimal observation range, Hinata activated her Byakugan while Ayase began forming shadow black energy fractals for remote viewing. 12 entities visible within 30 meters of the breach on this side, Hinata reported. Her enhanced vision penetrating the dimensional distortions. Humanoid but with significant anatomical differences, elongated limbs, enhanced sensory organs, energy channels unlike either chakra or blazer systems. Their equipment appears designed specifically for interdimensional operation, she continued, focusing on tactical details. Adaptive environmental components. Dimensional anchoring devices integrated into armor, weapons calibrated for variable energy frequencies. Ayase's shadow fractals provided visual confirmation of Hinata's assessment, displaying real-time images of the entities positioned along the breach perimeter. Their appearance was unsettling, not monstrous but fundamentally different from standard human morphology, as though evolved under different physical constants or environmental conditions. They're organized, Stella observed, studying the tactical arrangement through specialized optics. Maintaining disciplined formation with clear command structure. This isn't random emergence, it's coordinated reconnaissance. And they're documenting everything, Shizuku added, noting recording devices the entities periodically consulted. Collecting data on our response capabilities, perimeter establishment protocols, monitoring equipment specifications. The implications crystallized with disturbing clarity. This wasn't merely a dimensional anomaly but deliberate intelligence gathering. The entities were conducting systematic assessment of defensive capabilities, likely reporting findings to someone beyond the breach. We need to establish communication, Naruto decided. Determine their intentions directly rather than through tactical analysis alone. Agreed, Stella concurred, though with appropriate security protocols. Their behavior suggests military discipline rather than diplomatic mission parameters. Coordinating with Imperial Command, they established a controlled approach protocol. Naruto and Stella would advance to intermediate distance with appropriate security coverage, attempting communication while maintaining defensive readiness. Shizuku would coordinate monitoring and data collection, while Ayase maintained shadow observation points for comprehensive situational awareness. As they moved forward according to this plan, the entities reacted immediately, shifting formation to ADDR's potential threat while maintaining disciplined restraint. Their movements displayed both tactical training and technological enhancement, using their dimensional anchoring equipment to maintain optimal positioning relative to the breach. At approximately 100 meters distance, Naruto halted, raising empty hands in universal peaceful indication while maintaining alert readiness. Beside him, Stella presented similar non-threatening posture while remaining prepared for immediate response if necessary. We seek communication, Naruto called, his voice enhanced by subtle chakra project. Ion to carry clearly across the dimensional distortion zone. Identify yourselves and your purpose in this realm. For several tense moments, no response came. The entities maintained their positions, recording devices visibly active as they documented this interaction. Then, one figure, distinguished by more elaborate armor suggesting command authority, stepped slightly forward. Dimensional survey operation, the entity responded. Its voice strangely modulated yet comprehensible. Authorized by protocol directive of the Harmonic Convergence Initiative. This breach has been classified as POT. NTIAL Transit Corridor 73 Alpha. The formal terminology triggered recognition in Naruto's restored memories, administrative language from the pre-Sundering era, specifically dimensional boundary management protocols. However, the Harmonic Convergence Initiative represented no historical organization, he recalled. This realm is sovereign territory of the Vermillion Empire, Stella responded with appropriate authority. Unauthorized dimensional transit constitutes violation of boundary sovereignty under both modern and ancient law. The entity seemed to consider this statement, consulting briefly with companions before responding. Boundary sovereignty becomes moot under convergence protocols. All dimensional demarcations revert to central authority during transition phase. Under whose authority? Naruto questioned directly, suspicion growing about these entities' ultimate allegiance. The dimensional architect, came the immediate response. The one you once knew as Moro's, now rightful heir to boundary governance following the Sage King's abdication. This confirmation of their suspicions came with troubling additional implication. Moro's was presenting himself as legitimate authority rather than usurper, claiming rightful inheritance of boundary governance rather than acknowledging his historical betrayal. The Sage King never abdicated, Naruto stated firmly. Golden energy briefly illuminating the markings along his arms. Moro's betrayed his oath as boundary guardian, causing the catastrophic sundering that separated realms against natural harmony. The entity's reaction to this declaration proved revealing. Immediate recording of Naruto's energy signature, urgent communication with companions, and subtle shift to more defensive posture. Most significantly, the commander activated what appeared to be long-range communication equipment, presumably reporting this development to superior authority. Identity signature detected, the entity announced. After receiving some response through its communication system, verification protocols initiated. Remain in position for authentication scan. Without waiting for agreement, the entities deployed specialized equipment generating a beam of energy directed toward Naruto. Instinctively, he established a dimensional stability field around himself and Stella, not aggressive counteraction but defensive. Containment preventing unauthorized scanning. Authentication requires consent under both ancient and modern protocols, he stated firmly. Your directive exceeds authorized boundary assessment parameters. This assertion, combined with his demonstrated ability to counter their technology, created visible consternation among the entities. Their commander engaged in rapid communication through multiple channels, clearly receiving new instructions from distant authority. Boundary assessment operation temporarily suspended, the entity finally announced. Convergence initiative representative. Vase withdrawing pending protocol clarification. With remarkable discipline, the entities began immediate withdrawal toward the breach, maintaining defensive formation while steadily retreating across the dimensional boundary. Their coordinated movement suggested extensive training specifically for interdimensional operations, far beyond improvised exploration. They're not closing the breach, Shizuku observed through their communication link. Merely withdrawing personnel while maintaining the transit corridor. Deliberate policy rather than technical limitation, Ayase added, her shadow. Observation points tracking the entities, complete withdrawal. They want the breach to remain active. This assessment aligned with Naruto's understanding of Moro's broader strategy, establishing permanent transit corridors between realms rather than temporary incursions. The breach represented infrastructure rather than merely exploratory capability. Once the entities had completely withdrawn, Imperial forces advanced to establish enhanced monitoring positions closer to the breach perimeter. Specialized equipment began collecting detailed data about the dimensional characteristics while security teams prepared containment protocols should further emergencies occur. What exactly did we just witness? Stella asked as they regrouped at the command post, her tone balancing royal composure with genuine concern. Those weren't conventional forces from any known realm. Dimensional specialists, Naruto answered, drawing on both restored memories and tactical assessment. Likely adapted, specifically for interdimensional operations, either technologically enhanced or selectively bred for compatibility with variable dimensional conditions. Their reference to the harmonic convergence initiative suggests organizational structure beyond mere exploratory forces, Shizuku observed. Moro's appears to have established administrative frameworks anticipating post-convergence governance. In other words, Ayase translated with characteristic directness, he's already building the bureaucracy to run things after he breaks reality and puts himself in charge. This assessment, though informally expressed, captured the essence of their situation with disturbing accuracy. Moro's wasn't merely attempting dimensional manipulation as isolated objective, he was implementing comprehensive preparation for administering whatever emerged from the forced convergence he planned. We need to understand exactly what's on the other side of that breach, Naruto decided after considering their limited intelligence. Not just the entities we encountered, but the realm itself and whatever base of operations they're reporting to. Reconnaissance beyond the boundary, Stella questioned, immediately recognizing the strategic value despite obvious risks. That would require specialized dimensional stabilization equipment to prevent physiological effects from differing dimensional constants. I can establish sufficient protection, Naruto confirmed, drawing on restored knowledge of boundary transition techniques. A modified royal domain can create a dimensional bubble maintaining our native constants while allowing transit. I should accompany you, Ayase suggested immediately. Shadow walking provides emergency extraction capability if something goes wrong. Agreed, Naruto nodded. Small team. Focused objective. Observation only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. After brief consultation with Imperial Command to establish monitoring and emergency response protocols, they prepared for the reconnaissance mission. Shizuku calibrated specialized recording equipment designed to function across dimensional boundaries, while Stella coordinated with Imperial Force to maintain secure perimeter during their absence. Dimensional constants may affect communication capabilities, Shizuku warned as she provided final equipment adjustments. Quantum entanglement. Communicators should maintain connection regardless of boundary effects, but signal degradation remains possible with increasing distance from the breach. Maintain 30-minute check-in protocol, Stella instructed. If you miss 2 consecutive communications, we initiate extraction procedures immediately. With final preparations complete, Naruto and Ayase approached the breach perimeter. E-dimensional distortion intensified as they drew closer, light bending strangely around the boundary between realms while occasional energy discharges created localized gravitational anomalies. Ready? Naruto asked, golden energy already gathering around his hands in preparation for the stabilization technique. Ayase nodded, shadow black energy similarly collecting around her form. Always wanted to visit another dimension. Tourist attractions must be amazing. Her humor, even in tense circumstances, reminded Naruto why the original Shadow Guardian had been so valued, the ability to maintain in perspective and adaptability even in extraordinary situations. This quality had apparently transcended reincarnation, manifesting in her modern personality despite millennia of separation. Royal Domain. Dimensional constancy. Naruto intoned, forming precise geometric patterns with his hands. Golden energy expanded outward, creating a sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter surrounding them both. Within this field, dimensional constants from their native realm would remain stable regardless of external conditions. With the protection established, they stepped forward together, crossing the boundary between realms. The transition felt like moving through extremely dense liquid, momentary resistance followed by sudden release as they emerged on the other side. The world beyond breach proved both familiar and alien simultaneously. Physically, it resembled Earth-type planetary conditions, comparable gravity, atmospheric composition, and general topography. However, subtle differences immediately registered, slightly different light spectrum casting unfamiliar coloration across the landscape, plant life with evolutionary adaptations suggesting different environmental pressures, and most strikingly, architectural structures visible in the distance that defied conventional engineering principles. Fascinating, Ayase murmured, activating recording equipment while maintaining vigilant awareness of their surroundings. It feels almost like our realm, but shifted somehow. Like hearing a familiar song played in a slightly different key. Naruto nodded agreement, ending his senses cautiously beyond their protective field. The dimensional energies surrounding them flowed according to patterns similar to their native realm yet with subtle variations in fundamental frequencies, as though the underlying mathematical constants had been recalibrated by minor degrees. This isn't the shinobi realm or the blazer territories, he determined after careful assessment. It's something else entirely, perhaps a realm that developed along similar evolutionary paths but with different dimensional constants establishing slightly altered physical laws. They advanced cautiously, maintaining their protective field while documenting everything they encountered. The landscape showed evidence of sophisticated civilization, engineered roadways, controlled agricultural areas, and in the distance, structures suggesting urban development. Most significantly, they observed monitoring equipment positioned at regular intervals, dimensional sensors specifically oriented toward the breach. They've established comprehensive surveillance, Ayase noted, shadow walking briefly to examine one such device without leaving their protective bubble. These are calibrated to track specific energy signatures, including yours, based on these configuration parameters. This confirmed their earlier suspicion that the entities had been specifically searching for Naruto's energy sign. During their incursion, likely under instructions to identify potential Sage King reincarnation indicators. As they approached elevated terrain providing better vantage point, the distance struck. Yours came into clearer view, and proved more remarkable than initially apparent. What had seemed merely unusual architecture revealed itself as something far more significant, a massive complex combining elements from multiple dimensional architectural traditions, surrounded by energy fields indicating sophisticated boundary manipulation technology. That's not just a base, Naruto realized, recognition flooding through his restored memories. It's a dimensional synchronization hub, similar to facilities constructed during the pre-sundering era for coordinating boundary maintenance. Even at considerable distance, the facility's purpose seemed clear: centralized control of dimensional boundaries, with capacity for monitoring multiple rifts simultaneously while directing operations across various realms. This aligned perfectly with their understanding of Moroz's strategy, establishing infrastructure for controlled convergence rather than merely creating random breaches. We should, Ayase began, before their quantum entanglement communicator vibrated with incoming transmission. Unidentified energy signatures approaching your position, came Shizuku's precise warning. Multiple NT ties moving with apparent purpose rather than random patrol pattern. Estimated interception in approximately 3 minutes if you maintain current position. This development forced immediate tactical recalibration. Their mission parameters specified observation without engagement, particularly important given their limited understanding of this realm's capabilities and political structures. They gathered sufficient initial intelligence, Naruto decided, weighing continued exploration against operational security. Let's withdraw and analyze what we've documented before attempting more extensive reconnaissance. Ayase nodded agreement, already preparing shadow walking techniques to accelerate their return if necessary. They began strategic withdrawal toward the breach, maintaining our protective field while avoiding direct approach vectors that would expose them to the incoming entities. As they maneuvered back toward their entry point, Naruto expanded his sensory awareness beyond standard perception, drawing on restored abilities to monitor dimensional energies throughout the surrounding area. What he detected sent immediate alarm through his tactical assessment: energy sign. Atturs converging from multiple directions, suggesting coordinated interception attempt rather than routine patrol. They know we're here, he informed Ayase quietly. Not random movement, deliberate attempt to surround our position. How? She questioned sharply. Your dimensional field should prevent energy leakage, and I've maintained shadow concealment protocols throughout. Unless they detected our initial transition, Naruto reasoned, considering technological capabilities they might not have anticipated. Or they have sensory systems specifically calibrated for interdimensional visitors. Regardless of method, their detection created immediate tactical necessity, reaching the breach before interception could occur. Ayase's shadow walking could transport them directly, but maintaining Naruto's protective field during such transit required precise coordination they hadn't yet practiced extensively. Shadow walk with dimensional preservation, Ayase proposed, recognizing their optimal approach despite technical challenges. I create the transit point, you maintain the constancy field during transfer. The technique required perfect synchronization between their respective abilities. Her dimensional folding through shadow points harmonized with his boundary stabilization field. Under normal circumstances, they would practice such coordination extensively before field application. But current conditions necessitated immediate implementation. Ready on your mark, Naruto confirmed, adjusting his royal domain to interface with her shadow energy. Ayase began the complex sequence of movements that characterized her shadow walk technique, shadow black energy forming fractals that gradually coalesced into a doorway-like opening showing the breach location. Unlike her previous demonstrations, this application required significantly greater precision, creating stable transit across substantial distance while accommodating Naruto's protective field. Maintain field integrity during transition, she instructed as the doorway stabilized. Shadow space has different dimensional properties than either realm. With final adjustments complete, they stepped through together, Naruto focusing entirely on maintaining their protective bubble while Ayase guided their transit through what felt like absolute nothingness, briefly interrupted by flashes of impossible geometry. The sensation lasted mere seconds before they emerged directly beside the breach, their protective field intact despite the complex dimensional transition. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged as the Y quickly moved through the boundary back to their native realm. That level of precision normally requires extensive practice. Muscle memory across lifetimes, apparently, Ayase replied with a hint of her usual humor despite the tension of their narrow extraction. The original Shadow Guardian must have been quite something. She was, Naruto confirmed without thinking, ancient memories surfacing with perfect clarity. The most naturally gifted dimensional navigator I ever trained. This casual acknowledgement of their shared past struck both of them momentarily, the boundaries between rent identities and ancient connections becoming increasingly permeable as memories continued integrating. The moment passed quickly as they rejoined the Imperial forces maintaining perimeter security. But its significance lingered between them, another thread reconnecting past partnership with present collaboration. Stella and Shizuku met them at the command post, eagerly awaiting their reconnaissance findings while monitoring equipment began processing the collected data. Their preliminary report confirmed the significance of what they had witnessed, not merely random dimensional phenomenon, but infrastructure for systematic realm coordination under centralized authority. The synchronization hub you observed matches descriptions from historical records, Shizuku noted as she analyzed their visual documentation. Specifically, administrative facilities established during late pre-Sundering era for boundary governance. Moros isn't improvising, Stella concluded, military assessment immediate and precise. He's implementing established protocols for dimensional administration, likely adapted from systems that existed before the catastrophic separation. Which suggests his Convergence plan follows historical precedent rather than experimental approach, Naruto added, connecting their observations with his restored knowledge. He's attempting to reverse the Sundering through methodical reconstruction of original boundary infrastructure. This assessment carried mixed implications. Moros's approach had historical foundation rather than dangerous improvisation, potentially reducing catastrophic risk, yet simultaneously indicating more comprehensive preparation than they had initially estimated. His Harmonic Convergence Initiative represented resurrection of administrative systems from 10 millennia past, adapted for current conditions but following established functional principles. As Imperial researchers continued processing their collected data, Naruto found himself drawn to the breach itself, studying its structure and energy patterns with both modern analytical perspective and ancient recognition. The dimensional boundary exhibited characteristics suggesting deliberate formation rather than natural deterioration, precisely calibrated frequencies, symmetrical energy distribution, and synchronized oscillation patterns. You recognize something specific, Shizuku observed, joining him at the observation point. Her perceptiveness regarding subtle reactions had only increased since their memories began returning. The breach formation technique, Naruto confirmed, gesturing toward particular energy patterns visible through specialized monitoring equipment. It's based on principles I developed, or rather, the Sage King developed, for controlled bone dairy manipulation during the pre-Sundering era. He pointed to specific frequency harmonics displayed on the monitoring equipment. These oscillation patterns follow mathematical formulas designed for stable transition corridors between compatible realms. They were intended for beneficial exchange rather than invasion, but the underlying principles remain identical. Moros learned from you, Izuku concluded with characteristic directness. Before his betrayal, he acquired knowledge of your dimensional techniques, knowledge he now applies toward objectives directly opposing your original intentions. The observation carried profound weight. Moros wasn't merely an adversary but specifically a corrupted student, using teachings intended for harmonious cooperation toward dominance and control instead. This personal dimension to their conflict added layers beyond tactical opposition, suggesting potential approaches beyond mere countering of techniques. if he's using modified versions of the original formulas. Naruto reasoned, studying the breach patterns more carefully, then countermeasures based on the same foundational principles should prove especially effective. This realization offered strategic advantage. Their restored knowledge included not only the techniques Moros had acquired but their fundamental development process, potentially allowing creation of specialized countermeasures beyond his anticipated defensive preparations. As they continued analyzing the breach, Imperial communications reported a new development requiring immediate attention. The Empress had called another emergency council session in response to similar breaches appearing simultaneously across multiple territories. Representatives from 17 realms had requested urgent consultation regarding coordinated response protocols. The political situation escalates alongside the dimensional crisis, Stella observed as they prepared for immediate return to the imperial capital. Public awareness grows as these phenomena become impossible to contain or explain away, which potentially works to Moros' advantage, Ayase added with unusual seriousness. Fear and uncertainty create fertile ground for accepting security promises, even from questionable sources. Precisely why clear communication and demonstrated competence become essential, Naruto agreed, understanding the political dimensions from both diplomatic experience and restored historical knowledge. People accept extraordinary measures during perceived crises, whether from legitimate authorities or opportunistic alternatives. Their return journey to the imperial capital proceeded with urgency matching the accelerating situation. Throughout the flight, they continued analyzing reconnaissance data while simultaneously preparing for the political challenges awaiting them. The dimensional crisis had now entered public consciousness unavoidably, moving from specialized scientific concern to immediate social reality affecting multiple realms. As their transport approached the capital, Naruto observed dimensional distortions visible even from altitude, subtle ripples in reality that ordinary citizens would increasingly notice in coming days. The boundaries between realms continued thinning according to both natural cycle and artificial acceleration, creating phenomena impossible to dismiss as mere scientific curiosity. With Moros implementing comprehensive strategy for dimensional convergence under his authority, their response required equally systematic approach, addressing technical challenges, political complications, and public communication simultaneously. The reconnaissance mission had confirmed both the nature and scale of their adversaries' preparation, information crucial for developing effective countermeasures. Yet as they prepared to navigate another round of political deliberations, Naruto found himself contemplating deeper questions beyond immediate tactical response. The conflict with Moros transcended simple opposition between competing forces. It represented fundamental philosophical divergence regarding how power should function across realms. This core distinction had precipitated the original betrayal 10 millennia past and now emerged again as central question in their renewed confrontation. The capital city appeared below them, imperial architecture gleaming in a noon sunlight while diplomatic vessels from multiple realms occupied designated arrival platforms, visible evidence of unprecedented gathering in response to the dimensional crisis. As their transport began descent toward the imperial complex, Naruto exchanged glances with the three princesses, silent communication acknowledging the accelerating situation and their central role in addressing unprecedented challenges. Whatever decisions emerged from the coming council, one reality had become inescapable: the long-delayed resolution of ancient conflict had finally arrived. After 10 millennia of separation, the realms approached inevitable reconnection, with only the method and governance of that reconnection remaining to be determined. And at the center of this cosmic inflection point stood four individuals carrying both the burden and opportunity of reincarnated purpose, their choices potentially determining the fundamental structure of reality itself for millennia to come. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4 Trials of Fire. The Imperial Council chamber emptied gradually as representatives from 17 realms departed with newly established emergency protocols. The second emergency session had lasted nearly 6 hours, stretching from midday into early evening as diplomats and leaders grappled with the accelerating dimensional crisis. Through heated debates and tense negotiations, the Y had finally achieved consensus on a coordinated response framework, authorization for joint security operations, standardized reporting mechanisms for dimensional anomalies, and preliminary public communication strategies. Naruto remained behind as the chamber cleared, studying the central display still showing documented breach locations across multiple territories. The pattern had evolved since their initial assessment. New rifts appearing with increasing frequency while existing breaches expanded systematically. Most concerning were the 7 major disturbances corresponding to ancient and chore points, strategic locations within the original boundary system that Moros appeared to be targeting specifically. 23 new breaches documented during just this council session, Stella observed, joining him at the display. Unlike most council members who showed visible fatigue after the marathon deliberations, the Vermillion princess maintained composed alertness that Naruto recognized from both her current military training and her previous incarnation. The acceleration curve matches Shizuku's projections precisely, which gives us approximately 12 days before critical convergence threshold. Naruto concluded grimly, assuming Moros maintains current operational tempo. And if he accelerates further? Stella asked, though her tone suggested she already anticipated the answer. Then we have less. Naruto replied simply. The mathematics of dimensional convergence follow exponential rather than linear progression once certain thresholds are crossed. Small changes in boundary integrity can produce disproportionate effects on overall stability. The Empress approached from her ceremonial position, her formal regalia replaced with more practical attire following the council's conclusion. Despite the extended session, she maintained regal composure tempered with the pragmatism that characterized her leadership style. The council has authorized joint operations against identified manipulation sites, she informed them directly. However, political complications remain significant. Several delegations expressed particular concern about your involvement, citing the unprecedented nature of your restored abilities. This diplomatic phrasing addressed the growing political tension surrounding their group. Despite their demonstrated expertise regarding dimensional mechanics, some council members had vocally questioned the wisdom of granting operational authority to individuals manifesting unexplained powers and claiming ancient reincarnation. Practical necessity outweighs metaphysical skepticism, Stella responded, her tone respectful yet firm. Our capabilities provide unique advantages in addressing the dimensional manipulations, regardless of their origins. Indeed, the Empress acknowledged, which is precisely why the authorization passed despite objections. Nevertheless, perception management remains critical to maintaining political support. Your operations must produce demonstrable results while avoiding unnecessary public displays that might inflame existing concerns. This guidance reflected sophisticated political understanding, recognizing both the technical necessity of their involvement and the social complexity surrounding it. They needed to succeed operationally while minimizing aspects that might trigger further political resistance. The northern facility Sasuke identified represents our primary objective, Naruto stated, returning focus to tactical considerations. However, direct assault remains problematic given its defensive capabilities and political sensitivity. Which is why we've developed a phased approach, Stella explained, activating a tactical overlay on the central display. Coordinate D operations against 3 secondary sites to disrupt the harmonic network while gathering intelligence for eventual action against the primary facility. The Empress studied the proposed strategy with practiced assessment. Diplomatically viable, assuming precise execution. The Council authorization covers these specific operations, provided you maintain communication protocols with local authorities in each territory. Teams have been configured for deployment within 24 hours, Stella confirmed. Shizuku has developed comprehensive tactical parameters for each target, accounting for both technical and political constraints. Speaking of Shizuku, the Empress noted, glancing around the now empty chamber, where are the others? I expected them to remain for this discussion. Ayase is finalizing infiltration equipment with Imperial security, Stella answered. Shizuku departed immediately after the council to configure specialized monitoring systems that will track dimensional harmonics during our operations. Quote, practical as always, the Empress observed with slight amusement. Her analytical abilities prove increasingly valuable as the situation evolves. Their discussion continued for several minutes, addressing final logistical details and communication protocols for the upcoming operations. As they concluded, the Empress departed to manage other Imperial responsibilities, leaving Naruto and Stella alone in the Grand Chamber. 12 days, Stella murmured, her public composure momentarily giving way to genuine concern as she studied the breach map. Assuming optimal operational execution, can we actually prevent critical convergence within that timeframe? The question carried weight beyond tactical assessment, touching on deeper uncertainties rigor. Ding their ultimate capabilities against Morose's comprehensive strategy. Naruto considered his response carefully, balancing honest evaluation against unproductive pessimism. Prevent completely. Unlikely, he admitted. The natural cycle of dimensional thinning would continue regardless of our intervention. But disrupt Morose's controlled implementation. Definitely possible. The difference between chaotic boundary fluctuations and directed convergence represents our realistic objective. Stella nodded thoughtfully, appreciating his candid assessment. Then we focus on disrupting his network, while developing countermeasures for inevitable partial convergence. A pragmatic approach rather than impossible prevention. This strategic clarity exemplified why the Fire Guardian had always served D as primary battlefield commander in their previous incarnation. Her ability to distill complex situations into actionable priorities without sacrificing nuance or accuracy. That quality had apparently transcended reincarnation, manifesting in her current persona despite millennia of separation. We should review final preparation status before tomorrow's deployment, Naruto suggested, their discussion naturally transitioning from strategic assessment to immediate operational concerns. As they moved to exit the council chamber, the massive ornamental doors abruptly sealed themselves, locking mechanisms engaging with unmistakable security protocols. Simultaneously, the environmental systems deactivated, lights dimming to emergency levels while air circulation halted with mechanical finality. Security lockdown. Stella identified immediately, her relaxed posture instantly shifting to combat readiness. But no alarm activation. Targeted isolation, Naruto concluded, his senses extending to assess potential threats. Someone specifically containing this chamber. The central display flickered and distorted, its technical specifications failing as dimensional energy surged through the chamber's systems. The holographic projection fragmented before reforming into an image neither of them expected, a formal Imperial communication bearing the Empress's personal seal. Emergency protocol initiated, announced the artificial communication system, its standard voice replaced with a distorted approximation of Imperial authority. Dimensional containment breach detected in sectors 7 through 12. All personnel initiate immediate evacuation procedures. That's not a standard protocol message, Stella stated with absolute certainty, her extensive training in Imperial security procedures identifying the discrepancies immediately. The phrasing is wrong, and evacuation procedures would never seal personnel inside chambers. It's a deception, Naruto agreed, golden energy already gathering around his hands as he sensed dimensional disturbances building within the chamber itself. Someone's using Imperial communication systems to mask their actual intentions. The false alert dissolved as reality itself began distorting around them, air shimmering with dimensional instability while architectural features seemed to shift between existence and non-existence in oscillating patterns. The grand chamber's dimensions stretched and compressed in impossible configurations, spatial integrity deteriorating rapidly. Localized dimensional collapse, Naruto identified, recognizing the technique from restored memories. They're attempting to create a forced transit field around us specifically. Stella manifested her crimson energy in precisely controlled patterns, creating stabilization boundaries around their immediate vicinity. Targeted extraction rather than elimination, she observed clinically. They want us transported somewhere, or separated from the others before tomorrow's operations, Naruto added, combining his golden energy with her crimson barriers to reinforce local dimensional stability. Their defensive efforts created momentary equilibrium, dimensional stability maintained within their immediate vicinity while the surrounding chamber continued distorting into increasingly impossible configurations. This temporary advantage critical strategic assessment despite the chaotic circumstances. We need to determine the field's origin point, Stella stated, her combat analysis functioning efficiently despite the extraordinary situation. Dimensional manipulation of this scale requires either significant infrastructure or multiple specialized operators. Naruto extended his perceptions beyond conventional senses, drawing on restored abilities to trace dimensional energy flows to their source. What he detected confirmed their situation's gravity, multiple synchronized breach points creating converging distortion fields. Specifically calibrated to their energy signatures. 6 origin points, he reported tersely, surrounding the chamber in geometrically precise arrangement. This isn't improvised attack, it's meticulously planned extraction targeting us specifically. As dimensional distortion intensified around their defensive bubble, architectural features began disappearing entirely, sections of walls, flora, and ceiling vanishing as spatial properties failed completely. Beyond these disappearing structures, they glimpsed fragmented views of unfamiliar landscapes, mountainous terrain, crystalline formations. Atmospheric conditions unlike anything in the Imperial capital. They're trying to transport us to multiple locations simultaneously, Naruto realized, recognizing the specialized technique from ancient memories. Dimensional fragmentation to prevent coordinated resistance. Divide and isolate, Stella concluded, immediately grasping the tactical implications. Standard approach against unknown capabilities. Separate targets from mutual support structures. Their analytical exchange continued even as they maintained defensive countermeasures, professional assessment uninterrupted by the extraordinary circumstances surrounding them. This shared capacity for strategic function during extreme conditions represented another connection point between their current partnership and ancient collaboration. The dimensional distortions accelerated beyond their ability to maintain complete stabilization, their defensive field contracting under intensifying external pressure. Sections of the council chamber disappeared entirely, replaced by unstable dimensional boundaries showing fragmentary glimpses of multiple destinations. We can't maintain position, Stella observed, calculating energy. Y expenditure against diminishing returns. Forced transit becomes inevitable given current degradation rate. Then we control the destination, Naruto decided, shifting from defensive resistance to strategic adaptation. If transit becomes unavoidable, we select the destination rather than allowing random distribution. This approach required immediate implementation as their defensive field continued contracting. Naruto adjusted his dimensional energy from general stabilization to specific harmonization with one particular distortion field, the mountainous terrain that had appeared most consistently among the fragmentary destinations. This one, he indicated to Stella, golden energy forming intricate geometric patterns. Match your resonance frequency to mine. We synchronize transit T.O. Maintain proximity rather than allowing separation. Without hesitation, Stella aligned her crimson energy with his golden patterns, their combined harmonics creating a specialized transit field distinct from the chaotic distortions surrounding them. This technique, sophisticated dimensional navigation rather than mere resistance, drew on restored knowledge from their previous incarnations, implemented with intuitive coordination that transcended their limited practice in current lifetimes. Synchronized transit in 3 seconds, Naruto announced, completing the final harmonic patterns. Maintain energy cohesion through transition. As the council chamber disappeared completely around them, their combined energy field collapsed inward, compressing them through dimensional boundaries or expanding outward at their destination. The transition felt simultaneously instantaneous and eternal, their consciousness stretched across dimensional interfaces before reconsolidating in new spatial coordinates. Reality reasserted itself with jarring abruptness, solid ground beneath their feet, thin mountain air filling their lungs, unfamiliar gravitational pressure slightly stronger than their native environment. They had arrived intact and together, their synchronized transit technique successfully countering the separation attempt. Transit complete, Stella confirmed unnecessarily, professional habits maintaining procedural discipline despite the disorientation. Preliminary location assessment. Mountainous terrain, approximately 3,000 meters elevation, unfamiliar astronomical positioning. Naruto expanded his senses cautiously, assessing their surroundings while remaining alert for immediate threats. They stood on a narrow plateau halfway up a jagged mountain range. Harsh winds carrying crystalline particles that sparkled in unfamiliar sunlight. The atmosphere proved breathable but thin, while gravity exerted approximately 15% greater force than their native realm. Dimensional coordinates unknown, he stated after careful assessment. This isn't the shinobi realm or blazer territories, the fundamental constants differ significantly from both. A third realm entirely, Stella concluded, surveying their surroundings with tactical precision. Atmospheric composition remains within survivable parameters, though extended exposure without adaptation would prove problematic. Their immediate situation secured, they expanded assessment to strategic considerations. The forced dimensional transit had effectively removed them from their planned operations, separating them from allies and support infrastructure less than 24 hours before scheduled deployment. Targeted extraction, Naruto confirmed, examining residual energy patterns from their transit. The dimensional frequencies were specifically calibrated to our unique signatures. This wasn't random opportunism but precisely planned intervention. Moros, Stella stated with certainty. The timing, precision, and technical sophistication all indicate his direct involvement. This represents significant escalation from previous proxy operations. Their tactical assessment proved grimly efficient, neither wasting energy on emotional reactions to their circumstances nor underestimating the strategic implications. Years of respective training, her as military commander, him as frontline combatant and diplomat, created natural professional focus despite their extraordinary situation. We need to establish our exact location and identify potential return transit points, Naruto said. Transitioning from assessment to action planning. Dimensional breaches leave distinctive energy signatures that should be detectable even without specialized equipment. Agreed, Stella nodded, already scanning the surrounding terrain for optimal observation positions. That ridge offers superior vantage point and potential shelter from these winds. We should establish tempo. Rary operational base while developing extraction strategy. Their coordinated movement toward the designated ridge reflected both current tactical training and ancient partnership, positioning naturally complementary. Communication efficient without unnecessary verbalization, threat assessment continuous but unobtrusive. Despite their extraordinary circumstances, they functioned with professional harmony that transcended their limited collaboration in current incarnations. Reaching the sheltered ridge required nearly 30 minutes of careful navigation across unstable terrain. The mountain's composition included crystalline formations unlike standard geological structures, suggesting either different physical laws governing mineral formation or artificial modification for specific purposes. Most notably, certain crystal clusters exhibited energy conductivity properties that resonated with their own internal energy systems. Subtle vibrations activating in proximity to Naruto's golden aura or Stella's crimson field. These formations aren't natural, Stella observed, examining a particularly responsive crystal cluster. The geometric precision and energy reactivity suggest deliberate cultivation rather than random geological processes. Dimensional harmonic crystals, Naruto identified, ancient memories providing terminology his modern knowledge lacked. They were cultivated during the pre-sundering era specifically for boundary monitoring and manipulation. Their resonance properties allow detection of dimensional fluctuations too subtle for conventional instrumentation. Then they might help locate potential transit points, Stella concluded immediately, her practical focus identifying tactical applications from theoretical knowledge. If they respond to dimensional energies, areas with higher concentration or responsiveness could indicate boundary weaknesses. This assessment demonstrated her natural strategic thinking, immediately translating abstract information into practical advantage regardless of unfamiliar circumstances. This quality had made her an exceptional battlefield commander in her previous incarnation and apparently transferred intact through reincarnation. They reached the sheltered ridge and established basic operational position, assessing resources and immediate priorities with practiced efficiency. Physical supplies remained limited to equipment they carried during the council meeting, primarily communication devices, basic survival tools, and specialized energy manipulation implements rather than comprehensive field operation gear. Communication attempt, Stella reported after activating her quantum entanglement device, specialized technology designed to maintain connection regardless of distance or conventional interference. No response on standard frequencies. Dimensional differences likely disrupting transmission protocols. Try harmonic recalibration, Naruto suggested, drawing on restored knowledge of interdimensional communication principles. Adjust carrier frequency to match local dimensional constants rather than maintaining native parameters. She implemented this recommendation with quick precision, manipulating the device's specialized controls to establish new transmission protocols. After several minutes of technical adjustments, she shook her head with professional disappointment. Still no connection, she concluded. Either dimensional constants differ too significantly for adaptation, our deliberate interference is blocking transmission specifically. Which means we're on our own until we can either establish alternative communication or locate dimensional transit point, Naruto summarized, their situation clarifying into practical priorities. Let's expand environmental assessment and identify potential resources before developing detailed extraction strategy. With immediate survival requirements addressed, they conducted systematic reconnaissance of their surroundings, documenting geographical features, identifying potential resources, and searching for indicators of dimensional manipulation. The unusual environment presented both challenges and opportunities, harsh conditions requiring careful adaptation, but specialized features potentially providing advantages unavailable in their native realm. As evening approached by local astronomical indicators, they established more substantial operational base within a protected cavern formation. Crystal formations throughout the cavern resonated with ambient energy, providing both illumination and environmental monitoring without requiring external power sources. Their inherent energy signatures, his golden, hers crimson, activated different response patterns within the crystalline structures, creating complementary monitoring systems. These crystals are responding to more than just our presence, Stella observed as night fully descended outside their shelter. They appear to be tracking dimensional fluctuations throughout the surrounding region. Look at this pattern formation, it's changed 3 times in the past hour. She indicated a particularly complex crystal cluster whose internal illumination shifted in systematic sequences, creating geometric patterns that evolved continuously rather than repeating predictable cycles. Naruto studied these patterns with growing recognition, ancient knowledge integrating with current observation. It's a dimensional weather map, he realized, memories providing context his modern education couldn't. These formations were specifically developed to monitor our boundary conditions across regions too vast for direct observation. The shifting patterns indicate dimensional stability variations throughout this realm. Can you interpret the specific conditions they're displaying? Stella asked, her practical focus immediately identifying potential tactical value in this discovery. Naruto studied the patterns carefully, comparing observed sequences against restored knowledge. Partial interpretation only, he admitted after several minutes. The basic stability indicators are recognizable, but some pattern elements appear modified from original configurations, likely adapted for this realm's specific dimensional properties. Even partial interpretation provides significant advantage over complete ignorance, Stella noted pragmatically. What can you determine with reasonable confidence? He indicated specific pattern sequences within the crystal formation. These cyclical variations suggest dimensional tides, periodic fluctuations in boundary stability occurring at regular intervals. If the pattern holds, we should see significant thinning approximately 14 hours from now, potentially creating natural transit opportunities, which gives us clear operational timeline, Stella concluded, immediately integrating this information into tactical planning. 14 hours to locate optimal transit position and prepare extraction methodology. Their discovery provided crucial strategic advantage, converting uncertain waiting into defined preparation timeline with specific objective. This shift from reactive to proactive positioning aligned perfectly with their shared preference for structured operation planning rather than improvised response. As they completed preliminary extraction strategy, the practical necessities of extended field operation became unavoidable. Resources required management, rest cycles needed establishment, and personal considerations couldn't be indefinitely deferred despite professional focus. These ordinary human requirements created natural transition from purely tactical discussion to more personal interaction. You should rest first, Stella suggested, her military training automatically establishing appropriate watch rotation. I'll maintain first observation cycle and monitor crystal patterns for any significant changes. Agreed, Naruto nodded, recognizing both the logical rotatio and schedule and her subtle assertion of command authority, a natural expression of her leadership tendencies rather than hierarchical requirement. Wake me in 4 hours for rotation. As he settled into rest position, utilizing his cloak as minimal bedding against the crystalline cavern floor, he noticed Stella's continued observation of both external environment and his own preparation. Her assessment appeared professional rather than personal, yet contained nuanced attention suggesting more complex considerations than mere tactical evaluation. Something on your mind? He asked directly, Are circumstances eliminating value in social pretense or unnecessary formality? Stella hesitated briefly, unusual for someone typically decisive in both action and communication. I've been experiencing increasingly detailed memory integration, she finally stated, her tone carefully neutral despite the significant content. Particularly regarding our previous working relationship. The deliberate phrasing, working relationship, rather than more personal terminology, reflected her characteristic precision in communication. Yet the specific focus of her statement suggested more complex concise rations than purely professional assessment. Anything specific causing concern? Naruto inquired, maintaining similarly balanced tone while acknowledging the conversation's potential significance. Not concern precisely, she clarified, arranging her thoughts with visible care. Rather, contextual recalibration. The memories suggest partnership dynamics significantly different from modern command structures or formal diplomatic relationships. This understated observation contained profound implications regarding their previous incarnations' connection, suggesting relationship patterns transcending conventional hierarchical frameworks despite their formal positions as Sage King and Guardian. Naruto recognized both the content significance and the careful approach Stella employed in addressing it. The Sage King wasn't a conventional ruler, he confirmed, drawing on increasingly integrated memories of his previous incarnation. And the Guardians were never merely subordinates. The relationship evolved over centuries from formal positions to genuine partnership based on complementary capabilities and mutual respect. Stella nodded thoughtfully, her expression suggesting this confirmation aligned with her own returning memories. That functional evolution makes increasing sense as our current collaboration develops. There are operational patterns emerging between us that feel simultaneously unfamiliar and deeply natural, efficiency beyond what our limited modern interaction should logically produce. This observation demonstrated her characteristic analytical precision, identifying pattern anomalies and seeking rational explanation rather than accepting comfortable assumptions. Even addressing potentially complex personal dynamics, she maintained systematic assessment rather than emotional reaction. Muscle memory across lifetimes, Naruto suggested, employing deliberate simplification to address complex metaphysical reality. Our souls remember partnership patterns our conscious minds are still rediscovering. A reasonable functional hypothesis, she acknowledged with slight smile at his pragmatic framing. Though it raises interesting questions about autonomy versus predetermination in our current incarnations. This philosophical dimension reflected deeper aspects of Stella's personality often masked by her practical military focus, intellectual curiosity and philosophical consideration underlying her tactical efficiency. These qualities had characterized the original Fire Guardian as well, creating a leader capable of both immediate battlefield decisions and longer-term strategic thinking. I believe we maintain fundamental choice, Naruto offered after considering her philosophical question. The memories provide context and capability, but our current decisions remain genuinely our own. Past patterns influence but don't determine present choices. An encouraging perspective, Stella noted with subtle approval. Partnership without predestination. This concise phrase encapsulated complex philosophical territory with characteristic precision, acknowledging their unusual circumstances while preserving essential agency within them. The conversation paused naturally, both having expressed significant perspectives without requiring immediate resolution or formal conclusion. Rest now, she suggested, returning to practical concerns with smooth transition. Dawn approaches in approximately 6 hours, and tomorrow's dimensional tides will require optimal condition for potential extraction. Naruto complied without argument, recognizing both the logical priority and her natural shift back to operational focus. As he settled into meditative rest state, he reflected on their exchange, significant not merely for content but for the balanced approach they both employed in addressing complex personal dynamics within extraordinary circumstances. Dawn arrived with atmospheric properties unlike anything in their native ray. Crystalline particles suspended throughout the air refracting sunlight into prismatic patterns that transformed ordinary illumination into spectacular light display. The surrounding mountains red to shift colors continuously as different wavelengths activated various mineral compositions in their structure. Remarkable adaptive properties, Stella observed as they prepared for day's operations. The crystalline structures appear to function as natural energy collection system, harvesting specific light frequencies for conversion to dimensional stability energy. They were likely cultivated specifically for that purpose. Naruto confirmed, restored memories providing context for her observation. During the pre-sundering era, certain realms developed specialized environmental adaptations to maintain dimensional harmony without requiring constant technological intervention. Their morning assessment identified significant changes in surrounding conditions, crystal formations throughout the cavern displayed intensified activity, while atmospheric density had decreased measurably overnight. Most notably, dimensional energy concentrations had begun shifting according to patterns predicted by the crystal weather map, suggesting the approaching dimensional tide they had anticipated. Energy convergence indicates optimal transit conditions will develop approximately 4 hours from now. Naruto determined after studying updated crystal patterns. We should locate specific manifestation point before peak intensity arrives. The crystal responsiveness increases toward the southern ridge, Stella noted, indicating their observations from previous reconnaissance. Suggest primary investigation along that vector to identify specific dimensional thinning location. With clear objective established, they departed their temporary shelter, navigating difficult terrain with practiced efficiency while maintaining continuous environmental assessment. The crystalline particles in the atmosphere had increased significantly overnight, creating occasional visibility challenges while simultaneously providing useful indicators of dimensional energy movement, their patterns shifting in systematic flows toward specific convergence points. These particle flows appear deliberately engineered, Stella observed as they traversed particularly dense concentration area. The movement patterns suggest artificial guidance rather than natural atmospheric circulation. Another adaptive mechanism, Naruto confirmed. They're designed to concentrate at boundary weakness points, providing both visual indication and automatic reinforcement of dimensional stability. After 2 hours of careful navigation across increasingly unstable terrain, they identified their primary objective, a plateau formation where crystalline particles converged in spectacular spiraling patterns around central void approximately 3 meters in diameter. Unlike natural atmospheric phenomena, these spirals maintained perfect geometric precision while continuously drawing additional particles into their rotation. Dimensional aperture formation, Naruto identified immediately, recognizing characteristic pattern from restored memories. Natural boundary thinning point enhanced by engineered environmental response. When dimensional tide reaches peak intensity, this location should manifest temporary transit corridor. Estimated time to manifestation, Stella inquired, immediately focusing on operational timeline. Approximately 90 minutes based on current energy concentration rate. Naruto calculated after studying the formation's development patterns. Though stability duration remains uncertain without historical baseline for this specific location. This uncertainty represented significant operational challenge. They needed to utilize the transit corridor immediately upon formation, as its stability duration could range from minutes to mere seconds depending on local dimensional properties. Their preparation required both technical precision and timing flexibility to accommodate unpredictable manifestation characteristics. As they established observation position overlooking the dimensional aperture formation, Stella conducted systematic equipment check while Naruto monitored energy convergence patterns. Their complementary preparation proceeded with precise efficiency despite never having conducted this specific operation together in current incarnations. Another example of partnership patterns transcending conscious familiarity. Energy conversion, accelerating beyond predicted parameters, Naruto reported after 30 minutes of observation. Manifestation timeline requires adjustment, estimated aperture formation now approximately 40 minutes rather than 90. Preparation protocols adjusted accordingly, Stella confirmed without hesitation, her adaptability matching the situation's evolving requirements. Though accelerated convergence raises questions about causality, natural variation or external influence. This observation demonstrated her exceptional tactical awareness, identifying pattern anomalies and immediately assessing potential strategic implications rather than merely adjusting operational timeline. The acceleration could indeed represent natural variation in dimensional tides, but could equally indicate deliberate rate manipulation by external forces aware of their presence. No clear indicators of artificial manipulation, Naruto determined after extended sensory assessment. Energy signatures maintain natural harmonic progressions despite accelerated timeline. Most likely explanation involves interaction between our own energy fields and local dimensional properties, our presence potentially catalyzing natural processes rather than external intervention occurring. This assessment provided provisional reassurance while maintaining appropriate caution regarding their situation. Even without deliberate external manipulation, accelerated manifestation required vigilant monitoring and preparation adjustment to ensure successful utilization when the transit corridor appeared. As predicted, Dimension L energy continued concentrating at accelerating rate, the crystalline particle spirals intensifying visibly while atmospheric conditions around the formation grew increasingly unstable. Localized gravity fluctuations affected surrounding terrain, while light refraction created spectacular visual distortions throughout the area. Energy convergence approaching critical threshold, Naruto announced. As these effects intensified beyond previous observations. Aperture manifestation imminent within approximately 5 minutes. They moved to optimal transit position, close enough for immediate utilization when the corridor formed, yet maintaining sufficient distance to avoid potential instability effects during initial manifestation. Their positioning reflected both tactical prudence and intimate understanding of dimensional mechanics beyond conventional knowledge. Transit protocol confirmation, Stella stated, ensuring operational clarity before execution. Upon aperture manifestation, we establish dimensional stabilization field using combined energy harmonics, then proceed through transit corridor maintaining field integrity throughout transition. Destination coordinates remain undefined, requiring adaptive response upon arrival. Confirmed, Naruto nodded, appreciating her procedural discipline even during unprecedented operations. Primary objective remains returning to Tive realm regardless of specific arrival location. Secondary objective involves maintaining proximity throughout transit to prevent separation. This clear prioritization established essential Suchi's parameters without overcomplicating execution requirements, characteristic of effective field operations under uncertain conditions. Their preparation complete, they awaited aperture manifestation WITH professional readiness rather than anxious anticipation. The dimensional aperture formed with spectacular visual impact, crystalline particles suddenly converging inward before exploding outward in perfect geometric pattern, leaving central void that rippled with dimensional instability. Through this distortion, another landscape became visible, mountainous terrain similar to their current location but with subtle differences in atmospheric coloration and geological formation. Transit corridor established, Naruto confirmed immediately, golden energy already forming around his hands in preparation. Destination appears to be parallel mountain range in adjacent dimensional space, potentially closer to our native realm though not directly connected. Proceeding with transit protocol, Stella acknowledged, her crimson energy manifesting in complementary patterns to his golden field. Dimensional stabilization field activating now. Their combined energy created protective bubbles rounding them completely, designed to maintain their native dimensional constants throughout transit while preventing spatial distortion effects that could prove harmful or even fatal during boundary crossing. This sophisticated technique drew on both restored knowledge from previous incarnations and their natural energy compatibility in current forms. With stabilization field established, they moved forward together, stepping directly into the dimensional aperture with synchronized movement that maintained field integrity despite transition stresses. The passage between realms felt simultaneously instantaneous and extended, their consciousness registering impossible geometries and dimensional overlays while their physical forms moved through boundary space that existed everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Reality reasserted itself with jarring transition, solid ground beneath their feet, different atmospheric pressure filling their lungs, altered gravitational constant affecting their balance. The stabilization field had maintained their physical integrity throughout transit, but adjustment to new environmental conditions still required momentary adaptation. Transit complete, Stella confirmed after rapid physiological assessment. Preliminary location analysis. Mountainous terrain, approximately 2,000 meters elevation, atmospheric composition closer to native param. Eaters though still showing significant differences. Naruto expanded his senses cautiously, evaluating their new surroundings while maintaining defensive readiness. They stood on rocky outcropping overlooking vast valley filled with unusual vegetation, plant forms sharing basic morphological characteristics with their native realm's flora but displaying significant evolutionary adaptations to different environmental conditions. Dimensional coordinates still distant from native realm, he determined after careful assessment, but significantly closer than previous location. The fundamental NSTANTS show greater alignment with our original parameters, suggesting progressive transit toward home dimensions rather than random displacement. Progressive improvement represents strategic advantage, Stella noted pragmatically. If dimensional tides in this realm follow similar patterns to previous location, we should locate next potential transit point and continue advancement toward native coordinates. This assessment demonstrated her characteristic focus on forward progress rather than situation analysis, immediately identifying actionable objective rather than dwelling on current circumstances. Her tactical thinking naturally prioritized continuing momentum toward ultimate goal rather than consolidating current position. As they established preliminary bearings in this new environment, unusual energy signatures registered at periphery of Naruto's expanded senses, artificial patterns distinct from natural dimensional flows surrounding them. Focusing on these anomalous signatures, he detected structured energy formation approximately 2 kilometers distant, partially concealed within mountain formation but distinctly non-natural in organization. Artificial construction detected, he reported, indicating direction with subtle gesture. Energy signatures suggest designed structure rather than natural formation, possibly technological in nature though utilizing unfamiliar principles. Stella immediately oriented toward indicated vector, her tactical assessment activating automatically. Potential resource or threat, she analyzed efficiently. Investigation Pravi. Day possible intelligence advantage though introduces unknown variables into current situation. The decision matrix balanced clear factors, potential information or resources from artificial structure. E versus uncertainty risks and timeline implications of investigation. Their shared priority remained returning to native realm as quickly as possible, but additional intelligence or resources could potentially accelerate that objective rather than merely delaying it. Limited investigation justified by potential strategic advantage, Naruto decided after weighing relevant factors. Approach with maximum caution and immediate withdrawal option if situation proves unfavorable. With this measured approach established, they began careful movement toward the detected structure, utilizing natural terrain features for concealment while maintaining continuous environmental assessment. The surrounding landscape provided both advantages and challenges, unusual vegetation offering unexpected aliment opportunities while unfamiliar wildlife presented potential detection risks through behaviors they couldn't anticipate. As they approached within visual range of their objective, the structure's nature became increasingly apparent, and increasingly significant. What had registered as merely artificial construction revealed itself as something far more specific, a facility of clearly ancient design combining architectural elements Naruto recognized immediately from restored memories. Pre-sundering construction, he identified with growing certainty as details became visible. The geometric principles and material composition match established patterns from that era, though with adaptations specific to this realm's environmental conditions. Function assessment, Stella inquired, her tactical evaluation immediately focusing on practical implications rather than historical significance. Naruto studied the facility's visible components with increasing recognition. Production facility of some kind, he determined after careful observation. The energy circulation patterns and structural organization suggest specialized manufacturing rather than habitation or administrative functions. As they closed distance further, specific architectural details provided crucial confirmation of the facility's purpose. Geometric alignments optimized for energy channeling, material compositions designed for extreme temperature resistance, and most significantly, symbolic elements incorporated throughout the structure's exterior that Naruto recognized with absolute certainty. It's a forge, he stated. Ancient memories providing immediate identification. Specifically, a dimensional harmonic forge, specialized facility for creating objects capable of functioning across multiple realms simultaneously. The symbolic patterns mark it as royal production facility from late pre-Sundering era. This discovery carried profound implications beyond mere historical interest. Such fossil items represented rare specialized infrastructure that had largely been destroyed during the catastrophic Sundering event, their capabilities too dangerous to leave accessible during the chaotic separation of realms. Finding one intact, potentially functional, in this remote dimensional location suggested either deliberate preservation or extraordinary coincidence. Royal designation implies connection to your previous incarnation, Stella observed, immediately identifying the strategic significance. This facility may respond to your authentication despite temporal separation. Possible, Naruto acknowledged, ancient memories providing contextual understanding her logical deduction lacked. The Royal Forges incorporated authentication systems designed to transcend conventional temporal limitations, ensuring access remained restricted to appropriate authorities regardless of circumstantial factors. Their discovery transformed investigation from general reconnaissance to specific OBJ. Active, determining whether this ancient facility remained functional and potentially accessible under Naruto's authentication. Such resource could provide significant advantage in their current circumstances, potentially offering both intelligence and practical capabilities unavailable through other means. They approached the facility with increased purpose yet maintained tactical caution, issuing preliminary security assessment before attempting direct interaction. The structure showed no signs of recent utilization. Environmental accumulation suggested centuries or even millennia of dormancy, while energy patterns indicated minimal maintenance systems rather than active operations. No detection of current occupancy or active security systems, Stella reported after comprehensive tactical assessment. Though ancient facilities often incorporated non-standard protection mechanisms difficult to identify through conventional means. Agreed, Naruto nodded, his own assessment confirming her conclusion while adding additional caution derived from restored memories. Royal facilities particularly employed dimensional security measures that would remain active despite apparent dormancy. We should proceed assuming functional protection systems despite external indications otherwise. With appropriate caution established, they approached the facility's main entrance, an imposing portal constructed from materials resembling metallic alloys but possessing unusual visual properties suggesting dimensional engineering beyond conventional metallurgy. Ancient symbols adorned the entrance framework, their patterns creating comprehensive authentication system requiring specific energetic response for activation. Royal authentication required, Naruto confirmed after studying the symbolic configuration. The pattern sequence indicates highest security classification, access restricted to Sage King or specifically authorized representatives. Can you provide required authentication? Stella asked practically, immediately focusing on functional considerations rather than historical implications. Naruto studied the authentication system carefully, comparing symbolic requirements against his restored knowledge and current capabilities. Theoretically yes, he determined after thorough assessment. The authentication requires specific energy signature rather than merely symbolic or verbal components. If sufficient of the Sage King's original energy pattern has transferred through reincarnation, the system should recognize basic authorization. This approach involved unavoidable uncertainty. While his restored memories provided technical understanding of the authentication process, the metaphysical question of energy signature persistence through reincarnation remained impossible to determine without practical testing. The only definitive answer would come through actual authentication attempt. Proceed with authentication, Stella advised after assessing their limited alternatives. Potential benefits outweigh uncertainty risks in current circumstances. With decisive approach established, Naruto positioned himself before the entrance portal, golden energy gathering around his hands as he recalled specific authentication patterns from restored memories. The process required precise geometric configurations formed from specialized energy frequencies combinations designed to be inimitable without possessing the Sage King's unique signature. Authentication sequence initiating, he announced, primarily for Stella's tactical awareness rather than procedural requirement. Maintain defensive readiness in case of rejection protocols. Golden energy flowed from his hands in intricate patterns matching the symbolic requirements displayed on the portal framework. The ancient symbols began responding immediately, subtle illumination activating within their carved channels as the authentication system registered energy input. For several tense moments, the process continued without definitive response, energy flowing between Naruto and the ancient system in complex exchange beyond conventional interaction. Then, with sudden decisiveness, entire portal framework illuminated with golden light matching Naruto's energy signature precisely. The massive entrance shifted with surprising silence, materials designed for millennia of functiona. Operation without degradation moving with perfect mechanical precision despite their extended dormancy. Authentication accepted. Naruto confirmed unnecessarily, the portal's response providing obvious confirmation. Royal access protocols activated. Impressive engineering, Stella observed, professional appreciation evident in her tone. Maintaining functional operation across millennia without active maintenance represents exceptional design parameters. As the entrance completed its opening sequence, interior illumination activated automatically, soft golden light emanating from architectural elements throughout the facility's visible interior spaces. The lighting revealed spectacular infrastructure unlike anything in modern construction, geometrically perfect working spaces, idealized equipment combining technological and dimensional engineering principles, and material storage systems containing resources unavailable in contemporary realms. Dimensional Harmonic Forge, Naruto confirmed as they entered cautiously, ancient memories providing identification for equipment beyond modern classification. Specifically designed for creating objects capable of maintaining consistent properties across multiple dimensional states simultaneously. Strategic significance. Stella inquired immediately, her tactical assessment focusing on practical applications rather than technical fascination. Exceptional. Naruto replied without hesitation. Harmonic forges represented pinnacle technology during pre-sundering era, their capabilities largely lost during realm separation. Objects created here could potentially function across dimensional boundaries without degradation or property alteration, including weapons, tools, or communication devices specifically designed for interdimensional operations. This significance immediately transformed their approach from investigative to strategic. The facility represented resource potentially critical to their conflict with Moros, particularly given his demonstrated utilization of dimensional manipulation techniques against them. Capabilities long lost to general knowledge might provide crucial advantage against opponent. Employing similar ancient methodologies. As they proceeded deeper into the facility, automated systems continued activating in response to Naruto's presence, environmental controls adjusting atmospheric conditions to optimal parameters. Diagnostic sequences evaluating equipment functionality, and most significantly, central forge systems initiating preliminary preparation cycles. The facility prepares to be entering standby activation protocols, Naruto observed as these systems engaged systematically throughout the structure. Not full operational status but preliminary preparation for potential production sequences. Responding specifically to your presence, Stella noted, watching how activation patterns followed their movement through the facility. The authentication appears to have triggered comprehensive recognition protocols beyond mere access permission. This observation proved increasingly accurate as they reached the forge's central chamber, a spectacular circular space dominated by specialized equipment arranged around central production platform. Unlike the facility's peripheral systems which had entered standby mode, this central area activated fully upon their arrival, energy systems engaging completely while material handling equipment moved into ready positions with precise mechanical coordination. Full activation protocols, Naruto confirmed, surprised by the comprehensive response. The facility isn't merely acknowledging authentication but preparing for immediate production operations. As though expecting specific requirements, Stella observed insightfully, noting how particular systems had prioritized activation over others. The preparation sequence appears tailored rather than generic, focusing on specific production capabilities instead of general operational readiness. This targeted activation suggested possibilities beyond simple authentication recognition, either sophisticated predictive programming designed to anticipate needs based on circumstantial factors, or more intriguingly, specific preparation protocols established before the facility's dormancy period began. Either possibility carried significant implications regarding the forge's original purpose and current potential. As they explored the central chamber, a specialized console activated near the production platform, holographic interface materializing with symbolic language Naruto recognized immediately from restored memories. The display showed production specifications for various specialized items, categorized according to function and dimensional compatibility requirements. Production archive, he identified, studying the displayed information with growing interest. Design specifications for items previously created here, maintained for potential reproduction requirements. Anything potentially useful for our current situation? Stella asked pragmatically, immediately focusing on practical applications rather than historical significance. Naruto navigated the archive system with increasing facility as restored knowledge integrated with interface interaction. After several minutes of focused exploration, he identified multiple potentia. LLY valuable specifications, communication devices designed for interdimensional signal transmission, navigation tools calibrated for boundary transition coordination, and most significantly, specialized equipment specifically created for stabilizing dimensional transit corridors. This could potentially transform our extraction strategy, he explained, indicating the transit stabilization specifications. Instead of merely utilizing natural dimensional tides, we could actively enhance and extend manifestation duration, creating more controlled transit opportunity rather than depending on unpredictable natural phenomena. Production requirements. Stella inquired immediately, her tactical assessment already incorporating this potential capability into operational planning. Naruto evaluated the specifications against facility capabilities and available resources. The basic stabilizer appears within current production capacity, he determined after careful assessment. Material requirements match available inventory according to facility diagnostics, while energy systems show sufficient capacity for required processes. Estimated production timeline. Came her next logical question. Operational planning automatically incorporating new factors into comprehensive assessment. Approximately 6 hours for basic functional version, Naruto calculated based on specification requirements and facility capabilities. Though quality optimization would benefit from extended production cycle if circumstances permitted. This timeline presented clear strategic decision point: investing significant time in production process versus continuing immediate extraction efforts through natural dimensional tides alone. The potential capability enhancement offered by specialized equipment needed balancing against time investment required for its creation. The capability advantage justifies timeline investment, Stella decided after weighing relevant factors. Especially considering uncertainty regarding natural dimensional tide availability in this realm. Controlled transit capability provides significant strategic improvement over dependency on unpredictable natural phenomena. With this approach established, they initiated production preparation, Naruto interfacing with Forge systems to configure appropriate parameters while Stella conducted comprehensive security assessment to ensure uninterrupted operation during the extended production cycle. Their complementary activities proceeded with natural efficiency despite never having conducted similar operations together. Previously, another manifestation of partnership patterns transcending conscious familiarity. As production systems engaged fully, the Forge's central platform activated with spectacular energy manifestation. Dimensional harmonics creating visible distortions as specialized equipment manipulated fundamental physical properties beyond conventional manufacturing capabilities. The process drew on principles combining metallurgy, energy manipulation, and dimensional engineering in integrated methodology lost since the Sundering era. The production sequence is fully automated once parameters are established, Naruto explained as they observed initial stages developing. We should utilize this time for additional facility exploration and resource assessment while maintaining periodic monitoring of production progress. Agreed. Stella nodded, her tactical thinking already identifying additional objectives during the production timeline. Particularly investigation of any historical records or intelligence resources that might provide advantage in our current conflict situation. This approach maximized operational efficiency during the necessary production interval, converting required waiting period into productive intelligence gathering rather than passive observation. Their complementary capabilities created natural task distribution without requiring explicit assignment or hierarchical direction. Their expanded exploration revealed additional facility components beyond the central forge, administrative sections containing historical records, research areas with experimental findings documentation, and most valuably, specialized library preserving knowledge specifically related to dimensional engineering principles and applications. These resources potentially offered significant intelligence advantages beyond mere equipment production. These archives contain theoretical frameworks far beyond current understanding in either our realm or the Blazer territories, Naruto observed as they examined the specialized library, particularly regarding controlled dimensional manipulation and boundary stabilization methodologies, including countermeasures against forced convergence. Stella inquired immediately, focusing on practical applications most relevant to their conflict with Moros. Potentially, Naruto confirmed after preliminary assessment of available materials. The theoretical principles certainly establish foundation for such countermeasures, though specific application methodologies would require adaptation to current dimensional conditions. His discovery significantly enhanced the facility's strategic value, providing not merely physical resources through equipment production but crucial knowledge resources potentially applicable against Oros's dimensional manipulation strategy. The theoretical frameworks preserved here might enable development of specialized countermeasures beyond modern capability without such historical foundation. As they continued systematic exploration while monitoring production progress, Stella discovered particularly valuable resource within administrative archives, detailed documentation regarding interdimensional navigation methodologies specifically designed for returning displaced travelers to their native realms. These protocols included both technical specifications and theoretical frameworks potentially applicable to their current extraction requirements. These navigation principles could significantly enhance our transit corridor utilization, she noted after studying the materials carefully. Particularly the harmonic calibration methodologies for establishing destination parameters rather than accepting random emergence points, essentially allowing us to target specific arrival coordinates rather than merely transitioning between adjacent dimensional spaces, Naruto elaborated, recognizing the significant strategic advantage this capability would provide. Potentially enabling indirect return to native realm rather than progressive transit through multiple intermediate dimensions. This capability would transform their extraction strategy completely, converting uncertain dimensional hopping into directed transit with specific destination parameters. Combined with the stabilization equipment under production, these methodologies could potentially enable controlled return directly to their native realm rather than depending on unpredictable natural phenomena with uncertain outcomes. Their exploration continued yielding valuable discoveries throughout the production cycle, each finding enhancing their strategic position while providing crucial knowledge regarding dimensional mechanics beyond modern understanding. The ancient facility had preserved not merely equipment production capabilities but comprehensive knowledge infrastructure regarding interdimensional operations, resources potentially transformative in their conflict with Moros. As the 6-hour production cycle neared completion, they returned to the central forge chamber to monitor final stages and prepare for equipment utilization. The stabilization device had taken form on the production plate ORM, a sophisticated apparatus combining crystalline components similar to those in the surrounding environment with metallic elements of unusual composition and geometric configuration optimized for dimensional energy manipulation. Production sequence completing final calibration phase, Naruto reported as status indicators approached completion parameters. Preliminary diagnostics show all specifications within optimal performance ranges. Excellent, Stella acknowledged, her attention divided between production monitoring and comprehensive security assessment as completion approached. I'm detecting unusual energy fluctuations at facility perimeter, patterns inconsistent with natural dimensional phenomena in this environment. This observation immediately triggered enhanced vigilance, potential external factors introducing variables into their controlled situation. Naruto expanded his sensory awareness beyond the facility interior, scanning surrounding environment for loose energy signatures or dimensional disturbances. What he detected confirmed Stella's concerns and added significant new information, distinctive energy signatures approaching the facility from multiple vectors. Their patterns suggesting deliberate movement rather than natural phenomena. Most concerning, These signatures contained harmonic frequencies he recognized from restored memories, energy patterns associated with specific historical entities. "We have incoming," he reported tersely, shifting immediately from production monitoring to tactical assessment. Multiple energy signatures approaching with deliberate vector convergence on this facility. Patterns suggest intentional targeting rather than coincidental proximity. "Hostiles?" Stella inquired immediately, her posture shifting. "To combat readiness without conscious transition." "Unknown," Naruto replied honestly, continuing detailed assessment of approaching signatures. The energy patterns contain recognition elements from historical records. But contextual confirmation requires visual verification. This uncertainty created tactical challenge. Preparation requirements differed significantly between potential diplomacy. See contact and hostile engagement scenarios. Their response needed sufficient flexibility to accommodate either possibility while maintaining adequate security regardless of approaching entities' intentions. Defensive positioning with diplomatic capability, Stella decided efficiently, balancing competing tactical requirements. Establish security perimeter while maintaining non-threatening presentation unless hostile intent becomes evident. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated tactical thinking, acknowledging security requirements without unnecessarily escalating potential diplomatic situation through overtly aggressive positioning. Their coordination developed naturally from this strategic foundation, positioning optimized for both protection and communication depending on developing circumstances. As they established appropriate positioning, the production sequence completed with perfect timing, final calibration phase concluding as status indicators registered success FUL parameter achievement across all specifications. The stabilization device activated briefly in self-diagnostic sequence before entering standby mode, ready for deployment when required. Production complete, Naruto confirmed. Securing the device while maintaining tactical awareness of approaching entities. Primary objective achieved regardless of developing situation. Agreed, Stella nodded. Her attention now focused primarily on defensive assessment as the external energy signatures continued approaching. Equipment security takes priority if engagement becomes necessary. Their tactical positioning established, they prepared for initial contact with the approaching entities, maintaining defensive readiness while avoiding provocative presentation that might unnecessarily escalate potential diplomatic interaction. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated understanding of contact protocols under uncertain conditions. The first visual confirmation came moments later as figures appeared at the facility's primary entrance, humanoid forms wearing specialized environmental equipment similar to pre-sundering designs but adapted for current dimensional conditions. Their ACH maintained disciplined formation suggesting military training rather than civilian exploration, while energy signatures emanating from their equipment contained distinctive harmonic patterns Naruto recognized with increasing certainty. Forge Guardians, he identified as visual details became clearer. Specialized security personnel assigned to royal production facilities during the pre-sundering era. Their energy signatures contain authentication markers specific to that function. Hostile, Stella questioned directly, requiring clear tactical assessment despite historical classification. Uncertain, Naruto replied honestly. Their historical function involved facility protection rather than aggressive operations, but 10 millennia of separation creates significant contextual uncertainty regarding current protocols or allegiances. This uncertainty maintained their balanced tactical approach, prepared for potential hostility while remaining open to diplomatic interaction if appropriate. As the Forge Guardians reached the facility entrance, their formation paused in disciplined assessment before their apparent leader stepped forward with formal precision. Authentication detected, the Guardian announced. Their voice modulated through environmental equipment yet clearly understandable. Royal presence confirmed within sovereign production facility. Identification protocol initiated. This formal announcement suggested procedural operation rather than immediate hostile intent. Standard authentication verification rather than aggressive confrontation. Naruto recognized the protocol from restored memories. Understanding appropriate response requirements for legitimate identification sequence. Responding to identification protocol, he informed Stella quietly before addressing the Guardians directly. Authentication acknowledgement provided. Facility utilization under royal prerogative for emergency production requirements. The Guardian leader processed response with momentary internal consultation before replying. Authentication pattern recognized but temporal anomaly detected. Verification scan required for protocol completion. This request presented standard procedure when authentication contained unusual elements. In this case, the temporal anomaly, referring to the millennia separating current authentication from expected historical parameters. The verification scan would confirm energy signature compatibility despite temporal inconsistency. Verification scan accepted under reciprocal protocol. Naruto responded, establishing appropriate boundaries while maintaining diplomatic engagement. Mutual identification required for security confirmation. This conditional acceptance maintained tactical prudence while demonstrating legitimate familiarity with historical protocols, behavior consistent with authorized facility utilization rather than unauthorized intrusion. The Guardian leader acknowledged this condition with L gesture before activating specialized equipment designed specifically for authentication verification. Proceeding with mutual verification, they confirmed their equipment generating distinctive energy field extending toward Naruto while simultaneously providing identification markers confirming their own legitimacy. The verification process created momentary connection between Naruto's GY signature and the Guardian's authentication systems. Complex exchange beyond conventional identification methods, incorporating dimensional harmonic patterns unique to royal authorization systems. Throughout this exchange, Stella maintained vigilant defensive positioning without overtly aggressive presentation, perfect balance between security and diplomatic consideration. After several tense moments, the verification completed with definitive conclusion. The Guardian leader deactivated their scanning equipment before making formal gesture recognized in pre-sundering protocol as acknowledgement of legitimate authority. Verification confirmed, they announced with ceremonial precision. Temporal anomaly recorded but core authentication signature validated. Forge Guardian Protocol Acknowledge. Edge's royal utilization authorization despite chronological discontinuity. This formal acceptance represented significant diplomatic progress, moving from uncertain confrontation to provisional recognition of legitimate facility access. However, Naruto recognized from restored memories that standard protocols would require additional explanation regarding their presence and production activities. Before complete situation normalization could occur, emergency utilization necessitated by dimensional displacement circumstances, he explained, providing appropriate contextual information while maintaining diplomatic formality. Production requirements specifically address extraction methodology for returning to native dimensional coordinates. The Guardian leader processed this explanation with visible consideration before responding. Dimensional displacement protocols acknowledged. Standard assistance parameters apply under Facility Charter Section 12, Paragraph 4, Provision O. F. Appropriate support for royal operations including displacement recovery requirements. This invocation of specific charter parameters demonstrated both legitimate protocol knowledge and potential assistance availability rather than mere access permission, suggesting the Guardians might provide active support rather than simply acknowledging utilization rights. This development significantly proved their strategic position beyond mere conflict avoidance. Assistance would be appreciated under reciprocal information exchange, Naruto responded, establishing appropriate diplomatic framework for potential cooperation. Particularly regarding current dimensional conditions and transit corridor manifestation patterns in this realm. Information exchange accepted, the Guardian leader confirmed. Their formal posture relaxing slightly as protocol requirements transitioned from authentication to cooperation phases. Current dimensional survey data available for authorized operations planning. With this agreement established, the interaction shifted from potential confrontation to collaborative engagement, the Guardians transitioning from security assessment to operational support. Functions according to their original design parameters. This development represented significant strategic advantage beyond mere conflict avoidance, potentially providing crucial local knowledge for optimizing their extraction methodology. As formal introductions completed and basic situation parameters established, the Guardian leader provided preliminary information addressing their most IATE concerns, confirming dimensional tide patterns in this realm followed predictable cycles with next significant manifestation expected approximately 8 hours from current time. This timeline GNED perfectly with their production completion, allowing appropriate preparation for enhanced extraction attempt utilizing both the newly created stabilization device and local knowledge regarding optimal transit conditions. The next dimensional tide will manifest primarily at the eastern convergence point, the Guardian leader explained, providing detailed coordinates and condition specifications. That location historically demonstrates superior stability characteristics and directional alignment toward your described native realm coordinates. This specific guidance significantly enhanced their extraction planning, providing both optimal location information and condition expectations beyond what they could have determined independently without local experience. Combined with their EWLY-produced stabilization equipment and navigation methodologies discovered in the facility archives, this information created comprehensive extraction strategy with substantially improved success probability compared to their previous uncertainty. As tactical discussion progressed, Stella maintained professional engagement while simultaneously conducting subtle security assessment, evaluating the Guardians' capabilities, equipment specifications, and potential threat factors despite their apparent cooperation. This balanced approach reflected her characteristic thoroughness rather than inherent distrust, ensuring complete situational awareness regardless of diplomatic developments. Their equipment contains significant combat capabilities despite assistance presentation, she noted during momentary conversation pause, ensuring Naruto maintained comprehensive tactical assessment alongside diplomatic engagement. Energy projection systems, dimensional manipulation technology, and defensive field generators at minimum. Expected components for their original function, Naruto confirmed without surprise. Forge Guardians were designed with comprehensive security capabilities given the strategic value of facilities under their protection. Their assistance orientation appears genuine based on protocol adherence, but capability awareness remains tactically prudent. T's balanced assessment maintained appropriate security consciousness without compromising productive interaction, recognizing potential threat factors while acknowledging apparent legitimacy based on procedural evidence. Their approach demonstrated sophisticated diplomatic engagement rather than binary trust or distrust paradigm. As information exchange continued, the Guardian leader provided singly specific intelligence regarding local dimensional conditions, transit corridor characteristics, and optimization methodologies for their extraction equipment. This detailed assistance further validated their apparent legitimacy, as deceptive entities would unlikely provide such comprehensive technical information with direct practical application. Your stabilization device requires ration adjustments for optimal functionality in current dimensional conditions, the Guardian technical specialist explained, indicating specific modification requirements based on local parameters. Quote, "The harmonic frequency requires 12% increase while phase alignment should shift approximately 17 degrees to match current boundary characteristics." These specific technical recommendations represented valuable enhancement to their extraction capabilities, optimization parameters they couldn't have determined independently without extensive local testing. Naruto implemented the adjusted adjustments while maintaining vigilant awareness of the interaction's continuing security dynamics, balancing cooperation benefits against prudent caution. As preparations advanced toward scheduled extraction attempt, the collaborative atmosphere continued developing positively, the Guardians providing increasingly valuable assistance while maintaining appropriate professional boundaries. Rather than attempting excessive integration or information extraction beyond relevant operational requirements. This behavior further supported their apparent legitimacy while reinforcing the tactical decision to engage cooperatively rather than defensively. Final equipment calibration complete, Naruto confirmed after implementing all recommended adjustments. Preliminary testing shows 28% efficiency improvement with modified parameters. Excellent, Stella acknowledged, her attention divided between equipment preparation and continued security assessment. Timeline N meant with projected dimensional tide provides optimal extraction window approximately 7 hours from current position. This comfortable preparation interval allowed comprehensive readiness develop. Meant without unnecessary time pressure, optimizing both equipment functionality and operational planning through methodical preparation rather than rushed implementation. Their strategic position had improved dramatically compared to previous uncertainty, with clear extraction methodology, optimized equipment, and valuable local intelligence supporting their return objective. As final preparations continued, the facility's perimeter sensors activated unexpectedly, security systems detecting new energy signatures approaching from western vector with rapid velocity and distinctive harmonic pat. RNS significantly different from the Forge Guardians. These new signatures contained aggressive configuration immediately recognized by both the facility systems and the Guardian security specialists. Hostile approach detected, announced the Guardian leader, their posture shifting instantly from assistance to defense orientation. Energy signatures confirm unauthorized entities with dimensional manipulation capabilities. Estimated arrival 3 minutes at current velocity. This development immediately transformed their situation from methodical preparation to imminent engagement potential. Combat requiring immediate tactical recalibration. The Guardian forces transitioned to defensive formation with impressive efficiency, specialized equipment activating combat configurations while maintaining disciplined unit coherence. Signatures contain identification markers, reported the Guardian security specialist after detailed scanning. Pattern matches historical records for Boundary B. Rakers, unauthorized dimensional manipulation units operating outside sanctioned protocols during late pre-sundering period. This identification carried significant implications beyond mere hostility. Y confirmation, suggesting organized opposition rather than random dimensional entities, with specific historical context potentially connecting to their broader conflict situation. Naruto's restored memories provided immediate context for this classification, recognizing its potential connection to their current adversary. Boundary breakers operated under Moroz's command during the pre-sundering conflict, he informed Stella. Connecting historical context to their current situation. They specialized in unauthorized dimensional manipulation operations specifically targeting royal facilities and infrastructure. Suggesting current approach represents deliberate targeting rather than coincidental encounter. Stella concluded immediately, tactical assessment integrating this historical context with present circumstances. Potentially connected to our forced dimensional displacement from the council chamber. This assessment appeared increasingly probable as hostile forces approached. Detection range. Their movement patterns suggesting coordinated operation with specific objective rather than random patrol or exploratory activity. Most significantly, their approach vector targeted He facility specifically rather than general area sweeping, indicating prior knowledge of their location despite no obvious tracking methodology. Defensive positions, Stella directed, natural lead. Our ship emerging without conscious transition. Priority objectives. Equipment protection and facility security. The stabilization device represents critical resource requiring absolute protection regardless of engagement parameters. The Guardians integrated smoothly with this tactical direction, their historical function designed specifically for facility protection aligning perfectly with Stella's priority designation. Their defensive formation established comprehensive security perimeter while specialized equipment activated additional facility protection systems dormant during normal operations. Hostiles entering visual range, reported the Guardian security specialist, monitoring systems displaying approaching entities with increasing detail. 12 individuals with specialized dimensional equipment. Formation suggests standard assault configuration with primary and secondary objective targeting. Visual confirmation provided critical new information, the approaching hostiles or distinctive armor combining ancient design elements with modern adaptations, creating hybrid appearance suggesting historical connection modified by contemporary requirements. Most significantly, their equipment contained crystalline components similar to those used by the assassin at the Imperial reception and subsequent Academy attackers. Moroz's current forces, Naruto identified with certainty. Recognizing the distinctive equipment configuration. The dimensional manipulation technology matches exactly what we encountered during previous engagements. These aren't historical boundary breakers but contemporary forces utilizing similar methodologies. This confirmation established direct connection between their current situation and broader conflict, the approaching hostiles represented deliberate extension of Moroz's operations rather than coincidental historical remnants. Their presence suggested either tracking capabilities beyond anticipated parameters or intelligence rigor. The Forge facility's location and potential utilization. As hostile forces reached engagement range, their tactical objectives became increasingly apparent, primary assault team targeting facility. Entrance directly while secondary units positioned for perimeter containment, suggesting capture or acquisition mission rather than simple elimination objective. This approach aligned with Moro's demonstrated preference for resource acquisition over mere destruction. They want the facility or something within it, Stella assessed, recognizing the tactical pattern immediately. Possibly including us as secondary objectives. But formation suggests resource acquisition as primary mission parameter. Likely the forge capabilities specifically, Naruto added, understanding the strategic value. From both historical knowledge and current conflict context. Dimensional harmonic production technology represents significant advantage currently unavailable in most realms. This assessment info, RMED their defensive strategy, protecting both the stabilization device as immediate priority and the facility itself as longer-term strategic asset. The Guardians, specialized knowledge regarding Phase Liddy defense provided significant advantage, their historical function specifically designed for exactly this protection requirement. Defense perimeter established, confirmed the Guardian leader, specialized systems fully activated throughout the facility. Unauthorized entry protocols engaged at maximum security parameters. With preparations complete, they awaited initial hostile action with disciplined readiness rather than anticipatory tension. Both Naruto and Stella had extensive combat experience in their current incarnations, while the Guardians represented specialized security forces designed specifically for facility protection. Their combined capabilities created formidable defense despite being numerically outnumbered by approaching hostiles. Initial engagement began with expected methodology. Hostile forces attempting systematic security analysis before direct assault, their specialized equipment scanning facility defenses for potential vulnerabilities. This technical PP Roach further confirmed their nature as acquisition team rather than pure combat force, their objective requiring facility preservation rather than simple destruction capability. Their mapping defense parameters, observed the Guardian security specialist, monitoring hostile scanning activities through specialized detection systems. Standard pre-acquisition protocol for valuable infrastructure targeting, which provides opportunity, Stella noted immediately, tactical thinking identifying advantage within apparent vulnerability. Their acquisition objective necessitates restraint compared to pure combat operations. We can exploit that constraint while maintaining absolute defensive parameters. This insight demonstrated sophisticated tactical understanding, recognizing how enemy objective limitations created exploitable asymmetry in engagement parameters. The hostiles needed to preserve facility functionality for successful acquisition, while defenders could employ maximum protective measures without similar constraint. As scanning completed, hostile forces initiated first direct action, specialized equipment generating dimensional distortion fields apparently designed to disrupt facility security systems by manipulating local spatial properties. This sophisticated approach confirmed both their advanced technological capabilities and specific knowledge regarding road protection methodologies for facilities of this type. Dimensional disruption attempt targeting primary security grid, reported the Guardian technical specialist, monitoring defense systems with specialized equipment. Standard bypass methodology for royal facility protection systems. Countermeasures. Stella inquired immediately, focusing on practical response rather than technical analysis. Engaged automatically, the specialist confirmed. Facility defenses incorporate specific protection against dimensional manipulation techniques, particularly those documented during historical unauthorized access attempts. This built-in protection represented significant advantage. The facility's original designers had anticipated precisely the methodologies currently being employed, incorporating specific countermeasures into fundamental security architecture. The hostile forces effectively attacked using techniques already documented and defended against during the facility's original construction. When initial bypass attempt failed, hostile forces transitioned to more direct approach, advanced team moving into assault position while specialized equipment operators maintained dimensional manipulation attempts against secondary security systems. Their coordination suggested professional operation rather than improvised attack, with clear role distribution and tactical communication despite approaching engagement. Prepare for direct assault, Stella directed, positioning herself and Naruto optimally within the defensive perimeter while ensuring stabilization device remained maximally protected. They'll likely employ combined methodology, physical penetration attempt supported by dimensional manipulation to create security gaps. This prediction proved precisely accurate. As hostile forces initiated coordinated attack, forward elements employing specialized breaching equipment against facility entrance while support units generated localized dimensional distortions assigned to create momentary security failures within targeted sections. This sophisticated approach would have proven highly effective against standard defenses, but the combination of Guardian Specia, Lizd knowledge and facilities' inherent protections created significant defensive advantage. The engagement developed with tactical precision from both sides, attackers employing methodical assault protocols while defenders utilized comprehensive countermeasures incorporating both ancient facilities systems and current combat capabilities. Naruto and Stella integrated seamlessly with Guardian defensive operations, their unique abilities complementing specialized security protocols with devastating effectiveness. They're employing standard boundary breaker methodologies, Naruto observed during initial exchange, recognizing tactical patterns from restored memories. The approach hasn't evolved significantly despite temporal separation, same dimensional manipulation techniques combined with physical penetration attempts, which suggests knowledge transfer rather than independent development. Stella concluded immediately, tactical mind identifying strategic implication beyond immediate engagement. Moros has apparently preserved original methodologies with minimal adaptation, indicating potential vulnerability to historical countermeasures. This insight carried significant implica tions beyond current engagement, suggesting Moros' operations potentially shared fundamental weaknesses with their historical counterparts, despite temporal separation and technological adaptation. If tactical methodologies remained consistent, countermeasures developed during original conflict might prove equally effective against current implementation. As engagement intensified, one particular hostile operator drew Naruto's specific attention, a figure directing dimensional manipulation operations with distinctive technique and equipment configuration significantly more sophisticated than surrounding forces. Their movements contained familiar elements triggering recognition from restored memories, while their energy signature resonated with distinctive harmonic patterns identifying specific historical connection. That operator, Naruto indicated discreetly to Stella during momentary engagement pause. Their dimensional manipulation technique contains signature elements I recognize from historical records. That's not standard operator, that's specialist with specific training background. Stella assessed the indicated hostile with professional precision, noting behavioral and tactical distinctions from surrounding forces. Command function, she concluded after brief observation. The others defer to their direction despite no obvious rank designation. Technical specialist rather than hierarchical commander. As if confirming their assessment, this particular operator stepped forward during momentary tactical realignment, removing environmental helmet to reveal distinct features, humanoid but with specialized physiological adaptations suggesting either evolutionary divergence or deliberate modification for dimensional operation capability. Most significantly, CER. Ammonial markings adorned their facial structure in patterns Naruto recognized immediately from restored memories. Ignis, he identified with absolute certainty, ancient recognition providing immediate identification. Dimensional fire adept from the original conflict period. He was specialized trainer for Moros' dimensional manipulation forces before the sundering. This identification carried profound implications, not merely connecting current hostiles directly to historical conflict, but specifically identifying leadership figure with significant historical importance. Ignis had been Ren-owned dimensional manipulation specialist during pre-sundering era, particularly noted for fire-based applications of interdimensional energy principles. Another survivor, Stella questioned, immediately focusing on practical implications rather than historical significance. Or reincarnation like ourselves. Neither, Naruto clarified, restored memories providing crucial context modern knowledge couldn't. Specialized stasis technology. Some high-value specialists were placed in dimensional suspension during final conflict phase, preserved outside normal temporal flow for potential future reactivation. Apparently, Moros has maintained this capability across millennia. This explanation created comprehensive tactical context, explaining both the operator's historical methodology preserved and their apparent familiarity with royal facility security systems despite temporal separation. Ignis represented direct knowledge transfer from original conflict period rather than merely inspi. I read adaptation or coincidental similarity. As if recognizing Naruto's identification, Ignis stepped forward further from supporting forces, addressing defenders directly with clear voice carrying across intervening space. Sage King. He acknowledged formally, using ancient title rather than modern name. Your awakening proceeds ahead of projected timeline. Unfortunate but manageable deviation from optimal convergence parameters. This direct address confirmed both recognition and specific mission awareness. Ignis clearly identified Naruto's restored identity while indicating operational KN. Knowledge regarding their broader conflict situation. Most significantly, the phrasing suggested predetermined timeline expectations now disrupted by accelerated developments. Moro sends his acknowledgements. Ignis continued when Naruto didn't immediately respond. The dimensional displacement was intended for separate evaluation rather than elimination. Your presence at this particular facility represents statistical anomaly outside primary probability projections. Yet you found us remarkably quickly for unprojected location, Stella observed sharply, identifying tactical inconsistency immediately. Suggesting either tracking capability or comprehensive monitoring systems beyond expected parameters. Ignis acknowledged this assessment with slight gesture suggesting professional respect despite adversarial position. Dimensional displacement creates distinctive energy signature when royal authentication interacts with ancient infrastructure. The forge activation generated recognize able harmonic patterns across significant range. Elementary detection methodology rather than sophisticated tracking systems. This explanation provided valuable intelligence despite adversarial context. Revealing detection vulnerability they hadn't anticipated while simultaneously confirming the hostiles hadn't maintained continuous tracking throughout their dimensional displacement. The Forge activation had effectively announced their presence rather than enemy forces possessing comprehensive monitoring capability. Your current activities suggest extraction methodology development, Ignis continued, his tone combining professional assessment with underlying confidence. Commendable adaptation to unexpected circumstances, though ultimately futile given broader convergence parameters. E-dimensional tides shift irrevocably toward unified state regardless of localized stabilization attempts. Yet Moro seeks control rather than natural progression, Naruto responded, engaging direct TLY while maintaining defensive positioning. Forced convergence under centralized authority rather than harmonious reintegration through balanced transition. Structure requires governance, Ignis replied without hesitation. The response suggesting well-established philosophical position rather than tactical improvisation. Uncontrolled convergence creates chaos rather than harmony. The Archite Court provides necessary framework for stable transition where your distributed approach would generate dimensional fragmentation. This exchange revealed fundamental philosophical divergence underlying their conflict. Competing visions regarding dimensional reintegration methodology rather than simply opposing tactical objectives. Ignis presented Moro's position with genuine conviction rather than merely executing assigned mission parameters, suggesting ideological commitment rather than simple operational loyalty. Philosophical debates notwithstanding, Stella interjected with characteristic focus on immediate practicalities. Your current position remains tactically untenable. Facility defenses exceed your available penetration capabilities by significant margin, while your acquisition objective constrains operational parameters beyond effective assault capacity. This accurate assessment addressed current engagement realities rather than broader philosophical considerations, acknowledging the hostiles' tactical disadvantage regardless of ideological positioning. Ignis appeared to consider this evaluation with professional objectivity before responding. Accurate tactical analysis, he acknowledged with unexpected candor. Current force configuration optimized for standard acquisition parameters rather than enhanced defensive capabilities. Operational adjustment required given unexpected resistance factors. Without further elaboration, Ignis made subtle gesture toward supporting forces, who immediately began tactical realignment, shifting from direct assault position in G to broader containment formation suggesting strategy modification from penetration attempt to extended operation. This rapid adaptation demonstrated both professional flexibility and command effectiveness, converting potential engagement failure into modified operational approach without disorganization or hesitation. Containment protocol initiated, Ignis announced formally, confirming tactical transition. Facility access deferred pending appropriate resource allocation. Current priority shifts to preventing extraction completion rather than immediate acquisition objective. This errant declaration of tactical reorientation demonstrated unusual professional courtesy despite adversarial context, acknowledging current limitations while clearly establishing revised operational parameters. The approach suggested military professionalism rather than ideological fanaticism, despite clear commitment to Moroz's fundamental objectives. Containment remains functionally problematic given scheduled dimensional tide arrival, Stella observed, continuing professional engagement while maintaining defensive positioning. Your resource limitations apply to extended operations equally as direct assault capability. Different resource requirements, Ignis corrected with technical precision. Containment methodology utilizes dimensional interference patterns requiring minimal personnel commitment compared to direct acquisition operations. Sustainable through projected tide cycle with current available resources. This exchange continued demonstrating unusual professional interaction despite fundamentally opposed objectives. Technical assessment and tactical evaluation proceeding with almost collaborative tone despite clear adversarial context. Both sides acknowledged operational realities while maintaining respective positions, creating strange combination of conflict and professional respect simultaneously. Perhaps alternative approach merits consideration, Naruto suggested. Identifying potential diplomatic opening within tactical stalemate. Your current containment objective and our extraction requirement represent fundamentally incompatible operations, creating inevitable conflict resolution requirement regardless of philosophical positions. Tactical reality acknowledgement, Ignis agreed, surprising both defenders and his own forces with apparent willingness to consider alternative engagement parameters. Though resolution options appear limited given fundamentally opposed objectives. This opening, however limited, presented potential opportunity. Beyond simple tactical advantage, possibility for information exchange or even limited cooperation despite broader conflict context. Naruto recognized both the opportunity and its inherent risks, balancing potential intelligence gain against operational security requirements. Information exchange without operational compromise, he proposed carefully, establishing clear parameters while offering meaningful engagement. Philosophical positions remain unchanged while acknowledging mutual tactical reality assessment benefits. Ignis considered this proposal with visible calculation, weighing potential advantages against security risks within clear adversarial context. After brief consideration, he responded with qualified acceptance. Limited tactical information exchange accepted, he confirmed with precise parameter definition. Operational security maintenance required for both parties, with clear exclusion of strategic capability disclosure or future deployment details. This agreement, however limited, represented significant diplomatic achievement within fundamentally hostile engagement, establishing communication channel that might provide valuable intelligence without compromising essential security requirements. Both Stella and the Guardian leader maintained appropriate caution while acknowledging potential value in this unusual development. Your dimensional displacement was specifically targeted, Ignis revealed, initiating information exchange with significant disclosure. The council chamber operation represented months of preparation, calibrated specifically to your unique energy signatures. Your destination parameters were predetermined rather than random displacement. This information confirmed their earlier suspicions while adding crucial new details. The dimensional displacement had been meticulously planned operation rather than opportunistic attack, with specific targeting parameters and predetermined objectives. Most significantly, the disclosure suggested sophisticated capabilities beyond what they had previously attributed to Moroz's current operations. Yet our arrival at this facility represented statistical anomaly, by your earlier statement, Stella noted. Identifying apparent inconsistency immediately, suggesting limited control over specific destination parameters despite sophisticated targeting capability. Correct, Ignis acknowledged without hesitation. The dimensional coordinates were programmed for evaluation facility rather than production installation. Your authentication interaction with local dimensional NT created unexpected vector shift during transit, resulting in unplanned arrival coordinates. This clarification provided valuable intelligence regarding both capabilities and limitations of Moro's dimensional manipulation technology, sophisticated enough for targeted displacement operations yet insufficient for absolute destination control under all conditions. The distinction represented potentially exploitable limitation in future encounters. Your extraction technology development progresses with unexpected efficiency, Ignis observed, continuing information exchange with professional assessment. The stabilization device incorporates design elements suggesting either remarkable intuitive development or direct knowledge transfer beyond projected memory integration timeline. This observation contained both acknowledgement of their capabilities and indirect intelligence gathering, attempting to determine exactly how much historical knowledge Naruto had recovered while maintaining appearance of information sharing rather than interrogation. The approach demonstrated sophisticated intelligence methodology within seemingly straightforward exchange. Memory integration follows nonlinear progression, Naruto responded, providing truthful information with deliberate imprecision regarding specific development status. Certain technical knowledge areas restore more rapidly than others, particularly when stimulated by relevant environmental factors. This response maintained information exchange parameters while avoiding specific capability disclosure, acknowledging the general process without revealing exact memory recovery status or technical knowledge limitations. The exchange continued in this careful balance between meaningful communication and operational security maintenance. As their unusual dialogue continued, Stella maintained vigilant monitoring of both the conversation content and broader tactical situation, ensuring information security while simultaneously assessing potential opportunities or vulnerabilities within the evolving engagement parameters. Her divided attention represented perfect balance between diplomatic participation and security consciousness. The dimensional tide approaches third phase development, announced the Guardian technical specialist during momentary conversation pause, providing critical timeline update affecting all operational considerations. Energy convergence patterns indicate approximately 70 minutes until optimal transit conditions manifest at designated coordinates. This announcement immediately FTED contextual parameters for all parties, establishing definitive timeline affecting both extraction objectives and containment operations. The dimensional tide represented natural phenomenon beyond either side's control, creating fixed reference point around which all tactical considerations must adapt. Your containment strategy requires significant modification to maintain effectiveness through tide manifestation, Stella observed. Identifying tactical implications immediately. Energy requirements increase exponentially during convergence phase, necessitating resource allocation beyond your current deployment capabilities. This assessment addressed practical realities transcending adversarial positioning. The dimensional tide would create fundamental changes to local conditions CTing all operations regardless of opposing objectives. Ignis acknowledged this reality with professional candor rather than tactical obfuscation. Accurate assessment, he confirmed. Containment methodology requires supplemental energy allocation during convergence phase. Appropriate resources have been allocated with scheduled arrival preceding critical threshold. This disclosure contained significant tactical information, revealing both resource limitations and reinforcement expectations affecting containment operations. Whether intentional intelligence sharing or operational necessity disclosure, the information provided valuable context for defenders' extraction planning regardless of motivation. Your reinforcement timeline appears optimistically calculated given standard deployment parameters in this dimensional region, observed the Guardian leader, contributing professional assessment based on local operational experience. Transit delays averaging 23% ABO. VE standard projection affect all external resource allocation in current conditions. This contribution added crucial local knowledge to tactical assessment, identifying specific environmental factors potentially affecting hostile reinforcement expectations beyond their apparent calculations. If accurate, this information suggested potential opportunity window between current containment limitati ONS and reinforcement arrival during critical extraction phase. Ignis received this information with visible recalculation rather than dismissal or denial, suggesting professional acceptance of legitimate tactical input despite adversarial source. His response confirmed both the information's validity and its incorporation into revised operational assessment. Adjustment noted. He acknowledged WITH minimal but definite tactical reformulation. Contingency protocols activated to address potential resource allocation delay. Primary containment parameters reconfigured for efficiency optimization under revised timeline projections. This exchange demonstrated remarkable professional interaction despite fundamental opposition. Tactical reality acknowledgement transcending adversarial positioning. To address operational factors affecting all parties equally. The dimensional tide and local environmental conditions created shared contextual framework requiring practical adaptation regardless of opposing objectives. As information exchange continued with this unusual professional dynamic, Stella maintained continuous security assessment while simultaneously developing extraction strategy refinements based on newly acquired intelligence. Her capacity for parallel processing allowed tactical planning advancement during ongoing engagement without compromising either function. The stabilization device requires final calibration adjustments before deployment, she informed Naruto discreetly during momentary conversation pause. Guardian technical specifications combined with disclosed dimensional tide parameters enable optimization beyond original configuration capabilities. This practical focus demonstrated her characteristic efficiency, immediately applying acquired information toward operational advantage regardless of unusual engagement circumstances. The technical improvements represented tangible benefit from their unexpected interaction despite its fundamentally adversarial nature. As calibration adjustments proceeded with Guardian technical assistance, the information exchange with Ignis gradually shifted toward broader contextual discussions beyond immediate tactical considerations, philosophical positions regarding dimensional convergence methodology, historical perspectives on pre-sundering conditions, and theoretical frameworks for harmonious reintegration versus controlled restructuring. The fundamental divergence remains implementation methodology rather than necessity recognition, Ignis observed during this expanded discussion. All parties acknowledge edge inevitable dimensional reintegration approaching critical threshold. The dispute centers entirely on governance structure during transition phase and resulting configuration thereafter. With radically different outcomes depending on methodology, Naruto countered, addressing philosophical core rather than superficial similarity. Controlled convergence under centralized authority creates fundamentally different reality than harmonious reintegration through balanced transition. The distinction isn't merely procedural but existentially significant for all affected realms. This exchange revealed sophisticated understanding on both sides, recognizing fundamental philosophical divergence underlying tactical opposition rather than merely conflicting operational objectives. The conversation demonstrated genuine ideological commitment transcending simple power dynamics, suggesting potential complexity beyond binary conflict resolution. Final calibration complete, reported the Guardian technical specialist as this philosophical exchange continued. Stabilization device shows optimal configuration for projected dimensional tide parameters. Deployment readiness achieved within operational specifications. This announcement refocused attention on immediate practical considerations, the approaching extraction opportunity and corresponding containment challenge creating definitive timeline requiring tactical prioritization over philosophical discussion. Both sides began transitioning toward operational readiness with professional efficiency despite their unusual engagement dynamic. Our discussion reaches natural conclusion given timeline parameters, Ignis acknowledged, recognizing practical reality without unnecessary prolongation. Tactical positions remain unchanged. Despite informational exchange benefits, conflict resolution becomes inevitable as operational objectives require execution. Agreed. Stella confirmed without hesitation, her focus returning fully to immediate tactical requirements. Though professional interaction merits acknowledgement regardless of opposing positions, this mutual recognition created unusual conclusion to their engagement. Professional respect acknowledged explicitly despite fundamental opposition and imminent conflict resumption. The interaction demonstrated sophisticated engagement transcending simple adversarial positioning, suggesting potential complexity in future encounters beyond mere tactical opposition. With information exchange concluded, both sides returned to respective operational preparations, Defender's finalizing extraction methodology while containment forces adjusted deployment patterns to optimize resource utilization under revised timeline projections. The temporary communication channel close. D. With clear understanding regarding imminent conflict resumption once preparation phase completed. Dimensional tide entering critical development phase, announced the Guardian Technical Specialist. Monitoring energy convergence patterns through specialized equipment. Manifestation coordinates show optimal alignment with projected parameters. Transit window estimated at approximately 40 THR/EE minutes from current position with 7-minute optimal utilization period. This precise timeline established clear operational parameters for all parties, defining exactly when extraction attempt would necessarily occur and consequently when containment forces must implement maximum effectiveness protocols. The natural phenomenon created unavoidable scheduling regardless of tactical preferences on either side. We should depart for manifestation coordinates immediately, Stella decided, calculating travel requirements against available timeline. Optimal positioning requires approximately 35 minutes transit time through current terrain conditions, providing minimal margin for unexpected complications. Agreed, Naruto confirmed, securing the stabilization device while coordinating final preparation details with Guardian technical specialists. The containment forces will undoubtedly parallel our movement to maintain operational effectiveness during critical phase. His assessment proved immediately accurate as Ignis began repositioning his forces in clear response to defenders' preparation activities, establishing mobile containment pattern designed to maintain effectiveness throughout transit toward manifestation coordinates rather than fixed position defense. The adaptation demonstrated both tactical flexibility and comprehensive awareness of defenders' likely operational approach. Guardian escort through optimal transit route, offered the Guardian leader, indicating specialized knowledge regarding local terrain and potential alternative pathways to manifestation coordinates. Our operational parameters include comprehensive geographical familiarity beyond standard navigational capabilities. This assistance represented significant advantage given their limited local knowledge and tight timeline requirements. Stella accepted immediately with appropriate tactical appreciation. Escort accepted with gratitude, she confirmed efficiently. Your local expertise provides substantial operational advantage under current timeline constraints. With escort arrangements established, they departed the forge facility with disciplined efficiency, STA. Stabilization device secured for transport while defensive positioning maintained throughout transition from fixed installation to mobile operation. The Guardian forces integrated seamlessly with their movement, providing both navigational guidance and security enhancement with professional coordination transcending their limited joint operational experience. As anticipated, containment forces adjusted immediately to their departure, maintaining disciplined parallel movement while establishing mobile interference pattern designed to complicate extraction attempt without requiring direct engagement. This sophisticated approach confirmed both Ignis's professional capabilities and his FOSS's specialized training for dimensional operations beyond conventional military parameters. Their establishing harmonic disruption field, observed the Guardian technical specialist, monitoring containment force activities through specialized equipment. Standard interference methodology designed to implicate stabilization equipment functionality rather than preventing physical movement to coordinates. Countermeasures. Stella inquired immediately, focusing on practical response rather than theoretical assessment. Partial effectiveness only, the specialist acknowledged candidly. The stabilization device incorporates basic protection against standard interference patterns, but comprehends countermeasures would require additional equipment beyond current availability. This limitation created significant tactical challenge. They could reach manifestation coordinates according to timeline requirements, but extraction effectiveness might be compromised by interference fields unless additional countermeasures could be developed during remaining preparation time. The situation required creative adaptation rather than standard procedural response. The dimensional current itself can serve as natural countermeasure if properly utilized, Naruto suggested, drawing on restored knowledge beyond conventional methodology. By synchronizing our stabilization frequency precisely with the tide's natural harmonic pattern, we can effectively bypass interference fields targeting standard frequency ranges. This approach represented sophisticated application of dimensional principles beyond typical countermeasure techniques, utilizing natural phenomena as operational advantage rather than merely defending against artificial interference. The Guardian technical specialist considered this suggestion with visible calculation before responding. Theoretically viable approach, they confirmed after brief analysis. Though implementation requires precise calibration beyond standard parameters, miscalculation risks catastrophic frequency dissonance rather than merely reduced effectiveness. I can maintain calibration manually during critical phase, Naruto assured, confidence based on restored capabilities rather than mere optimism. The royal authentication provides natural, harmonic synchronization with dimensional currents beyond what technological systems can achieve independently. This capability represented significant advantage derived directly from his restored Age King abilities, natural resonance with dimensional energies transcending technological limitations regardless of sophisticated equipment. The approach converted potential vulnerability into unique, operational advantage unavailable to conventional forces regardless of technical resources. Their journey toward manifestation coordinates continued with disciplined efficiency despite challenging rain and parallel containment force movement. The Guardian escort provided invaluable navigational assistance through particularly difficult sections, identifying optimal pathways invisible to unfamiliar IAR observers while maintaining security vigilance throughout transit operations. Approaching optimal position range, announced the Guardian navigator approximately 30 minutes into their journey. Manifestation coordinates approximately 700 meters ahead, with ideal deployment position at 400-meter perimeter to allow proper stabilization field establishment before dimensional current reaches critical threshold. Quote, this precise guidance allowed perfect tactical positioning despite unfamiliar environment, optimal distance balancing early deployment advantages against premature exposure risks. Their movement adjusted accordingly, pace increasing slightly to ensure timely arrival while maintaining sufficient reserve capacity for potential engagement requirements during critical phase. As they approached deployment perimeter, containment forces similarly adjusted positioning, establishing concentrated interference pattern around manifestation coordinates rather than maintaining parallel movement. Their formation created concentric energy fields designed to complicate stabilization efforts through layered disruption rather than direct prevention. Interesting tactical approach, Stella observed. Studying containment deployment with professional assessment. They're creating graduated interference pattern rather than maximum disruption field. The methodology suggests intentional extraction complication rather than absolute prevention objective. Evaluation parameters, Naruto identified immediately, recognizing the approach from historical tactical patterns. They're assessing capability indicators rather than merely preventing successful extraction. The methodology prioritizes intelligence gathering above operational prevention. This assessment GNED with Ignis's earlier statements regarding evaluation facility as intended destination, suggesting their entire interaction represented assessment operation rather than simple elimination or capture mission. The approach indicated sophisticated strategic methodology beyond tactical engagement, with longer-term intelligence objectives potentially outweighing immediate operational success. Deployment position reached, reported the Guardian navigator as they arrived at optimal coordinates. Dimensional current approaching critical manifestation phase. Estimated 19 minutes until optimal transit window availability. This timeline provided sufficient preparation opportunity while requiring immediate implementation rather than extended planning. With practiced efficiency, they established optimal deployment configuration, stabilization device positioned at precise coordinates while supporting equipment arranged in complementary pattern around central operation point. Beginning stabilization field initialization, Naruto announced as preliminary activation commenced. Guardian technical support for monitoring interference pattern development appreciated during calibration phase. The Guardian specialists integrated seamlessly into their operation, providing specialized monitoring capabilities while maintaining security perimeter against potential direct intervention from containment forces. This professional cooperation created optimal operational environment despite compressed timeline and challenging circumstances. As stabilization field initialization progressed, Ignis maintained disciplined observation from containment perimeter, studying their methodology with clear technical interest while directing continuous adjustment to interference patterns based on observed parameters. This dynamic response demonstrated sophisticated operational flexibility rather than rigid tactical implementation. Interference pattern adjusting to match our initialization frequency. reported the Guardian technical specialist, monitoring containment force activities through specialized equipment. They're demonstrating advanced adaptive capability beyond standard operational parameters. Expected from specialized dimensional forces under Ignis's direction, Naruto confirmed, adjusting calibration accordingly. The adaptation requires continuous counter-adjustment rather than static configuration. Maintaining harmonic synchronization becomes progressive challenge rather than one-time calibration. This dynamic technical engagement created sophisticated operatio. Null challenge beyond conventional combat parameters, each side demonstrating advanced capabilities through continuous adaptation rather than simple opposition. The interaction represented specialized D-dimensional operations transcending standard military engagement, with success depending on technical expertise rather than merely tactical positioning or resource allocation. Dimensional current entering manifestation phase. Announced the Guardian technical specialist as energy patterns intensified visibly around their position. Critical threshold approaching with parameters matching projected calculations. Transit window will materialize within approximately 7 minutes. This confirmation established definitive timeline for critical operational phase, the natural phenomenon proceeding according to predicted parameters despite interference attempts from containment forces. The dimensional tide represented fundamental process beyond either side's ability to prevent, creating unavoidable BLE opportunity requiring maximally effective utilization rather than alternative option development. Stabilization field achieving 67% operational effectiveness despite interference. Naruto reported as initialization completed and main activation commenced. Sufficient for transit requirements though below optimal efficiency parameters. Synchronization with natural current will compensate for artificial limitations. Quote, this assessment balanced realistic evaluation against operational requirements, acknowledging interference impact while confirming sufficient capability for CCESSFUL implementation despite limitations. The approach demonstrated professional objectivity rather than either unwarranted optimism or excessive caution. As activation proceeded toward full operational status, Stella maintained comprehensive security assessment while simultaneously monitoring broader tactical situation, ensuring both immediate operational security and strategic awareness transcending current activity focus. This divided attention represented perfect balance between specific task concentration and contextual situation awareness. Unusual communication activity within containment forces. She reported during momentary operational pause. Pattern suggests significant development beyond current engagement parameters. Possible reinforcement arrival or strategic directive M. Notification based on behavioral indicators. This observation demonstrated her exceptional tactical awareness, identifying subtle pattern changes suggesting important developments despite focusing primarily on extraction operation preparation. The information provided valuable contextual update without distracting from immediate operational requirements. Maintaining operational focus while ACNO. Edging potential situational evolution, Naruto confirmed, appreciating the intelligence while prioritizing immediate requirements. Stabilization field approaching final configuration phase with D-dimensional current manifestation imminent, as if confirming both their operational timeline and Stella's tactical observation. Significant development occurred within containment forces, several specialized transport devices arriving at Ignis's position while communication activity intensified visibly throughout their formation. Most notably, Ignis's attention shifted from direct extraction operate ion monitoring to focused interaction with newly arrived resources. Priority communication from unknown vector, reported the Guardian communication specialist, monitoring dimensional transmission frequencies beyond standard ranges. Signal pattern suggests high-authority directive rather than standard operational communication. This development potentially indicated significant strategic adjustment rather than merely tactical reinforcement, suggesting broader operational parameters beyond their immediate engagement situation. The timing seemed particularly significant given imminent extraction window availability, potentially indicating last-minute strategic recalibration from higher authority. Maintain operational focus regardless of containment force developments, Stella directed. Recognizing potential distraction risk despite intelligence value. The dimensional current manifestation remains primary objective regardless of external factors. Extraction window availability represents non-negotiable priority. This clear prioritization maintained essential operational focus despite potentially significant external developments, exactly the leadership clarity required during complex engagement situations where multiple factors compete for attention allocation. Her direction ensured continued progress toward primary objective without ignoring potentially important contextual evolution. Dimensional current reaching critical threshold, announced the Guardian technical specialist as energy patterns intensified dramatically around their position. Manifestation imminent, with parameters matching optimal projection. Transit window will materialize within approximately 90 seconds. This announcement confirmed immediate operational requirements regardless of Kontai. Meant force developments, the natural phenomenon proceeding according to predicted timeline without deviation despite surrounding tactical situation evolution. The extraction window would materialize according to dimensional physics rather than operational preferences or strategic developments. Final stabilization field configuration, Naruto confirmed, completing calibration adjustments as energy patterns reached maximum intensity. Synchronization with natural current established at optimal parameters despite interference limitations. Transit capability confirmed within operational requirements. With extraction methodology prepared according to requirements, they awaited dimensional current manifestation with disciplined readiness, maintaining operational focus despite continuing UNASU. Developments within containment forces. The situation demonstrated professional prioritization maintaining essential objective progression regardless of potential distractions. The dimensional current manifested with spectacular visual impact, reality itself appearing to fold inward before expanding outward in geometric pattern of impossible precision, creating visible corridor between dimensional spaces. Through this transitory opening, another landscape became visible, mountainous terrain similar to their current location but with atmospheric conditions suggesting closer proximity to their native realm. Transit corridor established, Naruto confirmed immediately, stabilization field engaging with natural current to maintain and enhance the dimensional opening. Destination coordinate. Indicate progressive advancement toward native realm though not direct connection. Estimated 3-dimensional transitions required for complete return based on current parameters. Proceed with extraction. Stella directed without hesitation, maintaining security awareness while initiating movement toward the stabilized corridor. Guardian assistance appreciated beyond operational requirements. Your professional support transcends formal obligation. This acknowledgement represented genuine appreciation rather than mere ceremonial courtesy, recognizing how the Guardians' assistance had significantly enhanced their extraction capabilities beyond what would have been possible independently. The Guardian leader acknowledged this recognition with formal gesture conveying similar professional respect. Obligations fulfilled according to facility charter parameters, they responded with disciplined formality masking evident professional satisfaction. Future interaction anticipated under more favorable circumstances. This farewell suggested potential future cooperation beyond current engagement, acknowledging shared professional values transcending immediate operational requirements. The interaction demonstrated sophisticated relationship development despite limited engagement duration and challenging circumstances. As they prepared for transit corridor entry, unexpected development occurred within containment forces, Ignis approaching communication perimeter with formal gesture requesting final interaction before extraction completion. This unusual request during critical operational phase suggested significant development transcending standard tactical considerations. Brief communication accepted, Stella acknowledged after rapid security assessment, recognizing potential intelligence value while maintaining operational progress. Extraction proceeds without interruption regardless of communication content. With this clear parameter established, Ignis approach communication range while maintaining appropriate security distance. His demeanor suggested urgency beyond tactical considerations, while his formal posture indicated information transmission rather than engagement attempt. Priority intelligence warranting transmission despite operational parameters, he announced with uncharacteristic directness. Your companion, the Water Guardian, has been extracted to separate evaluation facility under specialized containment protocols. This development occurred approximately 14 hours ago according to your temporal framework. This unexpected disclosure represented significant intelligence beyond normal adversarial communication parameters, providing critical information regarding ally status without obvious tactical advantage to disclosure source. The information carried immediate strategic implications while raising questions regarding motivation for transmission during critical operational phase. Verification. Stella requested immediately. Professional discipline maintaining skepticism despite information significance. In response, Ignis activated specialized communication device displaying brief holographic sequence, showing Shizuku within contained environment clearly designed for specialized monitoring rather than merely secure detention. The imagery contained sufficient specific details to confirm authenticity beyond reasonable fabrication capability. Location coordinates classified beyond current authorization parameters, Ignis continued, providing partial information despite evident limitations. Extraction occur. Read during council session disruption through separate dimensional vector from your displacement. Current status indicates evaluation protocols rather than elimination parameters. This information, while incomplete, provided crucial intelligence regarding both ally status and enemy operational parameters, confirming coordinated extraction operation targeting multiple team members simultaneously rather than isolated incident affecting only Naruto and Stella. Most significantly, the confirmation of evaluation protocols suggested specific objective beyond mere elimination or conventional detention. Motivation for disclosure. Stella questioned directly. Professional assessment requiring contextual understanding beyond mere information content. Operational parameters adjusted through priority directive. Ignis replied with surprising candor. Evaluation objectives supersede containment requirements under revised strategic assessment. Your extraction completion provides valuable comparative analysis data when combined with separate subject evaluation results. This explanation suggested sophisticated strategic methodology beyond conventional military objectives, comparing different subjects under controlled versus uncontrolled conditions to gather comprehensive assessment data rather than merely preventing operational success. The approach indicated research orientation underlying tactical operations, with intelligence gathering potentially outweighing immediate prevention objectives. Transmission acknowledged. Stella confirmed professionally, neither expressing gratitude nor challenging motivation, simply acknowledging information receipt while maintaining appropriate operational boundaries. Extraction proceeds according to established parameters. With this exchange completed, they proceeded immediately toward the stabilized transit corridor, the dimensional opening maintained at optimal parameters through combined natural current and stabilization field technology. Their movement proceeded with disciplined efficiency despite the significant new intelligence requiring strategic reconsideration beyond immediate extraction requirements. Transit protocol engaged. Naruto announced as they reached corridor threshold, stabilization field adjusting to maintain protective parameters throughout transition. Maintain proximity during transfer to prevent SEPA. Ration during dimensional interface traversal. With these final instructions, they entered the transit corridor together, reality shifting around them as dimensional boundaries temporarily suspended conventional physical laws. Their consciousness registered impossible geometries and overlapping existential states while their physical forms moved through boundary space between defined realities. The transition completed with familiar disorientation followed by rapid reorientation. Solid ground beneath their feet, different atmospheric pressure filling their lungs, altered gravitational constant affecting their balance. The stabilization field had maintained their physical integrity throughout transit, though adjustment to new environmental conditions still required momentary adaptation. Transit complete. Stella confirmed after rapid environmental assessment. Preliminary location analysis. Mountainous terrain with atmospheric composition substantially closer to native parameters. Gravitational constant approximately 7% variance from standard rather than previous 15% differential. Naruto expanded his senses cautiously, evaluating their new surroundings. Maintaining the stabilization field at reduced power for potential anomaly protection. They stood on rocky outcropping overlooking vast valley containing vegetation remarkably similar to their native realm. Plant forms showing only minor evolutionary adaptations to slightly different environmental conditions. Dimensional coordinates significantly closer to native realm, he determined after careful assessment. Approximately one additional transition required for complete return based on current parameters. The fundamental constants show substantial alignment with our original dimensional framework. This progressive improvement confirmed their extraction methodology's effectiveness, each transition bringing them closer to native coordinates rather than random displacement or circular movement through unrelated dimensional spaces. The approach demonstrated viable return pathway despite initial displacement complications and continued uncertainty regarding exact position relative to home dimensions. As they established preliminary bearings in this new environment, Stella activated their communication device, attempting contact with allies using recalibrated transmission protocol. LS adjusted for current dimensional parameters. This standard procedure had yielded no results in previous locations due to excessive dimensional differences, but their progressive approach toward IV coordinates created increasing probability of successful connection. Attempting communication with adjusted frequency parameters, she reported as the device-initiated transmission sequence. Probability of successful connection increases proportionally with dimensional proximity to native coordinates. After several moments of transmission attempt, the device registered unexpected response. Weak signal containing fragmentary but recognizable communication protocol matching their native realm's standard parameters. Though incomplete and intermittent, the connection represented significant progress compared to previous complete isolation. Partial connection established, Stella confirmed, adjusting reception parameters to optimize limited signal. Transmission quality insufficient. Are comprehensive communication but potentially adequate for basic status confirmation and coordinate transmission. This capability, however limited, represented crucial strategic advantage, potential. Connection with allies providing both extraction assistance possibility and intelligence transmission regarding Shizuku's situation based on Ignis's unexpected disclosure. Even fragmentary ion capability significantly improved their strategic position compared to complete isolation. Priority transmission, Naruto decided immediately, recognizing communication opportunities' significance despite limitations. Basic status confirmation with dimensional coordinates for potential extraction assistance, plus critical intelligence regarding Shizuku's situation. With this clear prioritization, Stella configured the device for maximum transmission efficiency despite limited connection quality, focusing available capacity on essential information rather than comprehensive reporting. Approach demonstrated sophisticated communication triage under restricted capability conditions. Transmission configured, she confirmed after completing technical adjustments. Initiating sequence with priority content optimization. Estimated 70% transmission probability given current signal characteristics. The communication device activated with specialized transmission protocol designed for degraded connection circumstances, repeating essential information in compressed format while utilizing error correction methodology to maximize successful content delivery despite intermittent signal. This sophisticated approach represented optimal utilization of limited capability under challenging conditions. As transmission proceeded, they established temporary operational position with appropriate security measures, utilizing natural terrain features for concealment while maintaining vigilant environmental assessment. Though no immediate threats appeared present in this new location, professional discipline maintained appropriate caution despite apparently favorable circumstances. Transmission complete, Stella reported as the communication device completed its sequence. Receipt confirmation indeterminate due to signal quality limitations. Recommend proceeding with independent extraction methodology while maintaining periodic communication attempts to detect potential response. This balanced approach acknowledged communication limitations while establishing appropriate operational path forward, neither depending exclusively on potential external assistance nor ignoring its possibility entirely. The strategy maintained self-sufficient capability while remaining receptive to potential support development through limited communication channel. Agreed, Naruto confirmed, already assessing dimensional energy patterns in their new environment. Preliminary analysis suggests natural dimensional tide in this realm following approximately 30-hour cycle, rather than previous 14-hour pattern. Next significant manifestation projected approximately 26 hours from current position based on observed energy characteristics. This timeline created both challenges and opportunities compared to their previous location, significantly longer interval before natural transit opportunity, but correspondingly increased preparation time for optimizing extraction methodology. The situation required appropriate adaptation rather than merely applying previous operational approach without modification. Extended preparation interval presents both security and optimization opportunities. Stella assessed tactical thinking, immediately identifying implications beyond mere timeline extension. Recommend establishing secure temporary base while conducting comprehensive dimensional analysis and equipment optimization for maximum extraction effectiveness during available window. This approach balanced security requirements against preparation opportunities, converting extended timeline from mere delay into strategic advantage through comprehensive preparation enhancement. The strategy demonstrated sophisticated operational thinking beyond simple schedule adjustment, transforming potential limitation into methodological improvement opportunity. As they identified suitable location for temporary base establishment, Stella maintained communication monitoring while simultaneously processing the significant intelligence regarding Shizuku's situation. This multitasking demonstrated her exceptional operational capability, addressing immediate security requirements while simultaneously conducting strategic assessment regarding broader team implications. Shizuku's extraction during council session suggests comprehensive operation beyond our initial assessment. She observed during base establishment activities. Coordinated dimensional displacement targeting multiple team members simultaneously indicates sophisticated strategic methodology rather than merely tactical opportunity exploitation. Agreed, Naruto confirmed, his own strategic assessment reaching similar conclusions. The evaluation terminology Ignis employed STS research orientation underlying tactical operations, assessment methodology rather than simple detention or elimination objective. This analysis carried significant implications regarding both Rosa's overall strategy and their appropriate response development, suggesting complexity beyond conventional conflict parameters, with intelligence gathering potentially representing primary objective, rather than merely operational advantage seeking. The situation required sophisticated counter-strategy development rather than simple tactical response. We need to establish communication with Ayase and determine her status. Stella prioritized, focusing on immediate team implications. If Shizuku was specifically targeted, similar operation against remaining team members represents logical probability. The progressive dimensional transitions should eventually enable more reliable communication, Naruto agreed, connecting technical capability to strategic requirement. Each movement to native coordinates increases transmission effectiveness proportionally. As they completed temporary base establishment in naturally defensible location, unexpected development occurred with IR communication device. Signal strength suddenly increasing significantly beyond previous parameters, suggesting either dimensional fluctuation enhancing transmission capability or external signal amplification from recipient source. Signal enhancement detected, Stella reported immediately, adjusting reception parameters to utilize improved connection. Transmission quality increasing beyond previous limitations. Potential response opportunity developing if enhancement maintains stability. The device activated with incoming transmission notification, fragmentary but increasingly clear communication attempting connection through dimensional barriers separating their current location from native coordinates. Though initially distorted, the signal gradually stabilized into recognizable communication containing familiar identification protocols. Incoming transmission from Hagen Academy coordinates, Stella confirmed as signal clarified sufficiently for source identification. Authentication protocols match Ayase's personal signature configuration. Connection establishing with approximately 60% signal integrity. This development represented significant strategic improvement. Potential direct communication with team member rather than merely one-way status transmission. If connection maintained sufficient stability, comprehensive information exchange became possible. Despite continuing dimensional separation, connection established, announced Ayase's voice through the device, distorted but recognizable despite transmission limitations. Signal enhancement protocols engaged through shadow manipulation techniques. Transmission window approximately 7 minutes before dimensional interference patterns require recalibration. This technical achievement demonstrated Ayase's specialized capabilities, utilizing shadow dimensional properties to enhance communication across boundary limitations beyond conventional technology parameters. The methodology provided D. Crucial temporary connection despite continuing separation between their current location and native coordinates. Status confirmation priority. Stella responded immediately, focusing on essential information exchange within limited transmission window. Our position secure following multiple dimensional transitions progressively approaching native coordinates. Approximately 1 additional TRA/N session required for complete return based on current assessment. Acknowledged. Ayase confirmed, her transmission showing increasing clarity as enhancement protocols stabilized. Priority Intellig. ENS. Shizuku extracted during council session through specialized dimensional technology. Location unknown but extraction methodology confirmed as sophisticated targeted operation rather than random opportunity. This confirmation aligned with Ignis's unexpected disclosure while providing independent verification from trusted source, eliminating potential misinformation concerns while establishing G. Factual foundation for strategic response development. The convergent intelligence from separate sources created reliable assessment basis despite continuing information limitations. We received similar intelligence through unexpected source, Stella informed Ayase, providing crucial context while maintaining essential brevity given transmission limitations. Operational commander named Ignis provided confirmation including visual verification of Shizuku under evaluation protocols, rather than standard detention parameters. Matches our intelligence, Ayase confirmed immediately. IAL security detected specialized dimensional extraction targeting council chamber specifically, with Shizuku as primary objective rather than collateral acquisition. Operation appears deliberately synchronized with your displacement though utilizing separate methodology and destination parameters. This alignment created comprehensive tactical picture despite fragmented intelligence sources, CONF. Earning sophisticated coordinated operation targeting team members specifically rather than merely opportunistic action or general disruption attempt. The assessment provided crucial foundation for strategic response development despite continuing information limitations regarding specific locations or detailed objectives. Current status at Academy. Naruto inquired, seeking broader contextual understanding beyond immediate team implications. Security enhanced but operational capacity maintained, Ayase reported efficiently. Dimensional disturbances continue accelerating across multiple territories. Sasuke tracking potential locations for Shizuku's detention based on dimensional signature analysis. Hinata coordinating with Imperial forces for potential extraction operation once coordinates confirmed. This update provided crucial strategic context beyond their immediate extraction situation, confirming continued operational capability despite team separation while establishing NTIAL rescue framework for Shizuku pending location confirmation. The information significantly enhanced their strategic assessment despite continuing limitations regarding specific details. Our next T extraction window approximately 26 hours from current position, Stella informed Ayase, providing essential timeline information for coordination purposes. One additional transition should complete return to native coordinates based on current dimensional analysis. Will attempt communication immediately upon successful transition. Acknowledged. Ayase confirmed as transmission quality began deteriorating noticeably. Enhancement protocols reaching stability limitations. Transmission window closing within approximately 40 seconds. Will maintain periodic enhancement attempts for potential additional communication. Understood. Stella responded, prioritizing final essential information within closing transmission window. Maintain operational readiness and continue Shizuku location efforts. We'll return as quickly as dimensional transition opportunities permit. With these final exchanges, the transmission deteriorated beyond usable parameters, signal integrity collapse. INGA's enhancement protocols reached effectiveness limitations against dimensional barrier interference. The temporary connection closed completely, returning them to communication isolation despite significant progress toward reliable contact capability. Transmission terminated but crucial information exchanged, Stella assessed, focusing on positive achievement rather than renewed isolation. Quote, confirmation regarding Shizuku's situation plus operational continuity at Academy provides significant strategic advantage despite communication limitations. Agreed, Naruto confirmed, similarly C using on progress rather than constraints. The progressive dimensional transitions demonstrably improve communication capability, suggesting complete restoration upon final return to native coordinates. This balanced assessment maintained appropriate perspective regarding their situation, acknowledging continuing challenges while recognizing significant improvement compared to initial displacement circumstances. Their strategic position had enhanced substantially through both progressive dimensional approach toward native coordinates and crucial intelligence exchange despite continuing separation. As night approached in their new environment, they established appropriate security protocols while developing comprehensive preparation strategy for utilizing the extended interval before next dimensional tide manifestation. The situation presented both challenges and opportunities requiring sophisticated balance between immediate requirements and optimal preparation development. We shish. Old alternate rest cycles while maintaining continuous security monitoring, Stella suggested, establishing appropriate operational protocol for extended timeline situation. The 26-hour project. Action provides sufficient interval for both adequate recovery and comprehensive extraction preparation. Agreed, Naruto confirmed, appreciating her characteristic balanced approach between operational requirements and human necessities. I'll take first monitoring cycle while you rest, then alternate approximately every 4 hours to maintain optimal alertness throughout preparation interval. This arrangement balanced security requirements against necessary recovery, maintaining continuous vigilance while ensuring both were adequately rested for critical extraction operations when dimensional tide eventually manifested. The approach demonstrated sophisticated operational management beyond mere tactical considerations. As Stella settled into initial rest cycle, Naruto maintained comprehensive environmental monitoring while simultaneously processing the significant developments regarding Shizuku's situation and broader operational implications. The evaluation protocols, terminologue. Y suggested research orientation requiring sophisticated response beyond mere rescue operation, potentially indicating complex objectives transcending conventional detention parameters. Most significantly, the coordinated nature of both extractions, his and Stella's displacement occurring simultaneously with Shizuku's separate acquisition, suggested comprehensive strategy rather than opportunistic action. Moros appeared to be implementing sophisticated assessment methodology across multiple subjects under different conditions, potentially gathering comparative data through controlled examination protocols. This assessment carried significant strategic implications beyond immediate team separation concerns, suggesting complexity in Moros' approach transcending simple opposition or capture objectives. The situation potentially indicated research orientation underlying tactical operations, with intelligence gathering representing primary objective rather than merely operational advantage seeking. As night deepened around their temporary base, stars appeared in unfamiliar configurations yet with subtle similarities to their native realm's astronomical arrangements, further confirmation of progressive dimensional approach rather than random displacement. The environment itself seemed to reflect their gradual return journey, becoming increasingly familiar with each transition despite continuing differences from true home coordinates. Their journey continued evolving from simple survival challenge toward strategic opportunity, each progressive transition providing enhanced understanding and capability despite continuing separation from native realm. The fire trial they had endured together had forged unexpected strength through partnership, creating operational harmony transcending their limited collaboration in current incarnations. Most importantly, crucial knowledge regarding Shizuku's situation provided essential foundation for developing appropriate response upon their eventual return, transforming potential uncertainty into definitive objective requiring sophisticated strategy development. Their forced separation had temporarily disrupted team coordination but simultaneously created unexpected intelligence gathering opportunity regarding enemy operations and methodology. As Naruto continued environmental monitoring while Stella rested, he maintained focused consideration regarding next steps beyond immediate extraction requirements, developing comprehensive strategic framework incorporating both Shizuku's situation and broader dimensional conflict implications. Their journey through trials of fire had provided unexpected advantages despite challenging circumstances, creating foundation for effective response once they completed final transition home. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.